Hello? Anyone there? Ah. Bro, why am I like ear raping? What is this? Go XLR. Why am I ear raping? Does anyone want to get ear raped? Don't think so, right? Let me fix this real quick. Let me fix this shit real quick. And why am I blue? Whatever. Go XLR. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Okay, this is definitely ear rape. Test, test, test. Oh, 60 is fine. 60 is fine. Is anyone there? Hello? My real comeback is tonight, chat. Right now. I'm gonna go back to doing variety streaming. Today we're gonna play Terraria for many, many hours. I'm gonna log in. My plan is to beat Wall of Flash tonight. Yes, you heard it right, chat. Set high goals. We're gonna set some high goals. I got the best armor pre-hard mode already. According to some players from Dayrraria. I got the best armor already as a ranger. We see how that goes. And I'm very excited to be live again. Very excited. It's been a hobby of mine to do content and entertain you guys since 2014. It all started with German goofy ass Minecraft YouTube videos. Let me hit Liars up. It actually really started with Minecraft. 2014 Minecraft YouTube in German. 2017 I switched to Dayrraria. 2019 Minecraft server. 2021 Twitch. That's the milestones. Let me switch the scene. Oh wait, I can't. I can't switch the scenes. I gotta type in a password. Of course, brother. Of course, I'm live. Hello? Hello? Donos is not there. I think he's listening to me on speakers. Let me fix this real quick. It's 70 already, okay. Why can't I hear myself in last? I think he has me on speakers. So, it's time to hop in Terraria. Bro, mute the speaker. Hello, Donos. I can't, bro. Okay, Oh, look at that. You can see the playtime. Yeah, 3 hours. We got 3 hours in so far. This is gonna change starting today. I wanna be live longer. I still was sick 2 days ago and yesterday. I'm getting way better. I think I'm healthy again. And now I'm gonna be live longer again. Let me log in. Let's log in. I just did my Clash of Clans attack. And I got 3 fucking stars. Let's fucking go. So, Password. So. Is anyone in chat? Is anyone in chat? Hello, are you there? I think Donos went. Yo, Jay, are you there? Is anyone there? Hello? Say something, Jay. Nice. Hello. Hello, my friend. Hello. Good to have you here. So, right into Terraria. Let's mute this shitty music and get to the right stuff. Spotify. Yeah, today, I wanna, get potions and prepare for the next boss. I actually don't know what boss comes after I have Cthulhu, but I assume it's going to be Queen Bee. I believe Queen Bee has some ranger items. That would be very nice. I gotta get rid of a fucking annoying copper pickaxe. It's fucking annoying as fuck. Let me get rid of that right now. So maybe some better pickaxe in here. Yo, hello, is anyone there? Brother Danas is still not there. Thoughts on this song, Jay? Can you hear the music? Ah, here. Can you hear? You should be able to hear the music, right? At least I hope so. I also noticed that I really pick up the colors from my keyboard and my monitor. I set the camera so it picks up very many colors. What happened here? Ah, yes, okay. So far we fought I have Cthulhu and King Slime, where I was not part of. We're gonna redo that tonight, hopefully. We got a tungsten pickaxe. Now it's time to... yeah, make a better, Hä? Ah, lol. Axe. What do you need for a tungsten axe? What is this? Wood? You need wood for that? Oh yeah. Oh, wait. Before I do anything, Error left me some stuff in here. He made me a little gift. Look at that. From Max, from Error. Oh shit, yes. Thanks, mate. Ah, this is what I love. Cursed Piper Flute. Equipable. Inflicts a barrier with the nature of the red. Thank you. Ah, yes. Perfect. Equipable is in a wingman. Great for impersonating streamers. Perfect. Nah. And oh yes. Thank you. And now my question is, should I equip that? I probably shouldn't. I should really not equip that. Unless I don't give a fuck about the chance to save ammo. Do I give a fuck about that? I kinda do give a fuck about that. This is way too good. Chance to save ammo. I don't really care about that, to be honest. You know what? Thank you, Error. I should try this. Let's try this out. Okay. Chat. This or this? Shotgun or one shot? Or both? I mean, I already see myself not using that. I'm gonna rub it back in. This is amazing. I really like this. Lias also got some stuff. He's not online right now. I think he's playing. Oh yeah, he's playing Batman. What I'm also gonna play in near future. All right. What the fuck is this, man? Why is there lava? Yo, why the fuck is there lava in spawn? WTF, man? I nearly died. The fuck, bro? It's a farm? What type of farm is it? Fucking noob farm? Maxi noob farm? Like, what do you mean farm? What the fuck is this? Yo, that's cool as fuck. Yo, Error, if you see this, shout out to you, brother. Oh.
That's the Eye of Cthulhu's. One eye. Okay, yeah, you can take that. 10 things scared me.
Thank you.
Come Terraria. Okay, I'm gonna go to Terraria now. Yeah.
Let's go, brother. He's joining up. He's joining up. Okay, let me hit him up for some stream together. Wait, I'm alive? I'm live. Why can I not hit him up? What happened? What happened? What happened here? Ah, knock, knock, knock. There we go. There you go. Knock, knock. So. Block this, block that, block these, block that. These, das, these. Let's wait for him to tune in. Yo, hello, Willy. How are you doing? You doing good? Let's do these. Accept my stream together, please. Wanna stream together, huh? So, Willy, what are you doing here? Hello, Willy. Hello, hello.
Oh, hello, hello.
Hello, Danas, bro.
Hey, hey.
Hey, 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 hey. Tonight we're gonna eat good, baby. Yo, let's group up for a second. Let's check out each other. Why do I look like shit compared to you? What is your guy's secret? Do you just like?
We have quite literally the exact same like shoes and chest plate. I just have a different helmet.
Dude, you look cool as fuck.
Yeah, I guess it's like a sense of style, some fashion, you know. I don't just put random whatever, you know. I think about what I put on.
Who is Emma's top knot?
Somebody's brother, I think, that doesn't even speak English, like a 13-year-old child.
Who? I didn't invite that person. Okay, whatever. Okay, Willy, okay.
Hello.
Yeah, let's do something together, guys. I wanna... I'm asking Danas the Terraria Pro real quick. What comes after Eye of Cthulhu?
Comes after. Like, in terms of, like, progression?
No, not progression, like skill. Skill level.
Skill level.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Normally, what I do normally after Eye of Cthulhu is like the Eater of Worlds, or in this case, the world would be Brain of Cthulhu. But like, I never fight Brain of Cthulhu in my worlds because I usually play Corruption, so like, I have no idea how he is.
All right then. When is Queen Bee?
Queen Bee would be after that.
Okay, then everybody, you heard him. Slowly get ready for fucking Crimson Boss.
Okay.
I mean, people already progressed past the Crimson Boss.
Nah.
Cheeseway.
Damn.
Well, they didn't kill the boss. They just killed the minions of the boss and then didn't kill the boss to get the materials from the boss to, progress past it.
Ah, right. I'm
A
still
bit
homeless. It
cheesy, but
sucks.
I guess technically, if you read the rules, it follows the rules or whatever. It's
Yeah.
weird though.
It's okay. Yeah, I want to fight that guy. I should have the best armor. I got some gifts. I got this
Oh, we got blood.
blood rainbow, which is very, very cool. Never had that before. Must be a new item. Super amazing. And a Bloodmon, yeah. Let's go. Let's see if there's anything new in the Bloodmon for 1.4.5. Where's my special fishing rod? Brother, somebody should block this farm, bro. I feel like it's a farm for, like, to kill me because I'm a noob. Like, you wanna kill me, bro, or some shit? Oh my god, bruh. And why is Witch not dying?
Fine. me and Willy, we seem to be fine.
Oh my god, bro, some hackers on my server.
Or just like build different.
Alright, this is how the bow works. You can't, like, if you enter the house, you're kind of fucked. Interesting. Well, I like it. I like it. Willy, first time message. Yo, Laios!
Yeah?
Accept the stream together, bro!
Oh, you need to tell me, I don't see it on OBS.
Wait, I have to do what?
I don't see it on OBS, you have to tell me if we send you that.
I sent you. Do you see it?
Yeah, I have to open my Steam for that for a moment.
Wait, send invite now. Already taken, yeah.
I already accepted.
Yeah. Invite guest? Why can I invite Danas? Okay.
I can invite you. Well, I'm not even live, that's crazy.
So, chat, boom. Nice. But why is this Bloodmon so easy, bro? There's like one zombie. What's happening? Where are they all?
By the way, you guys can stay at the lava thing. They just die there.
Yeah, and the bombs will just fall in and die. The lava pool. That's
Yeah.
why it was like designed.
That's why.
Yeah.
It was like a protection
just
for
like-
their house, but then they moved in. No one lives in this house anymore, I don't think. Or maybe someone else moved in here, I don't know.
Like stand like behind this. They would just.
Yeah, but you and me, we're cooler than the rest of them. We can just be in the pond.
That's crazy, bro. Ah, yeah, obsidian.
Yeah,
I
we can
gotta
just
find
skip the
obsidian, bro.
Bro, we're just built different.
You need bro. I have a lot of obsidian. I can give you some.
Yeah, give me.
Alright.
By the way, Willy,
What?
I'm homeless. And you fucking trap killed me just now. I hate this already. I hate this.
I come to our castle. Check our castle real quick.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Have you seen our castle?
I haven't yet.
It looks crazy, I must
Oh.
say.
Mm-hmm.
Doubly castle build.
Hey, come here. Here, take this.
I wanna check your
It's
castle, bro.
obsidian.
Show me your castle.
Actually, you know what? Take it all.
Thank you.
You can just get more.
Holy shit, bro. You sure
Hey,
about
come
that?
here. Yeah, it's fine.
Bro,
you can get more.
really?
I have infinite water. Come to the pylon. I'm gonna show you our
Alright.
castle. And then teleport to the jungle pylon.
Yeah.
Then come here. It's still under construction.
Another arena,
so
cool.
it's not finished yet.
Damn, bro. Wait. Huh? Ah, okay.
Amazing.
Oh my god, it's the fucking background. Oh my god. Okay, damn, this is sick. This is some advanced stuff for sure.
That's not yet. That's
I thought
different
these
one.
were
This is-
solid blocks. This is crazy.
No,
Like, I
it's
don't
not.
even know what's like solid, what's not. Like, that's crazy. Okay. Oh my god,
And
bro.
this is the
Did you
main castle.
Let me guess, you built it for me. Oh my god, brother. Thank you, Willy. Kisses, bro. Kisses. Kisses.
For real, bro.
Nah, MGL, bro. This is sick, bro.
This looks insane.
Fucking
Hey, thank
gold
you, bro.
pile. Wait, can I grieve that? Nah, I'm not gonna try. That's crazy, though. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's actual gold, by the way, at the treasure.
First thought, can I grieve that shit? Nah, NGL, Willy. Good job, bro.
Hey, thank you, thank you. It's me and Billy who made
It's
this,
definitely
by the way.
the sickest building of Terraria 1 and 2 combined already.
Damn.
And I like the colors. It's like
compliment.
red-ish, my favorite color.
Yeah, at first we went into like a violet one, but we didn't find any like, furniture with it. So we changed it to red.
I kind of wanna where you got that skill from, bro. It's crazy. Like for real, like you don't want to see my
Image
skill,
on
you
Google
know.
And set like a reference photo, and then you build something similar.
That's
Yeah.
smart. You also have a elevator.
On the web.
Yeah, we do.
Ah, bro.
It's a bit it's a bit bad. So
That looks good. Like
yep.
cool. So
I think Ice is making a same a house as well at the tundra.
So how far is this away from spawn? Oh my god, okay. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I'm moving in. Thank you. Yeah, bro, I'm not gonna be homeless all the time like in Dayrraria 1. And I'm really not into building. I'm dying inside when I
Okay.
do that. So, yeah,
Well, let me.
I'm
We need
thankful
to find your room,
for...
though.
I found my room,
We need
like,
to find
I
your
already
room.
found it, bro. Like, here. Look
I
here.
wear.
Here.
Bro,
Wait, what
that
is
shows the treasure, the vault.
what is that down here?
What is what?
Is that pet?
Oh, that's
Oh,
my
it's
pet,
the-
I think. Yeah, that's my king.
Ah,
That's
lol.
the pet, yeah.
Cool stuff, bro. Cool stuff. You also got NPCs here. Fucking painter guy.
Yeah, he kind of just moved out on his own.
What happened? Okay, Willy's Tataglia vital organs were ruptured by Boulder. What happened here? Did you throw each other? Why a Boulder? Like, that's crazy, bro. Okay, let's go, guys. Let's beat up Crimson Boss. Somebody got the spawner? Oh, I know. We gotta
Crimson?
destroy
No,
the.
I don't
No, you don't need the spawner. You need to destroy the third orb. We already got 2 of them.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually legal. And now we're gonna get the third one. I'm happy with my armor. Apparently it's best armor. I got this, I got that. Yeah. I've kind of fucked with potions, so. Yeah, get potions,
I
guys.
don't have the fossil chest plate.
Yeah, I
I'm
have no
noticing you
potion.
have something else instead of the chest piece.
No, sorry. What did you say, Dennis? I didn't listen.
You have something else for the chest piece. You don't have full set. Isn't there like a set bonus if you have full set?
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
hover over the like helmet, it should say set bonus like 2 out of 3.
Yes, I know. I had that in the beginning, but Error gave me the G chest plate, and I traded that for the set bonus because, bro, I don't give a fuck about 20% save ammo.
Saving, yeah, that's not that.
I rather have like 10% extra movement and shit like that, and more critical strike chance. So I'm recharging headphones.
Sometimes like mixing armor can be the better strategy.
Yeah. I make some potions.
Oh yeah, let me check mine just to be sure. What the potion situation's looking like.
Holy fuck, 400 gel. Bro, somebody's finding slimes here. This is needed? No, this is needed. This is needed. Well, I actually don't remember what I need this. Magic. 20% increased magic damage in the chest, by the way, if anyone is a magician.
Which chest?
The second one. I'm still in it. 1 second.
Okay.
This shit. Yeah, magic. 20% is insane, bro. Get that.
Oh, also, Maxi.
Hmm.
I have a gift for you.
Bro, why am I
One
getting
of
so
the
spoiled, bro?
Gifts of all gifts.
Yeah.
Gift that's meant to keep your positivity and motivation up through this playthrough.
Yeah, bring
More
it.
powerful than any other item in the entire game anyone else could give you. Come here, I want you to witness this.
Brother, I wanna make potions. If you throw me right now, bro,
No, this would
I'm
be
actually doing
the
something
best-
productive
the
now.
best motivation thing for it. You
Yeah, sorry I did or
You
some
ready?
shit, you fucking troll. That's cool as fuck.
That is your bird, Maxi. The red cardinal just for you. I want you to pick that up and carry it with you all the time. That bird will be in your pockets, giving you motivation.
Wait, can I
as
destroy
you
this
fly
thing?
on. Yeah, it's for you. And you can take it wherever you want.
Okay, thank you, bro.
Hell yeah.
That's actually a very personal gift, like, really thoughtful. Let me get this shit.
Yes, sir. Where did you go? I'm blind. Oh, there you are. Oh. But there's so much red text. You're like camouflage that I didn't even see you.
I'm just checking out what potions I can craft with all these materials we got. What is that? Grey cock. A grey cock. I don't need that. I need this though.
What a name.
Platinum ore, silver maybe. Yeah. Chat, if you see anything I need for potions, for good potions, ranger, let me know. Fire blossom. A burger. Yes, I take burger. Ooh, okay. Slimes become friendly. Thank you.
That one is useful. Can't lie.
Oh, do we have a melee person in voice channel? Willy?
I think Billy is. I think Billy. I'm a ranger.
Yo, does he have this item? It's crazy. Lucky Feral Claws. 12% increased melee speed. Yeah, why do I have that shit? I'm gonna bring it here. Let me screenshot this for Billy. He probably he should use it, yeah. She don't know. Synthesa. So, another burger. What's your progress, Donas?
My pocket?
Yeah, like, are you like maxed out pre-hard mode? Or like, are you
Hard mode, like the entire pre-hard mode? No, there's still stuff like after the dungeon. Like, as far as we can progress right now, yeah.
Still using fossil.
Okay.
'Cause it's the only. I think it's the best ranger for now.
Wait, sorry, what?
I mean, I'm still using ranger. I have fossil armor.
Wait, are you a
So I'm
ranger?
a ranger. Yeah.
Oh, same, bro. Let me see.
Oh,
Like,
nice.
vertebra. What is this shit? This summons the destroyer. Summons the brain of Cthulhu.
Hey, let me make you a bow. Do you have a bow? I'll make you a good bow.
I have a blood rainbow. 14 damage.
Ooh.
It's kind of
that's
cool,
bad. I
but
have
I can't really aim it. Like, it's just from the clouds.
And
I have the
love.
I have the Molten Fury. It deals 37 range damage.
Bro, give me
And then
that.
plus it with a Hellfire arrow.
I mean, if you don't need that, I accept. I take that.
No, I'm gonna make you a new one.
Oh, okay,
It's
okay.
so easy. It's so easy to make. It's just like Hellstone.
Bombfish. What can I do with that, bro? Heh? Ah, it's not material. Bass. Cactus. Increase movement speed. I already got that. Surfer. Increases placement speed and range. Bitter potion. Ooh, life force. That sounds good. Oh fuck, that's expensive as fuck.
That looks so different on your screen than mine. Well, not very, but slightly.
You like using texture pack?
Yeah, I just realized, bro, how I was like so shocked when I look at my second monitor and see what I look like. I'm like, what the hell? Why does it look so low quality?
Here's something I should probably take, like archery potion, increase pro damage. Yeah, I should take that. Daybloom, bottled water, lens. Lens, daybloom, bottled water. Oh yeah, I need bottle of water. Let's get those.
What?
Bottle of water.
What?
Okay.
Bottle of water.
What?
I need a bottle of water, Willy. Please give me.
Yeah, what? I can have a what?
Well,
Brother, I'm
British.
fucked. We have
Hey,
no
guys, I'm
sand.
really thirsty. Can I have a what?
Is there nobody like farming potions or like where's the bottles?
Oh, you gotta get some sand.
Yeah,
Turn that sand
wait,
into
actually.
glass.
One
Turn that glass into bottles.
sandstone
Fill those bottles
block.
with water.
Is that it?
I think that works. Yeah, I think any kind of sand type of block can be turned into glass. I think so. Out of furnace. I can't promise you, but I just think that's the case.
Let's see. Oh yes. Where's that furnace? Hä? So.
Yo, Danas, what's the best enchantment for bow?
Unreal. Also, there's a brand new
Unreal.
feature I've noticed in 1.4.5. Whenever you get the best enchantment for anything, you will notice.
Yeah.
It will make a very bright sound, rainbowy sound effect. Like, it's very hard to miss. It's something I've noticed while spending
Yeah.
like 4 platinum enchanting with a fucking goblin scammer stealing my money. I've noticed that sometimes, yeah, you get some very fancy
Yeah.
effects.
Yeah, that happens to me too.
Bruh, oh my fucking god, why can I not make a water bottle? Water bottle Terraria.
You need glass. Well, you need sand, and then turn sand into glass.
This sand didn't work, it just turned into smooth sandstone. Fuck that
It
shit.
can't be stone, then it has to be just the powder.
Let me go to the... Wait, is the beach on the right side? What is this? Ocean, yes. Ooh, I haven't been here yet. That's cool. Yo, people know how to build, bro. Look at that. What is that picture? Is that some alien shit? Cool as fuck, like NGI. I don't want to destroy the beautiful desert though, like...
Yeah, that's the same. I usually, when I need sand, like in other worlds, I usually just go underground. Like under someplace in a cave where it doesn't destroy the above.
It's kind of fun here, like... That's fine.
I have no money. Oh, that's crazy. Right, because this motherfucker stole it from me. That I had. What are you doing, Maxi? No way. Look at this. I'm in a hole now.
Brother,
Look at
it's the
beautiful
beginning
beach.
of the beach, bro. Nobody stands here. It's like... It's not even in view, it's not even in range, like...
No way. SMH my head.
Where else do you wanna farm sand blocks? It's only at the ocean.
Hold on. I will send you a picture of what I did.
Yeah, you're like
we got-
glitching and like cheesing
You
and
got
shit.
1,000 sand blocks.
I don't know those
Where'd
tricks
you
yet.
get some?
Still far to being a pro, like. Crazy.
Look at what I did.
And you probably did
I don't
some
know how
shit. Let
visible
me
it is,
see.
but
Oh, well, yeah, you can basically farm there, yeah. Right.
Giant chunk of the underground desert just deleted.
That has come, bro. Look at this. This is exactly what we want.
Flying trees, bro. Nah. That's crazy.
Okay, that should be enough, right? Let's go back home. Magic mirror. Let's do this. Water bottle.
For what?
You Elias, make bottles, bro. Why are you standing here?
I'm looking for my make potion right now.
I got some bottles for you, bro. Look, I got you here. Come. You need bottle. I need to fill them with water.
Okay.
Let me get some water. Wasser. Hier ist Wasser. Gib mir ein bisschen Wasser.
Wasser.
Zack. How do I fill the ship? Ja, Mann. Ja, Mann. Look at that shit. Scheiße Schnitzel dann das.
Ich liebe deine Schnitzel. Scheiße.
Wait a second.
Why are we speaking Russian now?
Russian.
Russia, yeah.
Nah, that's crazy.
Is that Russian?
Oh my
Or
god.
is it-
Oh wait, no.
I don't know, bro.
No, it's...
German.
Yeah.
German.
No, the
Brother.
traveling merchant, he went away. I was gonna say hello to him.
Willy, please tell me. Wait, let me go home real
What?
quick. No, I'm gonna go home real quick. Like, let me check this out.
How do I fill bottles?
Let me just go home real quick and check out if we got some... What the fuck is this shit? Okay.
Oh, that's a pet. You need to convert him back to a normal pet.
No, it's dead.
You need to have purification powder. Did you kill it? No, wait.
Yeah, I killed it.
That's crazy, bro.
Where can I make potions in my home? Willy,
You know what evil men like you need? I have a very evil item for
What?
evil men like you.
come home.
Boom.
I got Unreal. Let's go.
I don't even find it, Danas. What did you give me?
Where is it in your inventory? Can I pick it up again?
Did you get me a starfish?
I think the person's brother picked it up. There's Emma behind you, but I didn't see it, bro. It's camouflage.
But who the
I think it
fuck
meant
is...
to
Wait, who the... Oh my god.
Yeah, bro.
I gave you the.
I didn't even see him
uh,
because it's not a team.
Bro, he doesn't even speak English.
Wait, hold on. He's AFK.
Oh, bad. He just sees the
AFK,
wet
let
bad. He's like in shock right now.
Well, your brother, I gave...
Wait, hold
He
on.
accidentally picked up an item that's meant to go to Maxi.
Willy, make him join the red
AFK,
team.
bro.
Very important. Okay, yeah, he got my item. I need my item. What do you mean it's Willy? Like, who is Emma right now? Is this Willy or...
No.
His Willy's
This is.
13-year-old brother.
I'm using.
That doesn't
I'm
speak
using
English.
his. I'm using his PC.
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah, bro. Oh, look at you. Already got some fashion sense in you now. Oh yeah.
There
Whoa,
you go.
thanks for the red cape, bro.
Maybe-
Oh, yeah, look at you.
And
Wait.
thanks for the bow.
I thought that was yours.
Really nice bow, bro.
Oh, yeah, that was mine. I bought this one right now. Like I'm wearing a different one. I bought the mysterious cape, so I gave Maxi the crimson cape.
Yo, do you want this, Willy?
Yeah. No, that's yours. I gave it to you.
No, look, go back to Willy account. I wanna give you an item.
Yeah.
Are you there? Okay, here.
Ooh.
You
I
want
mean,
them?
It's good, but I have a better one. I have 39 damage.
Alright, give me back. Give me back.
I'll give it back. There you go.
Okay, let me get used to this house where I live right now. What is this? Okay, bro, you gotta show me, where do I make potions? Where's our potion station?
Oh, we don't have a potion station yet. Well, let me. build
It's
one
absolutely
real quick.
mad insane, bro. Like, get a workbench and place a water bottle on it. On top.
Yep.
Empty bottle. It's not a water bottle. It needs to be empty.
Empty, okay.
Yeah, empty bottle to create potions, and then water bottles as the ingredients to make the potions.
Please tell me you got one empty bottle, bro.
Where the hell is the workbench? Oh, there it is. Okay, I have the. Where should I place this? Ah, there you go.
Ah, thank
Got
you.
it.
Okay, yeah, this is definitely needed. I got this right, yeah, I got this. Let's make some of this. Increases enemy spawn rate.
Be very useful for farming, actually.
Okay. We got this, we got that. Wait, I don't have Thorns potion. Yeah, gotta go back. Thank you, Willy. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I'm gonna check the tutorial guide real quick. I wanna see how I can make other potions. Defense, yes. Right, there's 2 ways. Ah, easy. Iron ore. Wait. Ah, okay. Iron ore, lead ore. Do we have any iron ore in the community chest? Ah, this is tin. Elias, do you have some iron ore?
You need to check.
Let's make
I feel
some.
like I have some, cause I gathered a lot.
Ore lead.
I have 59. I have
Yeah, I have
59
iron a bit.
iron bars.
How many do you have, Elias?
64.
Bro, okay, give me like 30. I'm gonna make some potions for us. Here.
So you can make the iron skin.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Iron skin?
Yes.
That's a good potion.
Okay.
Thank you, bro.
That combined with
Be right back.
So yeah, maybe I'll tank.
Yeah. Really good potion.
Is it possible to make a portal, like a direct portal from spawn to the house?
Yes,
Okay, let's do that very
magic
soon, bro,
wand.
because...
that is
I
post
think that's-
Skeletron. Though we need to kill the dungeon boss
Okay,
first.
okay.
Yeah.
That's when the real, like after Skeletron, that's when we have.
I
the
feel
most
like
access to
that's when
everything.
Terraria actually begins.
Yep, and then once you kill Wall of Flesh, it resets you back to 0, and you're back at like.
It's crazy. Here. Lias, I'm gonna make you some
That's why
potions, that's right, bro?
personally, I don't recommend killing the Wall of Lust today, just so we can stay
Um,
powerful for at least a little bit before we go back to being like noobs.
I'm not gonna say no, but it's definitely unlikely here.
How do I make lesser mana potions?
What?
I don't think you can craft those. You have to find like you can get them from
okay.
fishing, but
Yo, Lias,
Just buy them at the
I
shop.
got 32
Yeah, you
fallen
can buy them from
stars.
merchants.
How much mana do you have maximum?
I am at max.
You're already
Okay,
at max. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm already at max too. You need stars? Bro, I think I have a lot of stars.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Can you make mob farms?
Yeah, I have 87 stars, bro.
Yeah, for what? Like.
Depends on the mob.
Oh yeah.
Some mobs you can.
Okay. Let's make some of this. I mean, since I'm already here, let's make some good shit, bro. Day blooms, all of day blooms. Yeah, Elias, we gotta make a farm, bro. Or like, Willy, do we have some farm somewhere?
Not really.
We need to farm, like. Yeah, we're gonna make one later when Billy's here. Like, we need to craft build a farm somewhere, like, to make potions and shit, you know?
What farm though? What kind of farm?
Like, place like pots, clay pots. We need clay pots, and then day blooms, for example. You need a lot of day blooms, and basically all flowers for all the potions.
Oh,
Just-
come here.
Oh, like that. I do have one. I have one of
Just-
those. It's
Yeah.
kind of early stage. It doesn't provide super much yet, but I'm working on one.
It's right here.
Like,
Like
yeah,
greenhouse
I'm
type.
talking potion farm, not mob farm.
Okay. Come here. It's right here.
Wait, you already have one?
Yeah, it's Danas made it.
Wait, what do you mean, done it? Holy shit, this looks cool as fuck. Well, I haven't seen your base, bro.
But it's very unfinished.
Nah.
It's like a skeleton of the base.
This is already turning into something very, very beautiful, bro. I see it coming, bro.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
supposed to be like
it's
a
pretty
overgrown,
Farm
cool.
looks
like,
kind of
nature
off
taking
place,
over
but
type of
bro,
grounds.
the house
Yeah,
looks.
it's still very Work in progress. And I recommend what's great for this. This is a new feature. If you have the axe of regrowth when you harvest it, it automatically replants things, which is just chef's kiss, bro. I love that so much. Because normally you have to break them and replant them with seeds manually, but now
Yeah, that's POC.
it replants automatically if you have the axe of regrowth.
You know what that is, bro? That's ultra gigantic poggers. It really is like.
Yeah, but this is very
Good.
unfinished. I've done very little building. It's just I made the outer frame, I guess, and then all of the interior and everything. And I need to remodel this entire fucking cave. So much I gotta do.
Why is there zombies down there? Let me kill him. Wait, you can't even get there? Like, how do you get there? Wait a second. Okay.
Oh yeah,
That's good.
figured it out.
Fuck.
That is exactly how I intended to get here.
Ah, this is your
the
base,
hell?
right? Okay.
Yeah, this is my. So this is not
I
shared, by the way.
can't
This is
do
all
that.
mine.
Can't do that.
I'm moving in here as well. I have 2 apartments. No, just kidding, bro.
Freaking Airbnb lease guy or something.
No, bro.
Bro, do you need range items? Sounds like a strong harpoon looks cool as fuck, but like.
Bro, strong harpoon is dog shit, bro.
Is it?
It worked like this.
Ah, okay, never mind,
It's
yeah.
super shit.
That shit is
Yeah,
suck,
you
bro.
might be tempted by the damage, but nice shit.
Yeah. It's dog shit, actually.
It's fast. It's fast though. When you're like
If you're like point blank, then yeah, you can spam it. But
Yeah,
like,
if
in
you're
general,
point blank.
it's doggy doo doo.
yeah.
Yo, wait a second. What is Billy doing?
I don't
Beginning
know.
to
I think
believe.
it's charging his. It's like mining. Yeah, bro's mining.
Okay. Brother is mining. Let him mine, bro. Let him mine.
I love just living in the jungle and eating frogs.
What do you need, Lias? I took all the potion stuff. Like, if you
Okay.
like, you need. What do you want? Like, anything juicy? Like,
Look, I know exactly it was called.
I got everything for you. Like, I got movement speed, life rate. I need more of that actually. Yeah. We need day blooms, bro. We are out of day blooms. This is depressing as fuck, bro.
I just Daybloom, just hold the sword and hold left click and walk in a direction in the forest. Daybloom is
Yeah.
everywhere. In the forest specifically. During the day, it has to be daytime. Because that's the only time it's like awake.
Where do you think I'm at? Oh, merchant.
Let's see what he has. He had something I wanted last time, but I had no money and I wanted to sell stuff to get money, but then he left and I didn't have time to buy anything.
Yo, hello,
Yeah,
Billy,
yeah.
bro. How you doing? I just saw the like flash in the voice channel, bro. Hello. Who's this? Okay. Nothing. Yo, Billy. Hello.
Oh, Billy.
Yo. Yeah, I wanna tell you real quick, Billy. Bro. I moved in your house, bro.
You did?
Yeah, I actually did, yeah.
Alright.
Uh,
Don't,
It's a big
don't,
castle.
Like, just don't like steal too much.
Yeah.
I know you love to steal.
I already stole like 80%, like it's too late. Like, Lias, come here real quick, bro.
Fair,
Okay.
fair enough.
I got the potions for you, bro. Here. I got some movement speed potions for you. Iron skin. Only use it in boss fights, by the way. Only.
As
And
long as you
this.
make a contribution, I don't really mind.
Well, you.
And I mean, I can drop you everything I have right now for potion making if you wanna experiment a bit. Here.
Okay.
Let me know when you're full. How do you favorite items?
Full.
Hold down Alt and then left click it.
Wait, what? Ah, okay.
Ooh, really?
That is very cool feature.
It's nice.
Look at that shit. Okay, there's 2 random items in my top slot. You know what? Cardinal, you go in the hotbar, bro.
Bro, you know this
For
is
the
all
luck.
about
For the luck.
Exactly.
but no one has been.
Well,
Lucky charm.
For the lucky charm, bro. I have more, Elias.
Jeg er også fuld.
Let's make a air pocket. Yeah, you dig the left, I'll dig the right. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Hold on.
We can make air pockets right here, so an issue. There you go. You dig the left, I'll dig the right.
Lars, I got more.
Fast.
Yeah, but I'm full right now.
No, you can't.
Finally.
Alright.
Let me drop it in the third chest.
Talk to a guy to see
Wait,
what
I got a bunch of obsidian from Willy. Thank you again, bro. I'm gonna check out what I can do with that shit. Ripped summoner damage. Okay, okay. Yeah, summoner is very cool
Actually, if you want
class.
some items, just let me know.
What?
If you want some items, let me know.
Yeah.
I should have some pretty decent items.
Wait, if I want what?
Bro. Like anything, just let me know.
Ah, alright, bro. Thank you, bro.
Yes.
Provides immunity to lava.
Oh, let's
It's
put
like, no, you need the obsidian skull and combine that thing with something else. Let me craft one actually. Furnace.
Daybloom and Moonglow maybe?
No.
Okay.
Here, let me craft this shit
Wait, come here, come here.
Where?
and do this. You
I
can
open-
combine
I
that,
can open there.
and it basically. Wait.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Yeah, you need that obsidian shield. Wait. Yeah. Obsidian shield. Fire blocks.
That's like Hellstone. If you stand on Hellstone without protection, you will get burned. Same with like a lot of the houses in Hell. They
What
burn
the-
you if you just stand on them with no protection.
What do you have done us for like immunity to lava and shit?
I have something called Terra
Oh.
Spark Boots.
Okay.
It's basically like if you take your flying shoes and combine. Wait, I just realized. Do you only have? Oh my God, Maxi.
What?
Maxi, listen to me.
Yeah.
Maxi, let me come to you.
I'm listening, bro. My ears open, bro.
Come.
My ears as open as possible, bro. What's
You
up?
have cash on you? You got cash?
No. 18 silver.
Take this,
18
take
silver.
that, and take this and open all of them.
Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
Open them.
Ooh.
Open them.
Super fast. Wait, that's the same thing I have, bro.
Yeah, it's the same. Just open them.
How is this?
Oh, nice.
There you go. You got some cash with you now, yeah?
Yeah.
Got some cash money, okay. Right click at this green thing behind you called the pylon, okay?
Okay, I did.
I want you to zoom out on the map till you see something called a mushroom pylon, yeah?
Mushroom pylon, yes.
Right, yeah. You want to left click on that thing with your mouse.
Okay.
No, this is the crazy part. You go to this guy, you'd right click him, go to his shop, and you buy the first thing he's selling.
Nah, bro. Why am I that behind? Thank you, bro.
Why are you that behind, bro? That's like the first thing we do on late day one, bro. You are welcome. And then the next thing, you want to take your
That's
other
cool as
shoes
fuck.
off. Take your other shoes off, both of them off. Then you go to this
Oh,
thing.
yeah, that's cool.
Bro. No, Maxi. Come back here. Come back here. Bro, give me the whip, like... Give me a whip, like... Get back to work. Get back to work. Okay. Come back. Okay. You see this?
Okay, daddy. Okay, daddy.
Take
I'm
both
here.
of your shoes off. Take both of your shoes off.
Bro, that's too.
One
You're going way too
second.
far, bro. You're going way too far, bro. This is
Wrong.
Terraria, bro. No Pornhub. What? What now?
Now you combine them at the crafting station. If you look above the silver coins in the bottom left. Oh yeah. You see
Ah. What should I do? Hermes or the sailfish?
it's exactly identical.
Yo,
It's just
what
like a different way.
Alright, let's go. I did it. And it's still fucking material, bro. It never ends. This game is never
Oh, yeah.
ending.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
What is this
Seven
cloud in a bottle shit, bro? I know you can combine that.
yo, wait. Just like a
That's cool as fuck. Nah.
getting a job.
Hä? Why can't I combine these boots? Does it do anything?
Oh yeah.
It does?
Basically, once you combine,
No, no,
if
no, no,
you
no.
have
Why I
shape-
can equip
wait.
them both? That's my question.
oh yeah, that's kind of pointless. I think maybe you get extra speed. I don't know, but like, there's no point in combining Spectre and
Yo, Billy,
Circus.
these,
Oh my god, this is cool as fuck, bro. And also with the new hook, bro. Oh yeah. I love this type of hook, this fucking spider type of hook.
Yeah, a lot of people love that.
I loved
For
it.
some
I
reason, I'm a
definitely.
weird guy and I just don't like them.
Nah,
for
nah,
some
this
reason.
thing you use, bro. Nah, never, bro. This is like, this is fun as fuck.
For me, like those hooks ruin something called hook boosting. Like if you're on a flat surface running, you can gain more speed by using a hook with just one thing. If you use two, it'll slow you down.
Yeah.
That's like a very specific niche thing that I just do, and like yeah, for that reason, I really don't like.
You know what? I'm
hooks.
gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. That's cool as fuck, yeah. Master bait, 50 bait power. Okay, now let's talk about fishing real quick. Is that useful?
Fishing is basically how I got my Terraspar boots, like the shoes that are like the final upgrade. I got basically all the materials like Anklet of the Wind, Aglet, ice skates, everything that you need to upgrade your shoes to the
Okay.
maximum. I got from fishing. So like yeah, fishing is good. If you wanna stand on lava like with like nothing, then yeah, you gotta.
Oh, I wanna look like this,
40
bro. I
minutes.
wanna see my face. How can I disable the
That is-
helmet?
For that you gotta kill the Skeletron.
Oh, this is cool as fuck.
Get
Look at
to
me.
killing
I wanna,
bosses,
I
bro.
wanna look like this, bro.
Yeah,
really, you
your
like-
options
This
either
is
don't wear
really
any
triggering
headgear,
me, bro.
Or we gotta progress.
No, I ain't going naked, bro.
The brain, the bee, the skeleton.
Okay,
Even the
boys,
ear claws.
we got a few minutes. Everybody get ready.
Let's go get ready.
Let me
we
drop
go
my
back?
let me drop my shit, and then we go for the crimson boss. Yeah. Actually, let me. Yeah, crimson boss. I don't know his name, like
Crimson
brain
boss.
some shit.
Brain of Cthulhu.
Brain of Cthulhu.
Oh.
Ja, mannen.
Yes.
Rockfish.
Yo, is that good? No, that's just ass.
You just straight
Can you
up doggy
cover
to the
this,
booty.
lava pool, bro? Damn.
Does anyone has a better axe than copper axe? I really appreciate one.
I'm
Bro,
almost at a couple
No,
of hacks.
wait. You do not want to get rid of your copper axe. What you want to do is you want to find an item in the jungle called Staff of Regrowth. Then you combine that with copper axe, and then you get the best axe in the entire game, pre-hard mode.
Nah,
Any boss.
okay, crazy.
And that is exactly what I used to harvest the clay pots. When you use that to harvest the clay pots, it automatically replants them. And then
Does anyone has a better pickaxe than Tungsten, please? I'm stuck at 50% pickaxe power.
I'm
I
also
do
gonna
that.
take
It's
the hacks.
really triggering, bro. Somebody help me out real quick. I'm deleting that right now. 50% pickaxe power is shit. 55. I mean that's better, yeah. Thank you, bro.
hey, read the
5%.
bottom thing. It's a
Yeah,
tier upgrade.
5%.
With tungsten you can't.
Can meteorite? That's cool, yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
Wait, isn't meteorite ranger stuff?
If you could.
It's actually kind of mixed. But
Oh
it's
wait, the
mostly
gun
magic.
is magic, right? The gun.
Yeah, it's magic.
Hello.
There is some stuff you can make
Oh,
like lightsabers, which is
helpful?
all just any or just melee.
Okay, spawn
Maybe
it, bro.
there's use
Spawn
of
it. Spawn it. 3, 2, 1.
You gotta go to the arena. Let me equip my potions. I'm ready.
Oh,
Okay,
no, it's
this-
crimson forest.
Let's get the buff
Need
stuff.
crimson
The buff
for
stations.
The thing.
Yeah.
Okay, bad. Billy, what is this? What the fuck is this?
Yo guys,
what's
everyone, listen up, guys. Listen up. We're gonna make. We need.
Wait, Billy, I'm too strong for that.
Listen up, Billy. We need buff stations in the Crimson Arena.
Bro, bus stations?
Buff, like campfire.
Stars in the battles, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, I have
So,
I have a set.
somebody do that,
somewhere, I'll
please.
go Pick it up.
I'm gonna visit the Crimson already. Need to do some content real quick.
Billy, I'm super weak. I'm gonna like die.
Are you gonna record yourself gooning in the crimson?
Yes.
Gooning to the color red?
Let's go.
Oh, I died.
That's insane, bro.
Where's the Crimson, by the way? Is that?
Wait, you're gonna get diddled by that.
Left.
I think Error already made like an arena for
Oh, yeah,
us,
I
like
see.
It should be already somewhere.
Right there.
I've not been there myself, so I'm not even sure.
Could you guys go, Lars? I got the burger with me, very important.
I'll handle the buff stations,
Never
by the
mind.
way. I have a full set of buff stations placed somewhere. I'm just gonna go pick it up right now.
Appreciate that.
I have
Alright,
a
let's
heart
go
lantern,
to-
star in the bottle,
Let's kill the
campfire,
boss.
and bass statue.
Let's fight.
Let's kill the boss then.
Yeah, bro, brother. We gonna farm this boss, bro.
Yeah, I have both.
We're gonna
I'm
destroy like
ready.
10 orbs right now.
I don't know like what's good or not.
Let's spawn multiple of them. That should be possible. Like just spam.
At the same time? No. Well, maybe. Actually, I have no idea if we're too powerful enough for him. Maybe we will destroy him.
By the way,
Yeah, actually, if you still need a house, here's my old house.
yo, somebody
wanna
bring
do
some
something
bombs, please, to destroy the orb.
We can destroy the orb with any like wooden hammer. It's just like the stone. Yeah, we need. Boom,
Ah,
with
okay,
the
okay.
Stone. Unless people have a molten pickaxe already from Hellstone. Yeah, which you have to do.
Does anyone says molten pickaxe?
I have this.
I have it.
I have a
Me and
golden
Billy have it.
pickaxe.
Yeah, we have the molten pickaxe. Grape?
Easy work.
The hell?
Bro, why do I
Billy,
look like
where are you,
shit,
bro?
bro? This is so annoying.
Like look at other armor and just put it in the vanity slot.
You,
I want
you
a,
want
I,
top hat?
I want a cooler helmet, bro.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, way better, bro. Way better. Huge W. W, bro. W.
Bro's getting glazed up with all the donations from me, from Billy, from everyone.
Fucking.
Yo.
Let's go, man.
I mean, to be honest, we have so many like surplus items that we don't really need. So
Yo, it's here, guys. It's here. Go down. We are missing some guy.
yeah, Maxi did host the server. So
Billy,
Billy, where are you,
Billy, come
bro?
on, bro. Come up, or Ben.
Where?
I wanna fight the boss, bro.
Wait, I'm coming.
Okay.
Should I bring?
Yo, somebody make like buff stations.
What's behind Laos?
Village.
I brought all
Wait,
the
let me do like buffs.
Now we're
What do you
missing a
guys have there
sunflower.
already?
That's just speed boost and.
Ah, bro.
Swarms. That's like nothing, bro. That's so annoying to set up.
Yeah.
You gotta have like 2 dirt blocks with grass on them.
Ah, okay,
That's
yeah.
too annoying.
It's way too
So
difficult, bro.
annoying.
Way too complicated.
I got
It's
I
so
got the
annoying to
best
carry out.
statue.
Stefan, week off.
Wait, hold on. Let me get
I
some.
got the best statue.
Mana regeneration, star in a bottle? Ah, that also exists. That's cool.
Yes, sir.
Why do I have that? I guess for the beginning.
Oh, you already have a best station here.
Like, are we like? We gotta destroy an orb somewhere. Like, where's an orb? It's not gonna spawn from like out of nothing,
That is true.
unless somebody broke the rule and fucking got spawn items and shit.
Alright, I'm coming.
I see. There's 2 orbs down here.
Ah, yeah, here. Okay, somebody give me bombs. I got bombs. I got.
Hey, I can destroy them for you.
Nah, I got this. Wait a second. I'm gonna try something. Careful!
Oh, okay.
Yo, what are we
This is
doing?
about to begin. I'm ready.
Oh,
I'm ready.
I
Let's
can
get ready.
activate. Okay.
I'm gonna zoom out slightly.
Vinny, do you wanna die or some shit? Sure, jump in, bro. Jump in right now. Yes, sir. Boom. Yeah, this shit doesn't work, bro. Destroyed it. You do it. You do it.
By the way, you can make you can bind the bombs with gel. If you have gel on you, you can make them sticky so they don't fall down.
Ah, that's cool. Let me do it right now. No, Vinny, I'm doing it. 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 Look.
I can't find it. Oh, there you go.
Okay, one more bump.
Yeah,
One more bump, and we're ready. One more bump, and we.
I can't.
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
Yeah, not drop a crimson rod.
Yeah,
You
bomb
need
it.
to use a
Bomb it,
hammer,
bomb it.
hammer it, not pick.
Okay. Wait.
Wait.
Don't do it. Wait.
You got snacks.
1 second, bro. Oh, I'm missing some item. It triggers me so much. Why am I missing items in my inventory? Yeah, put I guess. Okay.
no, Maxi, you have a pickaxe and an axe in your hotbar. That's not good. No.
No. I like it. Okay, is everybody... Willy, you do it. I'm going up.
I'll set up my cloud as well.
I don't-
2 clouds.
I don't have a
raining,
bomb. Give me a
good stuff.
bomb.
No, you have to hammer it with this. Hammer.
Holy shit.
Oh, hammer.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
hammer. Okay, I have a hammer.
Okay, go. Pick up the items and then... yeah.
Pressing B.
Press B, everybody.
Ready, let's go.
And kill this.
Oh my days.
Wait, and put the music on for this.
Wait,
Okay.
forgot the potion.
It's already over
Why
half dead.
What? Bro, wow. Okay, we can farm this shit. Let's
Yo,
go.
it heals
Let's go.
so much damage.
Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Yo, there's 4 of them, bro.
There's only one through one.
That was easy as fuck. Noob, bro. Noob.
That was easy, bro.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, open up.
I mean, of course, bro, it's easy. We have like gear past this boss.
Has a chance to create illusions and dodge an attack. Temporarily increases critical chance and melee damage after dodge. This sounds like
That brain
summoning
in a jar.
shit.
Do it again.
I got precise brain of confusion.
Wait, what is this? 1 second before I do anything. Am I immune to fall damage? No, right? No. I need something
You
for
wanna do
that.
another one?
Yodamas, would this work in the housing?
Let's do this.
slot? The
Oh,
brain
a
of-
meteorite landed. With what work? What were you asking?
If I
You guys
put
wanna
brain
do
of
another one?
confusion in the housing,
You put what? Say that again, bro. Your like mic is cutting out.
if I put the precise brain of confusion in the housing slot, is it gonna work or no?
The housing slot?
Vanity.
Yeah, like the.
Oh, vanity.
yeah,
No, of course not. No. Like it will be cosmetic only. None of the effects work in vanity, except for like
Oh,
information items. Like if you put stuff in the vanity, only like items that display the time or like mobs work from vanity. so
Wait,
it's
what?
nothing else.
How exactly does this
Oh.
brain of confusion shit work? It says has a chance to create
I-
illusions and dodge an attack. What is this shit?
It's
What
an
that means
it's
is
an,
if we
equipment.
had PvP on right now and I would swing you, you would ignore the hit and you would go on cooldown until you can do the effect again. It's basically just a dodge and attack one time and then it's on cooldown. And there's also some like confusion stuff where like enemies will like go towards you and if they're confused they will go walk the other way.
Wait,
which
so
is, like-
if we spawn a boss and he hits me, I get 1 free hit, right?
Yes, yeah, basically it's 1 free hit. No matter
You guys
the
wanna do
damage, it
another
can be
one?
just any 1 free hit. Yeah, let's do more for the tissue samples because we're gonna
Yeah,
You guys
some-
wanna do another one?
Yeah, we're gonna do more. Let's go. Let's farm the shit.
I bet.
1.
Somebody destroy some orbs, bro. Where's some orb? Is the orb down here? No. I kinda wanna destroy one as well. Let me destroy one.
support right here.
You wanna destroy one?
Ah, here. I got one. I got one here. Can
Okay.
somebody destroy the blocks here?
Yeah, I'll destroy it for you.
Ah, nice.
Quickly,
Ah, there you go.
my buffs are fading.
Is there anything juicy we can get from the orbs? Let me see real quick. LOL, that's
think
cool as
I-
fuck. Look at that. I got a heart to provide light.
There's one more. Down
That
here,
is
in the
cool
wall.
as fuck. Look at this, Donas.
Yeah.
That's a cool item,
it's,
bro.
it's the ugliest light pad. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It looks so like it's a living heart following
I-
you.
Don't
It's
don't
freaky,
go to
but
my
yeah,
death
I like
blade.
Is
Don't
there
go to
anything?
my death blade. I dropped 15 gold.
Wait, how many did you destroy now? 1 or 2?
Two already destroyed.
Oh, okay. I'm dying, bro. I'm dying.
Wait, there's one left.
Okay, I got the last one down here. Everybody ready?
Oh yes, my buffs are fading away. Please hurry. Hurry. Yeah, let's go. Rah!
Why is it spawning down here, bro? What is that?
Making a lot of damage.
Okay, let's
Pull
go.
him up, pull him up, pull him up.
Put him up, bro.
Melt this bitch. Melt him.
Yo, me deals so much damage, bro.
Wait, hold on. I'm actually tanking pretty good. I have 36 armor and also a lot of health.
Ow!
Ow.
Yeah, baby.
Yo, that was
Ooh, hell yeah.
And again, bro. And again. And again.
Again?
Yeah,
Have
yeah.
enough orbs?
I don't know, like, let's
Yeah, I
see.
got the confusion again.
Let me heal up.
Oh, we can also fight other bosses, by the way. I have a spawner for the next boss on me right now.
Fuck, there's
Ready
no
to
orb
farm.
here. That should be it for this arena.
Oh, let's do the P also. If you
Yes,
have
sir.
people.
I have
You guys
8
wanna-
bee spawners on me, right? Breaking now, ready for it.
You guys
let's
wanna
do
do the wait.
Alright,
Isn't
that's
it
it
dungeon
for
boss?
that's it for the wait, where's the trophy?
We should have gotten
I have a
multiple.
trophy. I have one trophy.
Yeah, somebody plays it. Where's the trophy house, by the way?
I have a trophy house in my house.
Okay,
trophy.
Yeah, we have a
also plan
trophy
on making
house.
my own as well. So we probably have multiple people making separate trophy rooms.
Okay,
So, yeah,
okay.
you can just farm the bosses multiple times. For like so many people can
Yep.
have trophies. Plus-
biddy, collect them in your house, bro.
Yeah, I think this is
I
like a
do
special, like
place it here.
the place where where all the gold was on the floor. That's basically the trophy area.
I mean,
Really sounds pretty.
in our house, basically, like,
Yeah, in you guys' house.
yeah.
There's 4 people living there now, I guess.
Ah, here. Is this
I
a
mean,
trophy
yeah,
shit?
that's what a castle is for, I guess.
Look! Number 3 boss down! Progress, bro, progress.
Joey, hold it. Put it in. Come on.
Let's open the loot bags and let's see what we get. Shit, bro!
Jelly beans.
Another thing of
Alright, let me
that.
get rid of this.
Someone's a spider brain.
There we go.
Let me see.
Let's. Oh.
Should we do the other bosses? Or should
I like this more. Sure.
Really, I have 99 tissue sample,
I have 84, dude.
365 crimson ore. Holy shit.
Hey, what can we do with tissue sample? Wait, bro,
That's how
there's
you get
meteor.
hellstone. That's how you get hellstone.
Mm-hmm.
I already have hellstone.
Yeah, because someone just thought a way out to go around the rules.
Yeah, somebody explain me what happened, like, what do you mean go around the rules? There's
Well,
nothing like...
It's technically not around. It's like
It's not a
technically
rule,
not
like-
around the rules.
You basically go to the hell and farm. That's not, like, against the rules at
You
all,
have
like...
to. Normally, the idea is you get hellstone by farming the, like after the brain of confusion boss, like brain of Cthulhu. But you technically can get like a few tissue samples from killing his minions without actually killing the boss. So you
Ah.
can get the materials from the boss without technically killing the boss.
Yeah, who cares? Okay.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, teleport to me for the next boss.
Can I sell all my crimson ore? I get 36 gold. Holy shit. It's quite a lot on selling though, so.
Okay, where is Thanos?
Oh, don't sell it. Yo,
Yeah,
find
actually-
the find the meteor, bro.
Thanos, where you at, bro?
Oh, found it. I
Under
found
my
it. I found the
house,
meteor.
kinda.
Ah, there. Oh, you did fucking parable thing down there.
Billy, come to me and then get.
Yeah, I can't
a
get
lot
to
of
you, bro,
meteor,
like... I'm not a magician.
Oh, wait, do
I
you
don't
not
have
have a wormhole potion?
I ain't a magician, bro. I don't have a... wormhole potion.
That's crazy.
Where are you?
At the meteor area.
Where's the meteor?
I have some wormhole potions. You can have one.
On me.
What the hell is this?
That'd be nice, bro.
It's meteorite, bro.
Okay, how do I drop my
You can get, like,
items to Nerby
good armor.
chests? Quick stack.
Wait, is meteor is this good?
Quick set new best chest is there.
It is. Wait. Oh my days.
I mean,
died.
yeah,
Don't
but
get my
what
gold,
about the
don't
other
get my gold.
items? I guess manually, right?
Are you first?
Yeah, then we need to do that anyway.
Yeah, first time manually.
The potion.
Yummer.
And I'll
Thank
still
you,
get my
bro.
gold. Don't get my
Didn't
gold.
2-drop a meteorite?
I have 18 gold.
Yeah, there's 2 meteors, by the way. We need to find both of them. There's one here.
Okay, you got my gold.
Okay, should I teleport to you, Thanos?
If you want some
You,
meteorites...
you got the buff stations?
Yeah, I already placed them down at the arena.
Okay. Nah, I wanna go to the meteorite first. Wait, where's that?
I don't think
Oh,
I can
then
mine
us?
it right now.
Can you give me my
Thanks for the
gold,
axe.
please?
What's this you
18
drop?
gold.
Wait.
18.
How much?
18.
18, okay, yeah, I see. I see. Okay.
Thank you, brother.
I'm gonna...
Where's the water
What's this
bottle?
used for?
Guys.
What?
Where's the water bottle?
Oh,
Oh,
I found the other meteor. It's at the ocean. Oh, what the hell is happening here?
Thank
Who
you.
did this?
Yes,
What
I
is
wanna
this
check
setup?
how to make wormhole potions. It's a
I
rage.
think those are specular fish, right?
Yeah. Specular fish, blink road. Specular fish, blink road. Specular fish, blink road. Wow, one specular fish. Crazy, brother. Crazy. Were you rich, bro?
Really, I don't
Dig-
what
fishing in
use
them
for
caves.
meteorites.
Just making lightsabers, making them look cool like Star Wars and shit. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we got the blink group out. We don't have specular fish, bro.
Who's at the meteorite right now?
That's fucked up. Yo, Billy.
No.
Do you have
So-
specular fish at base?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Fish?
We should have some fish.
Wait, what?
I don't know if we have
Yeah,
specular
let me
fish.
see, let me see.
Check the chest fish. The fish chest.
Ah, yes, fish. Crazy! One more specular fish. Yes, sir.
Ah,
Nice.
lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. Okay, that's 2 more warm potions. Why not? Better than nothing, bro. Sometimes you have to appreciate the small things, bro. Like, for real.
All, bro. Billy, mind this all, by the way, because you need it all.
Let's see.
All of it?
Yeah.
Why did I go back? What about here? Boom!
Really?
Hell yeah, bro!
Alright, let me check what can I make. Okay, for sure.
Guess here.
Yeah, I'm super low, bro. Fuck.
Bum, bada bum, 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 bum.
Oh, you can make a rainbow lightsaber. That's new.
Billy, where are you?
No, pink. That's also new. Lol.
I'm at the guide. I'm trying to see what can I make.
Oh, wait, actually,
Oh,
there is
yeah,
something
yeah,
for rangers for with meteorite. There's just one downside, that is very expensive ammo.
It's
I have
magic,
205
bro.
meteorite. It's quite a lot.
Actually, there is something for rangers from meteorite stuff, but
Wait, really?
they might not like the ammo. Yeah, something called a star cannon.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Oh,
It's
I have a lot of.
Very powerful,
I have a lot
but
of stars.
very
You
expensive,
need,
brother.
like, multiples
expensive?
of thousands of stars to like keep that thing running.
Yeah, a bit too
consistently.
expensive for me,
I
bro.
have a
Bit
lot
too
of
expensive for me right now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Maybe like in
Maybe like save it for like the Wall of Flesh or something, you know?
Yeah.
Collect enough
Crazy thing
stars.
is, I can afford it.
Bruno, Cannon Cage
me-
brought me some luck donuts. Thank you.
Okay, I need meteorite bar. Let me make that right now.
Yes. Okay, Meteora. Let's go.
8 meteorite bars. Let's see.
Yo, leave some Meteora for me, bro.
There's not much left.
What do you mean? I haven't even arrived, bro.
Barely anything
Yeah,
left.
I just arrived and most of it is already mined.
Hey, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, there were
both
two of them,
positions.
by
Like-
the way. There was one in the jungle and one on the ocean.
Yeah, and both are nearly gone.
Both are
Fucking
gone.
tryhards, bro.
Bro, everyone just immediately just
Yeah,
sucked it
like
up
for
already.
real.
No, I can probably give you some of mine because I don't think I plan on using it with my meteor.
Yo, is Space Gun any good?
It's
Full damage.
nah, not really, but it's decent. Especially if you have
Valuable
default.
field mount.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna put on push to
Bro,
talk so I
fill
don't
out.
like speak in a group
Meteor.
all the time.
Meteor.
Jay, are you still there? My friend?
Or you can make fucking...
There's basically nothing left. There's one fucking
Yeah.
block over there. Nah, that's...
That's crazy. Wait, where is you, Maxi?
Yo, this crafting shit is
I
dumb,
want
bro.
one meteorite. One!
Or-
To check out the NPC what I can do. Thank you.
Yo, should I make Star Crash?
Oh, lightsaber?
18 summon damage. Meteorites fall on primed enemies hit by summons. Should I do it?
I'm making that.
Shit, I don't know, man.
I'm making that.
That's gonna be your
Make it what?
primary melee item.
I am... no, not the lightsaber, bro. I am making the
Oh,
fucking star cannon, brother. It's time to go
Ooh.
all in!
Damn, okay.
Let's go. Where's that shit?
Please.
You need the mini shark to remember.
Ah, the mini shark. What?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a-
What
I got
trader?
it.
What trader is that?
Meteor staff?
The gun guy. He's in the ice biome. Last time I checked.
Oh, no, I can't make it. Bro.
Oh, here. Hello.
Bro, is Star crashing? again?
Got the shit. Chat. We are cooking. We are
Okay,
cooking some powerful weapon. Boom! Holy shit. Shoot fallen stars, yes. Oh, it's expensive as
Someone
fuck.
has meteorite bars over. I could also need some. I only have 9.
Danas, do you
Oh,
want
yeah,
the
nothing.
meteorite bias back, Danas, or can I give it to Laz?
You can give it to Lydia. I just donated it to you. You can give it as trust.
Lias, come.
Like, I don't plan on
I
using
give
it
I
too
guess
much
some
myself.
to you. I have 68, I think.
Also, whenever you guys are ready for the next boss, I'm gonna be waiting in the next arena.
Wait, let me do a search.
Okay, let's see.
Because the brain is cool and all, but this boss might actually give me something I want. Like, for real now.
That's crazy item, bro. Star cannon. Okay, where's the ammo? Do we have any stars?
Maxi, can you hover over that star cannon for me?
Yeah. It's material. Wait a second.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. I just had to make sure it wasn't modded. That's a vanilla upgrade. That's crazy.
Wait.
That,
Halo
Yes.
bar. Oh yeah, that's like a hard mod, right?
yep. That is crazy.
Terraria.
That's early hard mode as well, though, so it's not like super far away.
Let me see. Yo, Billy, you guys need fallen stars? Do we require them for some shit?
No, I'm not good.
I'm gonna grind fallen stars like later on.
For what?
I have the star because I have the star cannon. I made it.
Ah,
too.
yeah, you're
I'm
also
gonna
right.
go-
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
First. Oh,
I'm. Yeah, Danas, I'm coming. I'm ready for the queen bee. Yeah, why not? Let's go.
Bet.
Queen bee chat.
Wait, hold on.
Queen bee chat.
Whenever you're all ready.
Wait, hold on, give me a second.
I wanna try out my my gun so bad.
Wait, how do you get down there? Where's the entrance?
Don't you have a teleport?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
I just
I
teleported.
will. Wait, Maxi, come here.
Okay, let me check out this place first. Boom,
Let you
boom,
do the
boom,
honors.
boom.
Whenever you're ready.
Let me pull some nice song up and then we go. I'm ready.
Alright, do the honors.
Where?
Drop the on item. Lucky man.
Okay. Everybody here? Billy!
Wait, let me summon the
Everybody
cloud.
ready?
Oh, cloud is here.
Wait, I'm not there, man. Hold on.
Billy, hurry up! I already
Wait,
drank my
don't start
potion.
yet, don't start yet.
Hopefully this will also be as easy, but I'm not sure. But I'm hoping so.
Okay, are you ready, Billy?
I think it's gonna be easy. I'm gonna lie. Alright, I'm ready.
Where's
Yeah,
the
but
honey?
it's
We got no honey buff? That's crazy. Okay.
You could technically dip your
Alright.
toes in, like very quickly here. For
Yeah,
like 30
like-
seconds above. For like that extra regeneration.
Okay, okay, 3, 2, 1. Press B.
Correct. Just did.
I'm missing all my shots.
You know what? Boom! Bro, you.
Stars, that's crazy.
We rich as fuck, Billy. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Only have 80 bullets. I'm down to 40.
Teletubbies gang versus Queen Bee. Yo, what are those arrows? They're lit as
Ow.
fuck.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Billy, you died.
Yo, I took him to the moon, bro. What am I doing? Wait, let me wear the better armor.
I'm out of bullets.
I'm gonna use the OP armor one.
Ow.
Ooh, she targeting me now. Never mind.
No, I run out of wormhole potions.
Away.
Like left of my base, there's like a sky island platform. Under that is the path to get here.
Okay.
Yeah, you just gotta go up left from the greenhouse. Like error made some sky island fishing area. You gotta
Mm-hmm.
go under that. Definitely not dying as fast as the brain. I think that's just because she has so much more
All my
mobility.
days.
But you said the Sky Arena has the Oh yeah,
Ah!
I see. Alright, coming down.
Lios. Oh no.
Wait, hold on, I'm coming down.
Fuck you, dude! Oh, that gun, bro.
Let me hurry up.
It's so hard to hit her with this fucking demon staff. Mostly just hoping the cloud does a lot of damage. She's always going back and forth through it.
Wait, I'm gonna go dip my
Just
toes
reset
at
it,
the
actually.
honey.
I'm back.
Come on,
Yo.
boys. Only 1,000 more.
Come on, spam it, spam it, spam it, spam it, spam it. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Go, boys. Let's go.
GG's, let's go.
Oh hell
Oh
yeah, I
my
stole
God.
the Queen Relic. Another relic for
There's another one! Watch out! There's another one!
Yo, what the fuck, guys? I'm one hit.
What the fuck?
Let's kill him.
I'm so evil.
Bro, Danas, I'm one hit, bro.
Just hold on, I'll take the aggro. Just heal, just heal.
It's fine. We got this.
Go into the honey and stand still. Like, standing still boosts regeneration. She's not focusing on me, where is she?
Yeah, if you're low, go to the honey area. But
Bro,
just
take
be
his focus,
careful.
take his focus, take his focus. Hey, what's up,
Take the
bro?
focus.
You good?
Yeah, I should use.
Oh, healing is fast in here, damn.
Yeah, and like regeneration goes up faster and faster the longer you stand still. Like it's not constant. It goes up and up and up, and as soon as you move, it slows down.
Nice. Stop focusing on me, bro!
Why is it coming here?
Oh, he's on Lions. He's on Lions.
Why is he?
Poor lies. She just randomly killed him out of nowhere. That's crazy.
Ow.
On of arrows. Time for this guy.
Oh, I'm super low.
Boom,
Oh,
boom, 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 boom.
Wait, can I make it back in time? Really, do we have any wormhole potions in the base?
I don't think so.
Ah, shit. I need to farm some more. Wait, can you make it?
Yeah, you need the
Yeah, you
specular fish,
can.
which you get from caverns, and some other
Oh.
materials as well. Specular fish is usually the trickiest one to
I
get.
took the last fish, Billy. You have to
I think I need a
like,
fish for
refarm
that.
it.
Like a specific fish.
Wait, Maxi, what's that the fish that we needed for the wormhole?
Specular fish, and I took it.
Oh,
And there's also some flour
use
you
it.
need as well, I forget which one.
okay.
We can fish more.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Wait, he's gonna die before I can come back. No.
Nice!
It's down.
Let's go.
Wait, let me see. I think it's not gonna give me my.
Wait, hold on.
Are you
Oh,
joking? I
I
did
got
not
so
get
much
it again.
items.
Because I died, so I don't know.
What did I
if I'm
get?
rewarded.
Ooh, I got the bow.
Does anyone have a
it's
spare
so
bee
bad.
gun that they don't need?
I didn't get it. I have the bow.
Yo, 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 yo,
Yeah, I
yo!
didn't get.
I have
didn't
two
get
of the bow as
I
well,
didn't
if,
get-
anyway, if any ranger wants
Yeah,
the bow.
I have bow and sword.
Ah, my
I
bow
got
is
B gun,
better.
I don't need B gun.
Oh, doesn't I both need that? I think.
Yeah, me and Lars
But
need the
lucky-
bee
And
gun.
I got beekeeper, melee damage.
That's actually good.
And hive pack, I don't
I got
need
the
any
sword.
of this stuff.
Billy, you
Yeah, I
want the
also got
sword,
other stuff
Billy?
that I don't need.
Wait, does
I need
anyone
the
have
gun.
a range item?
Yeah,
I
Where
have
did
the
you
range
buy-
item, yeah.
Oh, I didn't get. Oh, that's mine.
Wait, why am I getting...
Here's the range item. I gave it to you.
I mean... Yeah.
Watch out! There's another one! Watch out!
It's Resin and Molten Bow, bro. It's crazy.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, this guy. Who is this guy? What
Wait,
is
throw
he
the
doing?
grenades. Throw the grenades. Throw the grenades at him. At her.
Oh, look at the bees! Yeah, the bees are amazing. I love the bees. The bee equipment is so fucking fun. I can't.
Wait, does
Let's
anyone
use it.
want hive pack or B gun?
I want a bee gun.
Okay, come
Yeah,
here.
me and Lyos want the big one. Give the first one to him.
B
I'm trying
gun
to get another one.
and hive pack. Equip this shit.
Yeah, I have 5 packs.
We all want
Okay.
the B gun, bro.
Yeah, you can keep it
Yo.
on. I don't need that.
Yes, bee gun. Yeah.
Bee gun is so fun. 'Cause it also has homing, and homing is so fun.
Oh, okay. Wait, is
Look at
that
the bees, bro.
Yeah.
I feel like the rangers are very underdeveloped class in Terraria. It sucks. Magic is definitely number one.
Do not say that on Reddit, bro. People are gonna hate you for that. I think Ranger is like the most popular, actually.
Yeah, look, this boss has nothing for ranger basically.
Whoa!
You got the bow
the
already.
bow is weaker than a molten bow.
No, you need to use wood and arrows, and you will create special arrows. It's a specialty bow.
Ah, okay.
Bro, Maxi, you gotta read what the bow does. Not judge it too soon.
Just look at the damage and then I'm done.
But yeah, the damage is like just like you did with the harpoon gun. You look at that harpoon gun in my chest and you thought it was good, bro. It's the most shit item in the
Billy, you're
game.
gonna die.
Damage is not everything. Most of the time, it's like nothing. It is something. It's something, but yeah, it's a lot more to weapons than just the damage.
Oh no, I'm low again.
Okay, Danas, you say rangers like the most developed class, right?
I wouldn't say developed.
Then name me one item that's like crazy cool.
Yo, I should probably not use the queen. I mean, the slime. Huh?
The thing is, I don't really play. I guess sniper rifle is something people love.
Okay.
Minis. I remember actually the first time I ever played Terraria, like seriously, I was ranger actually, and I was using the mini shark, and I had so much fun with that.
Can somebody take his attention, please? I need to heal. Thank you. Why is it on me?
Bro, the bee just does not like to listen. It just can sense whoever is low and it wants to bully them. That's crazy.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
But I think usually the bee is mostly though for summoner because the bee armor
Oh, I
is
died. Oh,
summon damage.
I have
Like, you
37 gold. Don't take my gold, please. Okay, who got my gold?
I think I picked it up. Can you give it to you later?
Okay.
Ah, I'm stuck. Why am I stuck?
Oh, I'm dead. Now I don't have to go anymore.
Yippee yippee yay!
20 gold. I'm about to drop 20 gold. Whose 20 gold is it? I don't know. Whose it is.
I dropped
I dropped 20 gold.
gold.
There's 20 gold, which is not mine somewhere.
I got another hive pack and another bee gun.
I got the big gun. Oh, I'm happy. Wait, what kind of big gun? Is it mythical, not mythical?
Normal, nothing.
Normal.
Oh, I got the bee gun as well.
Let's fucking go.
The witch doctor has arrived.
Yo,
Okay, out of wormhole potions.
destroy the gravestones.
W, boys. W.
Where's the entrance to that place? Down there?
The
Ooh,
what?
I got them all.
Upstairs.
How do I get down there to the... yeah, my treasure bag
Just
is still there.
left of my base, like this, you will encounter like a cloud area.
Really?
Go directly down there.
Okay.
It's like if you go to the jungle pylon, left of the greenhouse, travel a bit left, you can go to like you will see a cloud made by someone, and yeah, that's where you go down, down.
I got the mount. Let's go. This is
Yeah,
a
the
W, bro.
mount is like flying basically.
Yo, Willy Billy, get the trophy in the house.
Oh yeah, let me add the trophy real quick.
Look at the beekeeper melee damage. Billy, you want that?
The what?
Beekeeper sword. 34 melee damage. Summons killer bees.
I have a legendary beekeeper.
Oh, nice.
me
If
see
you guys
it.
don't need a beekeeper, I would like one because I would actually like to upgrade my melee sword because I've been using this one for so long.
I have one. Come, Danas.
Thank you. And I'm also probably gonna focus on bees. I'm gonna use the hive pack to. Wait, where's Maxi?
And I got another...
I'm hanging
Oh,
here.
you're right here, bro. I'm blind. I didn't see you, bro. You're in the ceiling. I was like, huh, where is he? Where is he directly above me?
First, here.
Thank you. I will combine it with the hive pack to create even stronger bees. Yeah, blade of grass, get out of here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we need more chests. Brother.
I might change this one. I might,
Ah, wait,
we
wooden
might,
arrows turn into a column of bees. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna equip the hive pack. It's nice.
Yep, the hive pack buffs all of that, which is so good.
Ah, this is shit. Like dodge one attack. Yeah. Wait, temporary increases critical chance and minion damage. Oh.
I can fly now.
Nah. Boom.
How high can I fly though? Oh, not much.
Chat, which bow should I use? This or this? Or both? They both have something cool. Like,
Actually, you really, really need to learn how to use shift to breaking blocks in trees. Then you don't need to have the pickaxe and axe in your hotbar. Then you can also just have more weapons, you know? You can
nah.
have multiple weapons.
Um,
Saying nice, crazy, bro.
dann das
you need to
Molten Fury.
evolve.
Wolf, ja. Molten Fury or Beast Knees, dann das.
See, if you fully spec into bees, I think bees can be better. But just on their own, I think Molten Fury is better. But like, if you use the hive pack, you use other like stinger necklaces, you can make the bees stronger. But like, you have to do more effort to make the bees good. But like, whereas Molten Fury is like lower effort, easier to be good. You know?
Yeah.
I got the Unreal though.
Do we have some type of trash can here in the house?
What do you mean trash can? That's your inventory. Like, there's a trash can in
Oh,
inventory.
yes.
Yeah, the
Or
inventory.
actually, instead of deleting stuff, I would probably actually no graves. Yeah, you can just delete them.
Bro, you want graves? Like, you can have more graves if you want them.
Technically, there is a reason to keep them because, like, if you buy stuff from NPCs in a graveyard biome, they sell exclusive items. Actually, like the ranger, you can buy a very like special shotgun from the gun guy if he is in a graveyard biome.
Ah, here's the block chest. I was looking for that.
Hive pack, armored hive pack. So many hive packs. I only need one hive pack. Thank you. Sell these. Keep one of these. Bee grenades. Probably never in my life gonna use that.
Pax, we might make this your room, the chest room, and then we're gonna change the location of the chest room.
Yeah, like, what room? For what do I need a room? Like, I just need chests. That's
Like
it.
for your personal stuff, and then your like your bed.
Ah.
You can like spawn.
Yeah, if you wanna spawn in the castle whenever you die.
That'd be nice,
Yeah.
yeah. Random items.
Oh, life form analyzer, bro. Oh, there's a celestial one, by the way. I don't know what that is, but it's something.
Oh, 39 gold. I gotta put it in a piggy bank, bro.
Pet.
I'm rich.
Yeah, I dropped the 37 gold somewhere. I don't know where that was.
Wait, didn't Elias
fine.
grab that?
I tried then after that.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know where I have my gold from.
know.
Like,
I don't know.
maybe
bro.
a viewer watched my
I
stream.
picked up someone's gold and I dropped 20 gold in the arena because I heard it was someone's. I heard someone drop 20 gold, so I dropped it in the.
Yeah, I guess it's gonna like somebody ate that shit.
It's fine.
Like if a mob
Yeah.
picks it up, that mob does like permanently stay alive until it's killed. Like if a mob picked it up, you can still go kill it and get it. Oh my god, the new sound when you enchant and you get the best enchantment. Oh my god, it's gonna do things to me. That is an insanely beautiful sound. I cannot lie. Oh, that's like an extremely rare pet. I'm pretty sure.
Trash can chest, Billy. We were just talking about that.
That's on W. Hell yeah, you're a rare ass pet. I'll start flexing on everyone. Where's the fucking merchant? I want to see what he has.
Steak. Gel.
Analyzer. Do I have that already?
Alright, let's get some wood and then we continue to Wall of Flesh. Let's go.
Bro, nah, you great.
Let's go.
Crazy,
Let's
bro.
go. Now we can do Golem. Let's do Golem.
Yeah. Going from the bee to killing golem. That's crazy. Crazy
So.
work. I don't need this.
Let's make a billion of that. So. Need wood.
Legendary beekeeper, that's actually crazy. I'm using beekeeper as well.
Need
Because I'm gonna
wood.
be using the
Need
hive
wood.
pack for my bee gun. Beekeeper is gonna be a nice like backup weapon. What was I gonna do? Why am I so stupid? Right, I wanna take that with me. I wanna go there.
Someone could read.
Is that Pepsi what is that you're drinking, Max? Is that Pepsi?
Bro, that's
I have a
that's
Pepsi.
energy, bro.
Energy, bro. I saw
Energy
the blue
drink.
bottle, it looked like Pepsi, bro. Now I want Pepsi. I'm gonna be right back. I need to drink one.
Energy drink. Jay, can you hear the music in chat? In stream? Or is it too quiet?
Oh my god, 80% upset.
Jay, hello? Hello?
Right, I'm back. Back with some Pepsi because Maxi made me think of it. And I started craving it.
Bro, you got Pepsi in stock, bro.
Oh yeah, of course. If I don't have Pepsi and I think about Pepsi and I can't drink Pepsi, I will get headaches. That's
What?
good. I have a Pepsi addiction. Like I will like if I get actual withdrawal symptoms if I don't get Pepsi. I'm cooked, bro.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
You gotta get the thanks.
They got me hooked on it, bro. Like big time, permanent customer essentially. Yeah, watch out for soda. She was just like actually straight up addicting.
Aren't you not like diabetic or something?
Am I what?
Diabetic?
Oh, I know now. Other
I
than that, I'm
am-
completely normal. I don't got no diabetes.
What?
Like I specifically drink the Pepsi Max, which is 0 sugar. I don't know if that helps or not, but yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they have actually got no sugar or whatever.
There's like some fucking sugar alternatives out there that's probably even worse than sugar.
Oh,
to
you
be
got
honest.
you guys found a shimmer?
Oh yeah. I have shimmer. If you come to me, I found the shimmer.
What can you do with the shimmer?
Wait, I think you
I
picked
feel like
up
you
my
can
item.
do
You
like a
picked
lot
up
of
my
stuff.
item. Well, you picked up my item.
Oh.
Oh, thank you.
My fault.
If you put a life crystal in here, you will get like permanent buffs and stuff.
Oh, you found a shimmer already? That's
Yes, sir. I found the shimmer yesterday evening. I was so tired that I forgot about
Nice.
it. And I checked my
Wait.
map today. I'm like, oh.
Jay, are you there?
is mine at the
Yes.
shimmer right now, so I know where it is.
Wake up, Jay!
What can you drop here, by the way?
The life crystal, like mana crystals, any fruit. There's so many things. There's probably even, like
Fruit?
brand new things with the 1.4.5 update as well.
Nah, bro.
Oh, and also it can uncraft things. So what I'm doing right now is I'm creating an accessory until I get the perfect enchantment on it, and then uncrafting it whenever I don't. Instead of spending money at the Goblin Tinkerer, I just recraft the item until I can get the enchantment I want on it. And you can do that with like weapons as well.
Okay.
So basically,
What?
I'm throwing in
Damage,
this
bro.
accessory until I get wording on it, and like I'm recrafting it.
I live! Yo, I need that.
Why am I addicted to Terraria? If you actually log in, you get
Can you
addicted.
kill
Very
the name?
dangerous.
Yeah, bro. Terraria is just a special game.
Yo, bro, did you kill the nymph?
I did not know. I'm just throwing in my
Oh,
stinger necklace in
bro.
here.
I feel
When
it.
mobs go in here, they either go invisible or they turn into rainbow slimes or failings.
Really? Bro.
Wait, since when is it like
There,
you can't see the price of something? Is it always like that? You have to actually.
You have to be at a trader. Like you need to be in a shop to see.
Damn,
the price.
bro.
dude, at nymph spawn, that was like really rare. And it's so hard to... I was looking for it like for 2 days now.
How come there's no stone at spawn?
I'm like, these enemies. They're fucking invisible as well, bro. Fuck out of here. Invisible bats now.
Hmm.
That shit, do I have... I do have that.
Wait, I think he's under here.
I guess
Could
this
be,
then.
yeah. I think they go invisible. I don't think they actually disappear, so they're just invisible.
Look,
Archon
look.
slingshot.
Yeah,
Cool. That's new.
Your slime is fighting it.
It's a new item.
Oh yeah,
I
he's
can't-
fighting something for sure. Oh yeah, it
I
has a
can't
lot of
reach it,
health, so
though.
it might be them still. Stinger
That's the
necklace
nymph.
now.
That's probably the nymph. But I can't
Okay.
shoot or anything. No, I'm gonna go down.
Okay, Jay, since you are back, I think, is the music loud enough? Or is like voice chat too loud? Like, is audio good or bad?
Audio Technica.
I'm a technician, brother.
Interpret, bro. Give me wording.
I'm audio technician. Why is everybody at the pilot? What am I missing out, bro? Why am I alone here? Hello?
I'm at the shimmer. You know what shimmer is?
Yeah, and I'm
Wait, why are you there? Wait. Why? Yo, yeah, brother. We got the shimmer, bro?
We found the shimmer.
Bro!
I got the medal.
Don't make me
Got the
mad,
medal
bro.
detected. Finally.
Come, Maxi, come.
Yeah, first I need to make some arrows real quick.
Like, also grab like a stuff you wanna shimmer.
Where's the
like,
fucking workbench
fruits,
in the base?
stars.
We have everything but a workbench. Is that a workbench? Is that a mushroom workbench? It is. Should be enough for now. Okay, I'm coming. Where's the shimmer? How do I get there?
It's somewhere near me. Everyone left, so I don't know where exactly it is.
What do you mean everybody left? Thanos,
Guys,
come
just
back!
Follow me. I'm at the ocean pylon. Follow me.
I'm at base.
Yeah, it's at a pylon.
What's the
It's
shimmer?
ocean
I don't know
pylon.
what the shimmer is, bro!
I found the shimmer.
Don't
It's
ask
at
me,
the-
Billy!
it's
Go
at
to
the place.
Lanas!
Come here, I'm at the shimmer. If you have one more version.
Come! What do you mean? Now you know what it is? Focus up, Billy, bro. Focus up.
I'm waiting
is
if you wanna
happening?
follow my hand so you can know how to get to it.
Where's Thanos?
Ocean pylon.
Okay, right side map. Let's go.
Follow me,
Okay, I got the
gentlemen.
Ambrosia and Arcane Crystal.
Jay, is the audio good or bad? I need feedback.
Bro, who is Jay?
My friend!
No, I'm just trolling. Bro.
I think she's watching my live stream, apparently.
Right here is a hole, is a Zima hole. I want to set up a portal or something to go down here eventually, but yeah, it's just recently found, so it's kind of scuffed.
Ow! Why do I get fall damage? What is this?
Now. Oh my god, that heart looks so nasty. I'm just looking at it like open and close the veins on it. That looks so freaky. 3 summon.
Hallelujah.
Is that all like from like armor or like what? How do you get 3 summons, bro? That's crazy. With a frog army. Same. One is from armor, one is from.
Okay, where's the shimmer? I'm here.
How do you have a
Equipable.
hard mode item?
16 gold, yes.
Oh, it's from the witch doctor. You're right. Yeah. The witch doctor sells that, right? I thought that was a hard mode item, bro. Yeah, I never play summons. I have no idea. Pygmy necklace. Okay. I didn't know you could get that pre-hard mode. Oh, well, I have like no slots for it. That's okay. I wonder if there's an item you can throw in the shimmer to get like an increased summon.
Is this a mushroom biome? This looks cool as fuck.
This is a glowing moss biome, yeah, and it ended up being combined with the.
Whoa, yeah. Alright, so, yeah, I've been, many times. Let me try something. Yo, Dana's move. I'm trying to throw stuff in there.
Wait, move.
Yo, guys, please move.
Guys, please move. I'm trying to pick up my thing.
Yo! I can't drop stuff in there if you keep picking up my stars.
Wait, okay,
Give me my star back.
Wait, how many? Wait, yeah, there it is. I'm trying to craft Try to craft my cheese. Cheese the crafting, wait, what? I'll do
Okay,
it.
stars don't work. What works?
Life crystal, like mana crystal, fruit. Those are like the top 3.
Let me try this.
Lucky, no, not lucky. Bone sword.
Does anyone has a life crystal?
Not on me, no.
I'm not
Hmm.
even on full health.
Quick
Hmm.
Willy!
Okay. Let me drop it for you.
Ah!
Thank you. Interesting.
Brother, what
Give me
is this
water.
shit, bro? What is this?
I'm gonna make a entrance for you guys.
Yo, found a chest. Ooh.
Careful, that's
Okay.
trap by the way. Careful, careful, that's trap.
What do you mean trap? Eh?
The chest was trapped.
Ah.
The trap chest.
Okay, I need
Gotta raise,
Okay, Danas, what should I get from home? What items?
life crystal, mana crystal.
Life
Any
crystal.
fruit.
Any fruit. Okay.
Yeah.
I still need a life
Those are the
crystal.
3 I can think of. There are so many more, but like those are like the top 3 that you can do immediately. I can think of.
Life crystal, fruit. We don't have any fruit, right? Is this a fruit?
I have some fruits. I can give you some
Okay, I take one.
at my house. I'm gonna grab one.
There's like, you can get like permanent stuff from it, basically.
Mhm.
Is mushroom fruit?
Here's a
Hmm.
fruit.
It's a healing item. It like
I
restores
gave you
health.
one.
Ah, thank you. Okay, that's number 1. Okay, now I'm gonna craft 1 mana crystal. Boom. Do you want one as well, Ayas?
Already have the upgrade.
Okay.
I only need the health upgrade, health crystal upgrade.
Yeah, I need the health crystal.
Yeah, we don't have any.
Okay, let me look at my base. Lias, what are you doing here? Hello?
If you have multiple just lying around, I would ask if I can have one.
It's my base.
I would ask. The
Brother,
actual owners
knock
not to rent-
at the door
renting.
before you step in.
It's
That's
not your house.
crazy
You're just
coming from
renting.
you. Knock at the door when he always just, alright, I live here now, walking in.
Okay, where's that shit?
Crazy.
Here's fruits.
Ooh, actually, I can do this.
Lias, you can't just take... This is me,
I'm not
Willy, and
taking
Billy,
anything.
like...
I'm just looking. I'm not taking anything without asking.
Okay, yeah. You can look, that's okay. Yeah, we don't have any life crystals. We're absolutely fucked.
Then that means we're mine.
Yeah. Okay, let's go
Let's
mine.
jungle because I need some jungle spores as well.
Come on.
Yo, Willy.
Up.
Can I grab some where is it? Do we even have? Yeah, can I grab some stones for arrows?
Sure, bro. I think we have a lot of stones.
Yeah, we have like 3,000. I'm grabbing like a few hundred. That should be enough.
Yeah, feel free, bro.
Wooden arrows, baby.
Okay, but of course we are out of wood. Wood is the major problem. It's everywhere but nowhere at the same time. It's so fucked up, bro. Every single game. Wood. Wood should be free in every
Just
game.
wait till we start playing Valheim again.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's gonna be...
So, where's my wood? Here.
Oh yeah, one thing with the shimmer which makes it super useful. If you're trying to get like enchantments like warding, for example, on your accessories, and it's a crafted accessory, you can uncraft them with the shimmer and then recraft the item to try and get, you know, better enchantments without having to pay the Reforge again. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm uncrafting my shoes and recrafting them. So I can hopefully get the warding on them without having to spend 5 platinum upgrading this stuff. Also works on weapons. If it's like a crafted weapon.
So. Okay, we fought Eye of Cthulhu. Dude, I haven't even fought King Slime. We have to fight King Slime.
Weren't you
We
there?
need a portal.
No,
here, bro.
I wasn't there. Really annoyed.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, we gotta kill slime. Sure. Next in progression though. Skeletron. Oh boy.
Yeah, we
Get
definitely.
my bat. Oh, I love the bees. I love the bees so much. The bees are so fucking nice. And the eye.
Yeah, somebody lead their way to the shimmer again. Wait, is it this? Lias died 30 seconds ago?
Der var
Nice.
så som en dungeon.
You have it on
I
the
know
map.
that's somewhere else.
Like you already went there, so it should be white on the map. Like you went there. It's on the right side.
Just teleport to all the way
Ah,
to
okay, okay,
the
okay.
first cave.
Yeah. Bro, I wanna hit hard mode, bro. I need portals.
Portals are not hard mode. They're pre-hard mode.
Huh? Make him.
They used to be hard mode. We need to kill Skeletron, so yeah, that's why Skeletron is such a big deal to kill. He unlocks so much good progress.
I'm not gonna waste Varma potions right now. Let me just walk there. The fucking death. The hole in the sand, bro.
Yes, yes.
Oh, it looks like a fucking bug, bro. Fucking chunk bug.
Glowdarur.
Yeah. I wonder who did that, bro. Like,
Yes, indeed.
no.
What's a mystery? that
Oh
will
no,
never be solved?
I fell down.
Yeah, that's like the annoying thing about Shimmer. Gotta be careful around it. Oh my god. Leave me be. Brisk, go. Bro, give me warning.
Wait, is this a temple?
This is a temple, yeah. I've never looted it, so I have actually no idea if it's unlooted, but I would be very surprised if it's unlooted.
Elias, yeah, I'm here. If you wanna mine together.
I'm right now below the shimmer.
Okay, I'm coming. We need like 2 hard Chris's.
Well, I need more because I'm not max health.
Yeah, but like 1 right now for the shimmer.
Yeah.
I found 1. I'm good.
Okay.
Damn,
That easy.
it was right there. Look, I found 2. Liars, come.
Ah, nice.
Yep. It just spawned. Streamer luck.
Bro, it's that
Streamer luck.
red cardinal I gave you, I swear.
Yep.
The lucky charm.
And this guy
what
dropped a Warmon potion. Yes, this is absolute streamer luck right there. Here. Boom.
Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Yo, Elias, can you let me a platinum coin real quick?
I don't have a platinum coin on me.
That's
I
good.
will give
have-
it back to you on day 20.
Hey, 20.
I feel like I wouldn't get it back on day 20.
Okay, let me throw this in real quick. Yes, sir. Look at that.
Let me do mine real quick.
So, bro's never getting it back. Permanent boost life regeneration. Boom. And this one. Yo, move please.
Okay, I'm listening. You do it first.
Let me zoom in for this.
Oh, yeah, I'm playing Helloism then.
And fruit. Oh, good stuff. This is good. Oh, wait. Permanently increases mining and building speed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I'm done. Your turn.
Okay.
Chat, if you enjoy the stream, drop a follow.
I can sadly only unfollow.
Same thing to Liar's chat viewers.
Yep. How do
Um,
I get to the other side without falling in there?
follow or you fall into Shimmer and never get out of it.
How to get to the other side? You do this. Like if you look what I'm doing very closely, this is a very advanced strategy. But like if you practice hard enough, you can do it too.
You can throw a gravestone in here? Let me try something nice for science.
I'm such a troll. You need you can use a potion called water walking potion.
Oh
or
my
you
god,
can
I
use
just-
shoes. Water walking shoes.
I had to jump in.
Hand rare.
I think I have the potion of that in my house, but not here, and I don't feel like getting it. I'm just gonna try to
If
fly over it.
if you do enough fishing and you get like fish in the ocean, you can get ocean crates, and those have a chance of dropping water walking boots, and you can
Where?
eventually combine them with your regular boots, like get the ultimate boots, combine everything that lets you just walk on water, lava, fly, everything.
I have never done fishing in this game.
You know what, valid, yeah, it's not people's favorite activity for sure.
Ah. Okay. What's the max health you can get?
400, I think?
400. Then I need 2 more. Come on, I'm gonna do that right now. I love this biome, bro.
Yeah. Oh, also, I remember from the trailer, there was a pylon in this biome. I think if you set up a villager house here, you can set up a pylon that should just teleport here.
Yes, you can. I just saw it on the wiki.
We don't even have a cavern pylon. We have a mushroom pylon in the caves. So we could set up a cavern pylon here as well.
Hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
No, you can drop like any pylons inside it, and then it will turn into an aether pylon. Then you can make.
Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. I had no idea how you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just saw it on the wiki. I'm reading the
I see,
wiki
I
right
see.
now. I'm trying to see like.
Am I happy with my equipment? Yes. Not really. Not really. No.
Actually, you should
Yes,
do what I'm doing
yes.
right now with whatever you can.
Hmm?
Like, you can do it at least with the shoes. You can throw something in the shimmer that you crafted to uncraft it, and then you can recraft it to try and get a better enchantment on it. So, for example, the shoes, you can throw them in the shimmer, get the old shoes back, remake them, and try to get like warding, for example, or menacing. It's a bit try hard. It's a bit sweaty. It can be like very gambling, but I think it's worth it. Because
I mean, it definitely is, yeah.
Like I already spent more than
Just
5 platinum on the goblin thing.
too lazy to do that right now.
I'm so angry. That's fair.
Hard crystal number 1.
Oh, you
Let's
played
go.
perfect on my shoe, I think. Nothing else.
Yo, can somebody tell me what these things are? I'm very wondering, what is this?
That's a crimson altar. That's a crafting table.
What can I do there? Like,
It's usually for creating boss summon items.
okay.
Man, come on, give me warding. I want the defense.
Another hard crystal. Let's go.
I just want something that's not melee speed.
Yeah, it can be.
I
At
want
least we're
full
not spending
damage.
money on this gambling. Like with the Goblin Tinker, when you spend like so much money and you never get the thing you want, it's so annoying. With this, at least you're not spending money, just time.
Oh no, one of my shoes is stuck.
$400 health, let's go,
I got
chat.
it.
Max out health.
W.
No. Another hard crystal, I'm gonna get it.
Let me make a. Let me buy a pylon, so you guys can
Elias, I max health?
teleport in.
No, I'm at 240.
Okay. You should definitely try to get hard crystals, like get max health.
Just
You can basically double your health, like. Very, very,
Walking on the edge
very, very
after
important.
I recraft my shoes.
Especially for noobs.
I mean, if you have a lot of health and you have a lot of warding accessories, like a lot of armor, that makes armor even more powerful because then you're armoring more health, which is
Yeah,
super
definitely,
great.
like... Let me go home, actually. I'm done here. Do you want hard crystallize? Then come spawn.
A moment. And I'll recraft my stuff real quick and I'm coming.
Yeah, let me get that gel back. I got that from
Oh,
Billy's
how many
chest.
times?
Thank you.
Here, my brother.
Thank you.
Let's see what I can do with all this equipment. Am I stuck in this one?
Wild.
Yes. This is stuck. What about this? Shield, I don't know. What about this?
Alright, we got the pylon, bro.
Red balloon. How do I get a red balloon?
Sky Islands, but good luck finding one that's not looted by error. or fish. You can fish in the sky as well. You know, yeah, fishing is the answer to everything. If you think, how do I get this? Fishing is like 99% of the time and the answer.
Yeah.
Bro, menacing, I want damage, I want protection, I want to survive. I want survivability game, please.
Can I bring back the gel to base?
Okay. What is life fruit? by
Very
the way?
important stuff.
It's like life crystals, but it grows in the jungle. Did you find one or what? Wait, is Billy, can Billy hear me? Is he in the voice chat?
Yo, chat, let me move my camera up so you can see in-game chat. There you go.
I tried talking to Billy, he's not. Oh, wait, he is here, he's just muted. Yep. Should I trade the life crystal to life fruit? I can shimmer. Now you can throw life fruit in the shimmer to get a permanent buff, like if you have a life fruit. You have life fruit? Oh, Willie,
Oh.
Willie,
I
man,
got
thank you.
it.
I thought I could trade life crystals for life fruit in shimmer. Nah, you cannot do that. Like you turn one life crystal into like a permanent upgrade, but it's not repeatable. After that, like throwing life crystals in the shimmer does nothing.
Oh my
Life fruit
god.
is something we find naturally later on in the game. It's basically, you know how like when you start the game, you can get to 400 health max in pre-hard mode. In hard mode, you can then go up to an extra 100, like 500 health total later on.
Wait,
With
watch
life
this.
fruit, but that's, yeah, we gotta kill a specific boss. That's post-loon
wait,
mod,
and
my guy.
Yeah, figured. So it didn't work.
Yeah, some shimmer, some features from the shimmer are like locked till you kill bosses.
Uh-huh.
I just need one more. One more. Life crystal, I mean. Bro, how many times am I gonna have to recraft
Yo,
this
Willy.
silly little band of regeneration?
Sup?
Oh,
Do we need the red balloon and the egglet?
I don't know. What is that?
Like... Some equipment stuff, is it? Equipment. Look my stream, look my stream, look my stream.
Let me check your stream.
Like
No,
you...
you can take it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can take that. Yeah.
Someone's Biffo the raccoon, what is this shit? Nah.
pets.
Pet fawn, what's that? Don't even see it. Hey.
I think you have the thing hidden, like your pets. Oh wait, no, you don't. No.
Lol. Yeah, I take that, why not? That's cool. That's funny.
This last accessory is just not being nice to me. How did you create marble?
Marble.
Did you
I
create that
dropped
somehow?
the granite. I dropped the granite.
Oh, and granite turn. Okay. Oh, it just goes back and forth. Lame. Oh, I thought it was like an infinite renewable way of marble, because marble is like a limited quantity block in the world. Thought you just found a way to get infinite of it. That would have been nice. Because it's a very cool building block. They're kind of rare.
We'll find a...
It is
What's
time.
that?
Wait, no, it's not time.
Is it time? What time is it?
I need that shit. Anklet of the Wind. Where do I find that?
It's a jungle, underground jungle. Or fishing in the jungle.
I lose
Figure out where you
flight.
find it.
I mean, yeah, I need the lightning boots, so yeah, I need Anklet of the Wind. Spectral boots. I got that. Anklet, okay. Oh, wait, where do I find it again? Anklet of the Wind?
Jungle, underground jungle. I think Error was also looking for it for like super long. I wonder if you found it or not.
Underground jungle, okay. Like in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
But there's two, I think there's actually 3 types of chests in the jungle. The ones in the houses, it's not those. Those have regular chest loot. Then there's the ones like inside the giant trees on the ground. Those can have them. And then there's also these little, tiny little, like boxes that have a chest inside of them. Like that are made out of, I think, like platinum blocks or like gold blocks.
Yeah, I tried to get one. Do you need one as well, bro?
No, I got one already.
Where do I craft that?
I'm pretty sure I did not even find. Oh no, yeah, I did find mine. I did find mine. But if you do not find one, it's fishing in the jungle. That also gets you one. Yep, fishing is the answer to everything, man.
Tinker's Workshop, where's that?
The goblin
Go fishing, I
trader
gotta-
sells it. Like
gotta
if you go
do
to
my
the
Don't we have
mushroom
that?
pylon, there is one place there next to the guy that you bought the shoes from. And you can also buy it from him if you want to have one in your base.
Do we have
I'm pretty
Tinkerer Workshop, Willy?
Yeah, I was about to
Yes,
say they
we do.
probably have it in the
Okay,
castle.
there we go.
Oh, finally I got the warding. Yeah. I'm a tanky ass motherfucker now.
Were you going tank, Danas?
Nah, I'm going primary.
You
damage.
should, like, full tank melee.
Full
We
tank.
we need some type of tank, like, we're weak.
That's just not my kind of play style.
Ah, here. Nice. Oh, plus
I
4
do like
percent.
having some defense because like I do like to be able to survive.
What is this? What is this? Ah.
It's me, Waluigi.
And I got the Axe of Regrowth.
Negate fall damage. Ow! Lucky horseshoe. Euros, anyone has a lucky horseshoe? Lucky horseshoe,
Oh.
lucky horseshoe.
Horseshoe.
Where do I find lucky horseshoe, Danas?
This. Wait,
Isn't
can you
that-
craft? I think you can craft or it's either crafting or I don't know. I think crafting it is modded. I think in vanilla it's Sky Island loot.
Oh man, why is everything Sky Island? That's like so limited even.
There's so few per world.
Like if you play co-op, bro, Sky Island, it's like scuff, bro. You're very
Yeah,
limited.
basically, it's fishing is mandatory if you're
No.
playing multiplayer.
Let me save this for later. Oh wait, no, I grabbed that. Ah, it's okay. Like, check out what Lias is doing.
I'm
Ah.
going to Shema again.
For what now?
I need to continue recrafting my boots. They're
Ah,
still at
yes.
speed.
Should probably do the same, but gonna take ages. I do it one try. I give it one try because one movement speed is shit. Anything is better, basically. Let's see. I give it one try.
Got
Make sure
melee
you
speed.
bring what's it called, the Tinker's Workshop with you, because I took mine back home with me.
Yeah, then please take one. I don't have one.
Wait, why would I need that Tinker's Workshop? I just throw it in the shimmer, the boots.
That just
Yes, but then you need to
them.
craft them again.
Ah, yeah, I mean, Billy has one, like.
Oh, I didn't see that we have a pylon here. I just walked here.
Does the pylon work?
Here's a pylon at
No,
the.
there needs
shimmer.
to be villagers near it. There need to be 2 villagers
Ah,
so we
okay.
need to build housing next to it. And put like 2 pet slimes or something, and then it will work.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Does anyone know where Error live?
Does Error even have a house? I don't know. Maybe he's homeless. He has built some stuff. He's definitely been building and grinding like crazy, but I don't actually know if he made like a proper house for himself. So I'm not seeing it. I know Ice is like working on like a giant frozen castle. Billy Willy made the one on the right side of the jungle. I'm gonna eventually build something like a greenhouse overgrown type stuff. Maxi is, just an Airbnb renter. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Okay, that actually go, bro. Airbnb rental.
Baby.
That's just how some people choose to live. It is what it is.
It's also rent free, actually. Yeah, very cool.
Rent-free Airbnb.
And I
Oh wait,
have
no,
just
that's
my
actually
little storage.
20 gold a month.
Otherwise, I
bro.
live in a spawn.
That's 20 gold a week.
So I just throw the boots in, right?
Yes, and then you craft them again, and you hope that you craft it with a, enchantment. Because whenever you craft an item, there's a chance you get a good enchantment.
Ah, okay. Yo, get a Tinker Workshop down here, Lars.
Why didn't you bring one on? We were up there.
Oh my
upstairs right now.
god!
I told you bring one. I don't have one.
Ah, okay, I get one. Let me grief Billy. 1 second, BRB. Lars, wait, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna drop that.
I mean, yeah, if you take one down, obviously, then I'm gonna do it. Then you don't have to walk, like. Smart, bro, smart. Where's the Tinker Workshop? Is this Tinker Workshop?
Yes, that is a Tinker's Workshop.
Billy?
Yeah, it is.
I'll bring it back, bro, I'll bring it back.
Okay.
I mean, you can do the same, basically, if you need better enchantment. I'm coming, bro.
Also, like one tip though, you might only want to do it at like final upgrades, because like imagine spending hours like upgrading your shoes like this, but then just losing that enchantment whenever you craft the next upgrade of shoes. So you want to make sure you have like the anklet and whatever else you need.
You spend hours and hours
that is right.
upgrading your gear just to upgrade it.
Probably doesn't make
Just
sense.
to like lose the upgrade when you craft the next like tier of shoes. Would be unfortunate. Unless you plan to stick with what you currently have for a long time. If you plan on upgrading, yeah, you might want to wait for the shimmer strat.
Probably don't plan on fishing, so I don't know if I'm upgrading.
Yeah, if you're not planning on upgrading, then it can be a good idea. Some like defense or some damage, whatever you want to go through. Oh, speaking
So
of
Danas,
fishing, it's a new day.
Yeah, what's a good thing to like get in fishing?
What's a good thing to?
Ah, you know what? Lars, are you in the shimmer place?
Yeah.
Okay, go safe,
What did
please.
you ask,
I'm
really?
teleporting.
Fishing.
Bro, please, one person at a time. What was Willie saying? I can't.
Like, what's a good thing to grind in fishing?
That's a good thing to grind. Honestly, just like, I guess the crates would be the best thing for just like raw money.
Let's go!
You can sell the.
Uh-huh.
You can like if you get duplicate items that you no longer need, like accessories from crates, you can just sell them for money. It's mainly just money.
Yo, can you build something so we don't fall through every time?
I don't think you can without. Then you control.
It sucks, bro. It sucks. Now you can, bro. Like,
So I need to fall through.
Yeah, main thing for fishing is money, and also depending on what biome you fish in, you get like different kind of fish, and a lot of fish are used in like advanced potions. Like armored cavefish, you can make endurance potions, which like reduce the damage you take. You fish in the crimson, you get like damage increasing fish, stuff like that.
Yeah, how'd you make that fishing? Like the rod you have.
That's a quest reward. The golden fishing rod is a quest reward.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Ah!
I think it's a guaranteed drop after like a not a specific number of quests.
Okay.
You can also get like full like fishing armor, fishing accessories that just like make you super OP, but you can just fish one.
Yeah,
like,
I have the vest now.
Okay, I'm happy with this.
I just need the
hell yeah,
boots.
hell
Ah! I hate this shield, bro. I try to tap to like go slow, bro. Like pixel per pixel. Nah, this is so shit. This is why I'm never using that.
yeah. You know what Vanilla needs to bring into the game, which isn't modded? They need to make it so you can make it into a hotkey. Because oh my god, in Calamity you can bind it to a button, so it's not double click. You press a button to dash, and that's just like makes so much more sense.
That'd be nice, bro.
I was actually so sad when I started playing on Vanilla again, and I realized it's not a Vanilla feature. Cause like I've got so used to it in Calamity, because like dashing is basically mandatory in Calamity. Very fast speed. Yeah. But in Vanilla, yeah, double clicking can be pain.
Let's go! Woo! So. Ja. Does this work? Okay.
doing?
Yeah. Well,
I gave you obsidian.
Obsidian is geil.
Oh yeah, it's uncrafting. Yeah, the primary feature of the shimmer, like without special items, is uncrafting. It's like turning, anything into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got +4 defense. This is... I accept it right now. I'm not gonna go back there, bro. I'm not going back there. Actually, what do you need to craft? What do you need to craft obsidian skull? What bench?
I think it's a furnace. I'm not sure. Furnace, I think. Furnace or anvil. But I'm not sure. Yeah, for some reason it's not a tinkerer's workshop, which is so strange.
Oh, we have an Aether pylon. I didn't. Oh my god.
It's not usable.
It's not usable.
There's no
There needs
NPCs
to
down
be
there.
NPCs down there.
Ah, shit. Can somebody get some NPCs down there, please?
Who wanna do it? Anybody wanna do it?
Yeah, like somebody with the knowledge.
To make 2 NPC houses down there. No?
Yeah, Danas, you do, please.
Me? Wait, near that pylon. Wait. What happened at the forest pylon? Or is there not NPCs there? I can't teleport to spawn.
I didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything either.
But it's lying, I can see them on the map.
And I just used it to teleport to the jungle.
There are not enough villagers living near that pylon to access it. What? Okay, at least the cave pylon works. Strange.
Okay. I saw the workbench. It's not a house anymore.
Right, it's not a... Right, bro.
So.
You should have just like...
Just saw the
Crap,
workbench, bro.
Workbench is only wood, bro. You could have just chopped down a new one. You couldn't chop down 1 tree. That's crazy. Bro, one of the rules of the server to not get banned is no trolling, bro. And what are you doing? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Come on, give me plus 4 damage, please.
They're going for damage? That's crazy. But I respect it.
Wait, what do you go for?
I always go for warding, defense. I always
Ah.
important to stay alive. Because the less I die, the
I
more
got
damage
a-
I can do overall.
I go
Like,
I
damage.
got a
Insta
water
killed.
walking boots. Who wants it?
I got spare water walking boots? That's crazy. That's a crazy offer. I would not say no to that, but how would they got one?
Water.
It was very useful.
If I did not have water walking boots, I would not be letting that go. If I got that offer. I'm just saying. That's a crazy thing. to
Okay,
offer.
I take it, Viddy. I take it, Viddy.
Okay, I'll give it to you. Hold on. I'm at the edge of the. Do you have the magic conch?
I have nothing.
Nothing.
The bats are so annoying down here. I can't.
To the other bats.
Hey, where do they come from?
Wall of Cthulhu is crazy.
Ah,
Wall of Cthulhu.
really?
Wall of Cthulhu.
Uh,
The wall of lies. Wall of Cthulhu.
Yeah, clip that, bro.
Fuck you, noob.
No, bro, but you gotta do Skeletron first, and all the other bosses. Wait, maybe all the other bosses. I mean, what's the other one? Deerclops. Deerclops and Skelly Boy. I usually do Deerclops after Skeletron because he's just annoying. He is like unusually difficult for some reason. Last time I fought him though, I don't know what it is nowadays.
Why does it go off the rope? Oh, this game is so bad.
Well, actually, he's just getting absolutely trolled by Terraria.
This game is made so bad. The rope has one purpose, and the fall of it.
You have to hold up, not just jump on it without doing anything.
Nothing crazy.
Nothing. I'm dying, hello? Oh, chill. Oh my god, what in the graveyard biome?
Oh my god. Well done.
Steak.
Yummy.
I'm gonna go get my energy drink.
Why is this taking ages?
It's very random. It can either be super quickly if you get what you want, or it can take forever if you like.
Yo, Maxi, here you go.
Thank you, bro.
Which never stopped.
You want an inner tube as well?
That
You
is
can let
the
you like
thing.
float
Yeah. Yeah.
in water.
Oh, I'm here again.
Oh yeah, the water walking shoes. You can just walk on the shimmer with that, by the way, so you don't have to fall in. You don't have to
Yeah.
do the rope thing.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah.
Let me drop it for you.
Oh, movement speed again. I can't, man. Oh, bro. Nothing. Yo, since when do shimmer slimes shoot?
I think it might be just invisible enemies shooting you. Because the enemies in the shimmer go invisible or turn into slimes. One or the other.
No, it's reflecting my bullets. That's crazy.
It's your own bullets. Insanity.
Chat. How long is this gonna
Yo,
take?
video. What's our Tinker workshop, whatever it's called?
It got taken by Maxi.
Got taken by Maxi, yeah.
Yeah, give me a
Max,
second.
Bro, are you gonna leave her or no? Are you gonna leave her or no?
I live at the I live at the swimmer place now. Thanks for the ticker workshop.
Bro.
Crazy.
Nah, bro, you're getting it back, bro. Let me just finish this shit up.
Okay, well, I'll take the pilot now.
Why is my obsidian underground now? What happened?
Bro, this game just knows.
This is so fucked up, bro.
My goodness.
Billy, I'm not griefing you, bro.
Wait, I can't even go to the pylon down there. Gee.
Yeah, there's no villager that is in my pylon.
Yeah.
Someone set up a.
Thanos, how do I get down to your
I already,
basement? It's like
I already
one
made a pylon, bro. I
How
already
do you
made a
get down to
pylon.
my
You
what?
just need to add
to
a
like
villager.
your Tinker workshop.
You need to turn into a rat.
Oh, that's what you have there.
Yeah, so
I
you can.
see.
Yeah, it's a one white tunnel. You go through and then boop.
I have it. Bro. Let me go get it. Let me go and get it. I found it to be kind of useless, but now I just realized it's for like becoming one block wide and tall. So let's see.
Alter, ey. Ich habe langsam echt keinen Bock mehr, ey. Es ist richtig scheiße hier, was hier gerade passiert. 80.000 Mal mache ich hier die scheiß 2 Defense, Digga. Ich bin doch kein Noob, Alter. Ich brauch Damage, Mann. Damage!
You know something?
Yeah, bro,
When you started speaking enchanting table.
Yeah, bro. Me too. See, guy.
Scheißdreck, Alter, ey. Gar keinen Bock mehr, ey. Ja, +1 Defense, Digga. Steckt dir sonst für einen, Digga. Meine Güte, ey.
What? Wait, did you just say the N-word?
Digga!
I keep that shit, bro. Max, you're gonna get cancelled, bro. I'm sorry.
Ja, for saying Digga.
Wait, what?
It's a German word, you noob.
Digga?
Digga.
Digga.
Maxi, can you please just return the Tinker?
Yes, wait! I tried to do something.
Wait, I please use the one that already is in the. Let's get there. Maxi, you fucking thief! Wait,
Ey, Digga, ich brauch 4 Damage und nicht 2 Movement Speed. Es reicht langsam.
bro, really? It took away my 4 defense once I upgraded the.
Schon wieder 2 Damage, Alter.
Bro, I gotta
Schon wieder 2 Damage. Wie oft denn noch, Mann?
Okay, reforge.
Billy, give me 5 minutes, bro. Give me 5 minutes and then I'm there.
Hit me. Alright, let's see.
I'm like, I'm really mad.
He is
That's
losing his shit.
Very bad am I?
The hell?
Ah.
Wait, let me upgrade this. You can't upgrade armor? The fuck?
Yeah, no, armor just, yeah, it cannot be enchanted.
Thanos, come shimmer area, build 2 NPC house, please.
Me?
Yeah, come.
Oh, fine.
Come.
Fine, I'll do it, fine. I'm too,
Yo,
low-key
does
kinda
anyone
lazy.
have a spare aglet?
Let me see.
Because they are really easy to get, but I'm just lazy to.
I
Okay.
do not.
Because I gotta get the pufferfish stew and shit.
Ey, warum ist das so ein random
I
ass
got a
Zombie,
full,
Alter?
It's aglet. I think aglet is like from brown chests, is it not, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, it's super easy to get, but I don't know. Other stuff.
Thing is, I'm pretty sure every single like brown chest is already looted in this world.
Yeah, that's the thing. I gotta go fish then. Of course.
I gotta go build a house. Okay, we'll build a house.
Classical solution.
Alter, Mann,
Go
Alter.
fish.
Alter, ey. Alter, Junge, ey. Diggi, ey. Digga. Ey!
Bro, didn't bounce.
I came all this way!
Oh my god, bro. Nah. No.
Thanos, you better make the NPC houses or I'm about to delete this whole Terraria.
Oh my goodness.
I have the power, brother. Build the fucking house now.
Oh, I'm just thinking about the. Okay, actually, I don't need to think about the blocks at all. You just do some like random placeholder stuff, and maybe in the future we can make it designers. Okay. Do I need anything else? I think it's just this for valid housing.
Move your ass, brother.
Wait. Before I do, wait, I need to check if there's a fishing quest. Just you know. Okay, there's no fishing quest. Okay. I will
Bro,
look around,
despawned. Das kann sein, ich meine, ja, das ist echt.
Also we need to know what NPCs are not occupied at the moment.
I
I
need
think I
better
will just take some
summons, bro.
slimes,
These
some
drugs
pet
are-
slimes.
Tutorial guy? Oh wait, no, he's
We
like.
probably want him at spawns just to like.
Did you actually repair the workbench? No?
Me? Oh, I did not know. I don't know.
Okay, then it's just
Yo, be right.
still deactivated.
Oh yeah, also, anyone who needs meteorites, have another one just landed somewhere in the world.
Liar, since you are already at spawn, build a workbench, please. So the pylon works again.
I hope there's good somewhere in chest. I don't have any.
And make the NPC tutorial guy move in.
Okay, I gotta figure out how that works because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
haven't anything with NPCs.
Yeah.
And first I got.
Learn by
first I
doing.
gotta get some material.
My god, the molten pickaxe is actually so slow. Bro, I got used to the
Guarding
bone pickaxe, which has like extra speed.
Shit.
Feels weird using slow pickaxe now.
Why are there no trees here? Ah, here's some.
I just picked up 20 obsidian. I guess this is for me now.
It's fine.
Okay, I dropped it back at the place.
Yeah.
I'm starting to. Okay, the pylon is here. Now I just gotta build the houses. Let's see.
So.
Bro, why can't I build this?
First try. Let's go. Okay, this is done. This is done. This is done. I mean, yeah, you can't craft it, so no. No. Okay. Boom.
It has to be craftable items.
Okay, how do I make NPCs
Yeah.
move somewhere?
Escape and then top right housing.
Yo, Billy, what are you doing?
I'm fishing.
No, next to your inventory
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Yeah, housing there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but did you have an
And now you click the
Well, yeah.
tutorial guy and left click inside the house. Yeah.
Billy, I need a.
Okay,
I
it
need
should
a
be
magnet.
done.
Nice.
That works.
You gotta
Okay.
upgrade my-
Anklet.
Billy, I'm getting your stuff back. The Tinkerer.
please do.
1 second.
Where's the angler?
It's from the forest biome. I needed to make the lightning boots.
I don't know. I don't think I do.
Okay, let me go to base and then
Did you steal the
Nice.
anvil as well?
Yo,
Yeah?
do you have a pufferfish?
I stole many stuff. Like I stole workbench, I stole
fish?
anvil,
And the forge, I think?
the
I
forge.
do. I do.
Okay, I guess I was gonna move to Billy as well because I don't have any
can I have-
crafting station that are not from spawn.
Spawn got griefed. Spawn got
I'm at
griefed,
the
brother.
ocean. Teleport to me.
No, you're not moving in, Elias.
Give me the pufferfish once you're.
That was my
Okay,
crafting
I
stuff over there.
think,
I don't have any can craft-
Shimmer
can
Pylon
craft
works now.
anymore.
I just tested. Shimmer Pylon officially works, everybody. You can teleport to the Shimmer.
Nice.
Tinkerer workshop and water bottle officially back in our home.
Nice.
Either pilot.
So. Elias hier.
I'm actually, by the way, your obsidian is still here.
I can just place it back easy. I don't need that obsidian anymore. I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Joja Cola, the fuck?
I just found some Joja Cola just like that. That's crazy. Crazy work.
I might trigger Donald's Pepsi addiction, bro.
Don't worry, I got a glass here. Actually, it's almost empty. Might have to go for a refill.
By mentioning
Like
the
right as you said it, bro. I took a sip. I'm not gonna lie.
crazy. Wait, so how did your Pepsi addiction start?
It's a long ass story, bro. I've been addicted to soda for like multiple years. Just started there with this Mountain Dew. Then there was like a Mountain Dew shortage in my country, so I had to find an alternative. I tried Pepsi, and I was like, okay, this is not bad, not that bad. And yeah, just drinking
got a
like 2
golden
liters of
crate.
Pepsi every single day.
Soda addiction, bro. It's hard. Yeah, I've had a golden crate before. It wasn't that crazy.
It's
Wait,
not
by the
good,
way,
bro.
Donald,
I'm
you
not
can
gonna
sell the
masturbate.
crate, right?
I recommend opening the golden crates can give you a lot of money, and you can also get like items that you can sell for even more money. I would not just sell the
Wait, can
crate.
you sell the crates also?
Well, I didn't get any.
You can probably. I think like overall, like if you have multiple golden crates, like you would get more money in the long run by opening them than to just sell them. I don't
What about
actually
selling-
know that. I just
What
think
was
so.
selling? What's it called? Wooden
The wooden crate.
crates.
Oh, I'm not alright. I can't go down there. It's absolutely insane.
This is a rat cave. Gotta be a rat like me. I'm a rat in Tarkov and I'm a rat in Terraria.
Hä?
What was I doing? Molten pig is right. I want to enchant this.
Wait, I just realized. The wooden chest is supposed to imitate the wooden. The wooden crate is supposed to imitate the wooden chest you get from Biome.
Uh-huh.
As if
Yeah.
you get the golden crate, it's like the golden chest you find around.
True, actually, yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, fishing is like a way to get like stuff you can get without fishing, just another way. Like, cause like some stuff like Sky Islands, there's a very limited amount of Sky Island loot in the world. You can get Sky Island crates to basically get an infinite amount of any biome loot. Like yeah, every biome has its own chest.
That's a
Is
good
there
biome
anything?
to,
Is there anything
grab
good in the
fishing.
sky lakes anyways? Like,
Okay.
My favorite thing are the wings, because like as some of you may have noticed, I have like wings whenever I jump around. They're not super good, but like I just think they're aesthetically pleasing. They look nice, and they increase
the
your
angel
flying
wings,
time.
right? Like the angel wings looking.
They're called fledgling wings, but yeah, whatever I have, yeah, usually they're white, like transparent kind of way. So I just
It's a good
have a
biome to
black
grind
color on them.
fishing.
Yeah, let me do that.
It's a good biome.
Where's the sky lake?
Like every like depends on what kind of loot you want. Like every single biome has a different biome crates. Like if you want biome specific loot, you go to that biome.
Yep.
If you're just looking for golden crates, Like if just raw golden crate loot, then I guess 4 is the biome because it has no specific crate biome, like crate loot.
Also, you
Indeed.
can shimmer. You can shimmer the
Can you give me really?
the
Can you
loot,
give me
the
the?
wooden crate.
Can you give me the fucking fish?
There you go.
Where do I get bait?
Bro, you are the best.
8. If you break just background rocks, like if you're walking around and you break rocks and grass,
Really, I'm going
there's a
to
chance you
upgrade
spawn a
the-
worm or like grasshoppers. And you
Let's
gotta catch them with
go!
the bug net.
Okay.
Wait, I don't know where to upgrade it.
And also, if you do fishing quests, you oftentimes get like bait as a reward. And oftentimes, when you open like crates, like if you get crates from fishing, they oftentimes have good bait inside of them, like journeyman bait or. master bait.
Danas,
Yeah.
Hey,
can I throw the sheet of Cthulhu? Can I throw that in Shimmer? No, right?
No, it's I don't think that does anything. Like you can try for the science, maybe like
Okay.
1.4.5 added like something new, but like I think it will just fall in and just disappear. Like not do anything.
I need to think.
Where's Tundra? Does the Tundra even have water? Then someone like destroy it?
Let's see.
Yeah,
Little.
I just destroyed the. Oh wait, okay. Oh, someone made a new pond. Nice. Holy grapes.
Yeah, Billy, I got you, bro. I got you.
Alright, bet.
Here.
Let's go.
Here.
Yeah. It's back.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. You took it without my consent.
What's up, Billy? What are you doing, bro?
Buddha, I'm upgrading.
Yeah, bro, you have to place back the Tinker Workshop up here.
Yeah, here. Bro,
Yo,
this,
where's the
this
Tinker
actually-
Workshop?
Billy stole it. He placed it.
Yeah, I stole it. Yeah.
Billy and Willy. Let's go on an adventure.
Billy and
I am here too.
Where are we going?
armor.
Bro, I don't know where to go, bro.
Wait, Buddha.
Skeletron maybe? Pause champ. Wait for the nighttime for a Skeletron.
I'm going to upgrade.
Yeah, let's fight Skeletron, bro.
Can we do it? Is he?
Wait, let me try this. Lol.
Wait, isn't he in the desert biome?
Oh, I accidentally
He's in a dungeon.
switched for
He's the
loadouts.
old man. Like when it's nighttime, you need
Oh.
to talk to the old man, and it'll. Oh, we need to
Oh, I see,
actually.
I
We need to create an arena. That's probably what I'm gonna do.
Bro,
I'm actually gonna make an arena right now.
Water for-
Okay,
I-
pause, everybody. Everybody's speaking together. One person at a time. What is the progress? I have Cthulhu, King Slime, Brain,
We
Cream Bee. What's after that? What's after Cream Bee? Okay.
Skeletron. Skelleboy.
What about
So weird
Golem?
having
Isn't
so
that
few bosses.
also pre-hard mode?
Bro, what the?
I think it's
What is
hard
bro
mode.
saying?
Wait, isn't it?
No, it's like late hard mode. It's like almost end of the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Brotherman Gucci. Was? Okay,
Yo, what am I
was
doing?
doing?
I need the tsunami in the bottom, not the ocean.
All right.
Yo, do we not have tsunami in the bottom? We only have cloud. Oh my days.
Wait, surely you have tsunami in a bottle. I have like 10 trillion of them. Wait, I had, but I just keep selling them. Wait.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, I think I sold all of them actually. Yeah. Because I get so many tsunamis in a bottle from fishing. I just always sell them.
Shit. Let's see. Equipment. What?
Oh, golden crate. Dude, I got
Still?
I got the enchanted sword. Yo,
Nice.
isn't that rare? The enchanted sword.
Enchanted short. Oh yeah, that is rare.
Well, Dennis, you are smart as fuck,
That
by the
is-
way. It's not griefable.
That is
Traveling merchant.
You have to be a rat.
Gotta be a rat.
Fuck, bro. I
Oh,
wanna
yeah, I like
grief
this
so bad.
It's in your own rules, no trolling, and you're the one that trolls the most.
No, no, just kidding,
That's
bro.
crazy, by the way.
No, just
In
kidding.
the official rules of the server, no trolling,
Just
and he's
kidding.
the one that trolls the most.
Whoa, what about Deer Clubs? What about him?
I usually do him always after Skeletron because he is annoyingly difficult to me. He's technically like a side boss. He doesn't really give anything. Like he's like a what's he called? He's from another video game. He's like a collaboration event. Oh, you know what? Also, we haven't done the army, the fucking mini game where you place a crystal and two portals. Someone you have to protect it.
Let's go.
Like the event. We haven't done that. Do we even have that guy? Has he appeared at all?
You done us? Cook something up, bro. I wanna progress. Cook
Yeah, I'm
something
gonna
up.
go work on the arena for Skeletron. That's my current objective. Because I'm making a
Okay,
a
my
better arena.
objective, potions. Let's go.
Yeah, get potions for the boys. For the people that need. It's so nice to just dash into a slime and it only deals 1 damage to you. Oh my god. And as soon as we kill a wall of flesh, that's immediately gonna go away and we're gonna get insta-killed by everything, bro. And you want to do that today? Nah. No, that's insane.
We are
That's
using the
insanity.
brain of confusion.
Wait, Water Flash? Wait, Water Flash is after Declops then, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, probably, yeah. We see how it goes.
I personally do not want to do it because I want to stay powerful for as long as I can. I want to, you know, I don't want to become weak again.
Oh,
That's what
wait.
hard mode is gonna
There's
do.
like also events you can do, right? Let's do them as well, like Pirate, Goblin.
Also, like right after Skeleton, that's when I want to build the
Queen
most because that's when I'm
Slime.
the most powerful. It's like the best time to build.
Green Slime, everything.
Yeah,
Look it up, bro,
crazy
look it up.
slime, bro. Crazy work.
Lias,
Yeah.
what are you doing, bro? I see you smashing in the air, like, what are you doing?
I'm trying to get bait.
Ah.
You have a bug net, right?
I don't.
Oh my god, bro! You need to catch the bait. Oh my god. Oh
Yeah,
my
bro,
god.
like.
Like there's the background rocks.
Oh,
with
wait,
the
same.
birds.
I
They
need one as
oftentimes
well.
Spawn worms.
You give me one bucknet as well, Lias. Get me one.
Yeah, you buy it from the merchant,
You
by
were
the way.
living with the rich guys.
I'm poor, bro. I
I'm
only
living at
got
spawn.
60 gold. It's not enough.
Only 60 gold these days, bro. That's almost a platinum.
Wait, how much I need? I have...
Brother is also living in a mansion that has little gold coins everywhere on the floor. That's
Okay, that's
Saying I'm
crazy.
poor.
That's funny, yeah.
Aye.
Oh my
Also, I'm
days.
finally here,
Oh, that's
gang.
so-
Oh,
Hello, Ice.
welcome in.
yo.
He's
Yeah.
coming in just in time. Soon we're gonna fight Skeletron. I'm working on the arena for it right now. So
Wait,
he's
Okay,
just in
that's
time.
good. Oh my god, I just
Well,
woke
if I
up.
drop an item,
We're not fighting him right now this instant, but like it's gonna be soon because like I'm working on the arena. Max is like preparing potions. Like yeah, we're getting ready.
We're getting
Okay,
ready to rumble, Ice.
Yeah.
Get ready, brother. Get ready. You have 2 minutes. And then we're gonna fight Water Flash.
Wall of Flesh? I thought we were gonna fight Skeletron.
Nah, yeah, we're gonna do
We're
Skeletron.
skipping Skeletron. We're going straight to Wall of Flesh. So surely that is a good
Oh,
idea.
that's
Nothing
crazy,
goes
right?
through mind.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We're like gonna die, bro.
I'm so not excited because I made the stupid fucking decision of living in a jungle. Do you have any idea what the fuck happens to the jungle in hard mode, bro? Max, do you remember the fucking turtles that fly?
Yeah.
Do you remember those?
Yeah,
I live where they spawn. How do you think?
Oh,
How do you think
bro.
I feel about going into hard mode?
yeah.
Bro. Speaking of the minigame, I found Ernest.
Found
I
what?
mean the guy.
Linus,
the tavern
wait,
keeper.
you found
Yeah,
Linus
Discord.
tech tips?
What?
I understood Linus.
Come to the shimmer. Come to the shimmer.
Also, if you want some bait liars, I can give you some of mine because I actually have a lot of fishing, so I can like cut
Oh.
this in half.
Protect
I
that.
found a guy that like.
Jay, are you in chat? Okay. Fuck you. Jay. Okay, how's the audio? Can you hear the music? Can you hear Willy? Say something, Willy.
What's up?
Is it all good or too quiet?
Hello. You guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's fine. Okay, good. Bro, potion making. I don't have a farm. Danas, it's so not fun to make potions without having a farm.
That's what I made a farm. Bro, you need to get the... Wait, didn't Laios find Staff of Regrowth?
I made it into the X already.
Okay. Bro, you really need to get that as well, Maxi. Because then you can harvest the pots without like breaking them, and they will automatically replant. You can also
Somebody
do
just
that,
give me day blooms.
Thank you.
Elias, you wanna make some potions together?
Do we have the stuff?
We have 99% of the stuff. We just need day blooms.
Okay. Do you have maybe
That is
some?
insane.
I have
That's
one
like
day
you
bloom.
just walk around in the forest, break the grass. They grow everywhere, don't they? What the?
Huh? I got
What's that?
I got an
New
achievement.
dicks?
Give any
New
villager
digs,
a
give
new
any
look.
You dig.
villager a new look. Oh, wait.
I
Is
think that
someone-
means a villager walked into a shimmer. Oh, wait, who is that shimmer? Someone at the shimmer?
Oh,
right now?
Shamer?
The hell?
Oh yeah. If they walk into the shimmer, they change
Oh,
variation.
the tavern keep. The
Oh,
tavern keep is like at the shimmer, and he's just walking in and out of it. Okay, interesting.
damn.
This random black pixel on my screen. Get out of here.
The
Lol.
tavern game is dumb as hell.
What the fuck? No, he's stuck now. Yeah, it's here. Oh my god, you can't even access him. Got him, Bunny! Catch it! Oh wait, no, never mind. It's Topaz. It's Topaz. Still good though, still good.
Oh, bunny. Yo, stop falling.
Wait a second! You can throw in 2 pots and get amethyst.
Yeah, you can like cycle them.
Clay block. That's crazy.
You wanna?
Fucking clay block. Stone. Lol.
A clay block?
Give me a diamond, bro. Give me a fist. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright, Elias, what are you doing?
I'm going to Skyline to fish right now.
Why are you fishing, bro? I wanna make potions, like... You know what?
Fishing is very important for potions. I don't know if
Okay.
that's why Elias is fishing, but... Like, if you fish in the caverns, you can get armored cavefish, which can allow you to make endurance potions, which is like 8... Oh wait, let me check how much that
I'm
is.
gonna
I
like,
have, like,
farm some day bloom, just like Dana said.
10, bro, it's more than I thought. Endurance potion gives you 10% like damage reduced taken, which is super OP. Combine that with like iron skin, bro, super good.
Okay, do that, Elias, okay?
There's also something called rage potion, because we're in a crimson world, you get increased critical chance by 10%. So that's just like pure more damage, like almost pure, like higher chance of crit hits.
Who lives here? This is like... This looks like a house I would
I
usually
think that's
build.
Billy's original house. Yeah, that's Billy's original house, because like he's on the right side of my old house.
Yeah, that's like
And then
the
both of us moved into the fucking jungle.
shoebox house.
Okay, Skeletron Arena is prepared.
Nice.
Really? Alright.
Alright, then I'll
We're
just
probably not
type...
playing him this night, so I would still
No,
start
no.
the entire night and the next day to like prepare.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is ready.
I really want the wings that you have.
Danas, you said farm day blooms in the overworld. There's not a single day bloom.
You're in the Crimson, my guy. That's where you get Deathweed.
I just went through the whole forest, like...
Yeah, that one's already full cleared. It's like I saw Laios breaking every single grass, so maybe, you know.
Yeah, I got
Well,
one day bloom out of that.
Yeah, crazy, bro. Like, one.
Yeah, that is crazy. By the way, it's only during daytime. If it's nighttime, they will not grow.
Mhm.
Like, they bloom. They only bloom during the day. Just with, like, with night glow, only glows during the night. It's a daytime forest flower. Like, every flower is like a specific condition.
Danas, help us out, bro. I saw many day blooms at your farm.
Well, now it's nighttime. None of them are ready. Let me see if I can have some spare.
Last time I looked, like, 2 were not ready and the rest was ready.
Herbs. I have 78 day bloom.
Oh my god, bro. Let's trade.
300 gold, please. No, I'm just kidding. I can give you some. Yeah, I'll give it.
I'll take like 60.
I'm not gonna give you. I'll give you 30. 30, okay. 30 is good.
It's fine.
And then you will handle the potion distribution system for
Hello?
everyone that needs.
Yo, what's up, what's up?
Oh, let me see if I can give you more flowers. I can give you fire blossom because I have quite a lot of those as well.
What are you doing, Ice?
I'm just like putting my stuff in my chest right now
Hmm.
since I was like having like most of the blocks I need to build for my base here.
Quick. Summons a tiny deer clubs. Sofort
Oh,
Tierklaps.
The deer clubs.
Oh yeah. Their clubs is dead.
Yeah, it's dead because
What do you
like,
mean? Yeah.
the moment
I was talking about it for like 10 minutes ago. Nobody said something about it.
I forgot. I wasn't there.
You
bro. I didn't-
fucking-
It was Ice solo with it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I have to solo it.
You
Guys.
soloed it. My man, brother,
Gang.
GG's.
Well, I think it's
Yeah.
because like even if you die, he does not despawn. He's a special boss. Like he will stay on the map permanently until you kill him. And since
Yeah.
you know the boss was kind of
Well-
at his house, you kind of had to get rid of him. I imagine.
Yep.
I imagine it's pretty difficult to build an ice castle whenever there's fucking deer clubs trying to tickle your butthole like 24/7.
Dennis, meet me at Billy's
Bro,
base.
I literally
oh, I mean,
have to
I'm here.
keep going back and forth and have to go
Day Bloom.
back to the nurse to get healed during that time, bro.
Here's this, here's that, here's this, here's that, here's this, and here's
Nice.
hopefully until it lasts you.
Thank you very much, bro. Here.
This guy. This guy.
I'm really,
This guy.
really
Bro, I give you
thankful
like your
for the
symbol bird that,
opportunity
like, as a lucky charm
to create
give you
new
cool
potions.
clothing. Bro, that gives me a lens. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Where's the water bottle?
Crazy work. Didn't you take it as well?
Oh my god, bro.
This guy.
I need to make a new one.
Ooh, iron crate. Mana potion, never mind. Yeah, what'd you drop, bro?
Ooh, water leaf. That's like I almost never get to see water leaf ready. Holy shit. You know that should also probably expand it. Oh wait, no, I want to make. a
Bro, I
staircase
want the
here.
wings so bad, bro.
So,
Yeah, wings. If you. Yeah, I had to fish for a lot. Like, well, not super long. I think it took me like seven tries of opening a sky chest to get the wings.
A sky chest? Oh,
Sir 7.
Well, yeah,
another.
chests like wings of sky specifically. They're only from like sky islands, and
Ooh,
if
I got
every
the
island
master, I
is
got the master. Oh, hell yeah.
alright, who needs potions?
one set.
Like life regeneration, movement speed, and +8 defense. Who needs?
I think I would need in defense.
Okay, I'm gonna make
And life
many.
regeneration I also missing.
Also, not
I'm
just
not
potions.
thinking
What's
of
also
trying-
very important for boss fight is just food. At least minimum, medium improvements to all stats. That's very good.
Yeah, I have a medium. I have
Yeah, fishing is like the most probably consistent way to get that. For me, I'm eating
Yeah.
frogs all the
I got
time,
an armored
baby.
cavefish.
Oh, armored cave is very good. Yeah, that's like one of the top potions you can make out of that, which is like 10%
what do
reduced
you know
damage
about?
taking from everything. Super good. Especially when you combine it with iron skin. Holy.
giant harpy feather. Yo, is that good?
Well, you can make good wings out of that later on.
Ooh, okay.
This is a rare as hell drop as well.
Giant harpy. I
Because
just
like the wings I have, they're shit. Like on their own, they give you like no flight time whatsoever. The only thing that's like nice about them is like they break fall damage, so you can like fall infinitely. And also just the
Oh, yeah.
aura, bro. Just the aura, bro. They're so good looking.
Shit looks cool though.
Yeah, especially if you color them, because like I've colored mine with like shadow paint. Like,
Oh yeah.
mwah, I love it.
Yo, why do I
love the flick.
feel? Am I buffed right now? Oh yeah, I have a banner. That's why. I'm like, why am I dealing 200 damage? Like,
These are the banners. The banners.
yup.
Nerf them and
I
buff
also
you.
have the volcano. That shit hit so hard.
No, where did you go, Maxi? Where did you go?
I need another bottle.
Nice, I got the aglet.
Oh, you got the aglet, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you got white after eyelet? Oh,
Aglet got it. I got aglet.
okay.
Yeah, the anklet of the wind, you can also get that from fishing, but specifically in the jungle. From jungle
I want
crates.
the I need the agate to make the lightning boots.
I
Shit,
also just got the aglet from fishing, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, who did?
Mhm.
Laios, because I'm guessing, also trying to get those shoes.
Yeah.
Lies, how long did it take you to get
I just fished a few minutes.
few minutes?
The first crate I opened.
Nah,
I've been
bro.
thinking-
How?
I tried for
Lucky.
like 20 minutes, bro. What the hell?
Yeah, that's RNG for you. Some people get it like
Bro.
on the first.
Streamer luck,
Lucky.
streamer luck, streamer luck. He's streaming, bro. Remember, streamer luck. It's a real thing, actually.
I gotta stop streaming, bro. Let's see, though.
Junk.
Giant harpy feather, okay. Allow slide and slow fall. Oh, I need soul of the flight.
That's a hard mode.
Is it like hard mode after the boss or like way later?
Hard mode. Like immediately
Hard mode
after we
is-
kill Wall of Flesh. Like yeah, as
No,
soon
I
as
mean,
Wall of Flesh is dead, the
okay.
world just immediately turns to hard mode, and we're back to like square zero. We're basically trying to survive our first night, and everything will insta kill us, and it will be torture. Like just remember, like the first day we were playing, where everything was killing you, just like raging because of K-Pax and everything.
I feel pretty strong right now. I would like to stay like this.
I agree. I would like to stay in pre-hard mode for a very long time and just build and make the world aesthetically pleasing.
Let's stay in here forever, guys. This is very nice.
Maybe not forever, but like until we get bored, you know. I don't want to leave this like powerful
can
feeling
probably-
immediately. I want to stay powerful like at least a few days.
Definitely, yeah.
Enjoy it,
Maybe in a week we can do that.
you know. And it's like the most comfortable time to build because you can just like annihilate anything that comes your way when you're like end game pre-hard mode.
Mm-hmm.
Late pre-hard mode, I guess is the correct term.
Yeah, Billy, we need to finish our base before that.
Yeah, and I also want to start like properly like completing my fucking greenhouse. Like I have hella ideas. I'm just like so fucking lazy. But I just want to get to the point where like
Yeah, Billy, we
Skeleton is
also
dead.
need a greenhouse of some sort. Because I don't think you can leech off donuts forever. So.
You can totally harvest some of my plants as long as you have the fucking, what do you call it? The axe of grey growth, because then it replants them automatically.
Axe of growth. Oh yeah, we can get that.
Also, if anyone wants meteorite, I just found another one, like the next one, because like another one landed earlier.
The item is
So-
kind of big. I don't know. Or maybe I'm tripping, but
By the way, where do I get the anklet of the wind? Where do I fish for that?
Jungle chests. So yeah, fishing in the jungle.
Okay.
okay, I'm lucky I have an item.
Oh, also, I see there's a summoner in our playthrough. I don't think there's so, but like
I think
heard
Billy.
some time ago, if you fish underground jungle, you can get a fish that gives you a potion that increases your like number of minions.
Wait, no, I mean Error. I think Error is summoner.
Okay. Yeah, that's something like I've never ever
Yeah,
like
arrows
really
can come
gone
with
for.
rock.
What are you, Ice? Are you noob or what class are you?
Tank melee.
Melee, okay.
And for my
Tank!
second class is like summoner.
Nice. We do have a tank.
I'm a melee slash summoner.
I'm damage, DPS.
Yeah, Billy, you might want to fish in the underground jungle. You can get a like.
Yeah, what the
you
fuck
get...
is the harpy fish?
Oh, wait, that's a quest item. Oh yeah, new quest. So that's probably a quest location. Actually, let me check it.
Oh yeah, okay, makes sense. I didn't even
Because like
realize
even
that.
if you don't accept the quest, it's still active, you know, for everyone at the same time.
Oh.
Skylex or surface, okay. Probably gonna do the surface.
Fair
This one
enough.
on the left here.
The fuck's a sextant? Sexland. What?
That's an ingredient for the cell phone. If you want a cell phone, a glorified magic mirror.
Billy, do you want it?
Wait. What'd you get, Billy?
It's called sextant.
Yo, I actually need that, to be honest. I guess you can have
Bro.
it. I'm doing the cell phone there. Building the cell phone.
Is it that hard to
I
get?
already have like 60% of the items.
Not really necessarily worth it. It's just like it just looks cool because like it does the same thing as a mirror, and you know, it doesn't give you anything crazy OP or anything. Just yeah, it looks super
Sure.
cool.
Yeah.
It's just
True, bro.
aura,
Give
you
me the
know?
sextant. Yeah, just give me the sextant, bro. It doesn't do anything.
Sure.
Hey, that's my boy.
Speaking of,
Nah,
what the
you
fuck
can have-
am I
you can have-
missing for the
you can
cell phone? I have quite a
It's
few.
in my
of those things.
It's in my store chest.
I bet.
Crafting.
Bro, why is this door open? Who opened this door?
Now I only need one more stuff. Bro.
I need cactus. Where's cactus?
Bro, I miss
This
flying
is
part.
I don't have
bamboo.
cactus.
Give me
I only need the tally
cactus.
counter.
I don't have that.
Give me
Sounds like it's a need to
cactus.
Okay, crafting.
I might go in. I might go in 14 minutes, bro.
crafting.
I mean 13 minutes.
Going on. Wait, we gotta fight the boss. Big boss coming in. When it's nighttime. Get ready.
Bro, Willy, fuck Tagalia, bro. Focus Terraria. Delete Galera, I'm telling you.
No,
I have 12,000 hours in that game. It's over, bro.
I can't do it.
And I officially quit since like
What
40
hours do you
days.
have?
12,000.
How much hours do you have?
12,000.
God.
12,000. Bro, you didn't know the max was
12,000.
I started Galera in 2012 and I did YouTube from 2020 to 2019. And now I quit since 40 days. 40. I'm officially done. It's over. The book has been closed.
Quitting Graal permanently is impossible, bro. Even I have tried quitting Graal, bro. I always come back. I always rebound.
The book is closed, Willy. Time for a new adventure. Yeah, it's really deep, but whatever. Maybe someday we get Galera 2 and then I'm back. Back in the business. Unix mad, come on, make Galera 2, brother. GTA 5 size map, please.
Not gonna. It has been a while I had played Galera, gang.
And we need SNK. That's the first thing. Get rid of Unix mad and get back SNK. And the OG
When
admins.
SNK was around, Unixmat was still the owner, like the owner of the entire company. SNK was just like manager.
SNK was basically Juns, right?
Yeah, I think Jones is like basically retired as well. I think it's like, who the fuck is it right now?
No, Juns is manager.
iMask? Well, Jones is like super like AFK, like he's never on Graal, but like I think he is manager. Yeah, I think he's like I think there are multiple managers at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not like super into.
There's Rima, there's also...
Yeah, Rima is head of graphics, is she not? Or is she like...
OG Liard.
Maybe Midnight.
Is,
I don't
is,
know.
I think it's iMask, Jones, what was his other name? Jeff, right? Jeff iMask.
But Jeff never locks up though.
Okay, oh, he's just like Jones then, just like never logging on anymore. Like Jones is technically
Yeah.
like the manager, but like he's like never logging on, just like me.
Like, don't get me wrong, Willy. Don't get me wrong, Willy. Like, the 12,000 hours was a blast, brother. It's been a blast. It's been a blast. Like, especially, bro, 2017 to 2019. That was banger times, brother.
2018 was
I basically was PewDiePie in Galera. Was very fun.
You had like 7,000 subs, right?
Yeah, I had, yeah.
I mean, that's the most any GrawlTuber has ever had.
I was like
they-
number one with
they-
Spine64 and Joey Audi.
Yeah, 64 and
I think
Ultimate
wait,
Mobiles.
Mr. London is just like the
Mr. Landonas, yeah,
He's
he's like
the legend,
uploading
he's like the
one
god.
video every year, like, yeah, sure,
He's just like super high quality though.
yeah.
Mr. London. Well, let me look at this.
And then we got Danos K, of course. He started up, took over my place.
Videos where that was kind of a fucking troll. I'm not gonna lie.
Bro, I also made videos. I think my best video has like 1.6.
Brother, I need cactus. Does anyone have cactus? I'm walking around since 1 hour, like a no-brainer.
Bro. What do you mean? It's like infinite cactus, bro.
Somebody give me cactus. I've been in the desert, there's no cactus. This whole world has been farmed, it feels like. I'm gonna yeah!
Let me see, bro. Bro, what are you saying? There's cactus right there, bro. I'm looking at it, bro. Shift.
Where are you?
Let me show you.
Also, you all.
Bro,
do
you
not
at the
forget to-
fucking arena! What do you mean
Bro, I
there's
was looking at
cactus
the
there?
map. I just pressed M and I checked the map and I see so much cactus, bro.
How do you see cactus on the map?
You can
Wait.
just see the silhouette.
You can still see it, gang.
Wait, where's that shit?
It's on the right side
Bro,
of Billy's Mansions.
oh,
There's
what
like if you go on the right side of
Right.
the. It's
Bro,
the only
oh.
black spot you have on the like, map, yeah.
Of
The black
course.
spot. The
Oh, yes,
only
of
place you
course.
didn't explore is where all the cactus is.
Of course, yes. There we go.
The
Fuck
only
you,
place.
Umbrella Slime.
Yo, boys, I got a demonic star fury.
What's that?
Shit, goddamn. That's a nice sword.
Nice.
That's a really good one, bro.
You don't
I'm
need
using the beekeeper because I have the fucking hive pack. I'm spawning in buffed bees. With my
Danas, move. Don't steal my cactus.
Bro, I just wanna be with my friend, bro. I don't care about cactus.
Okay.
I'm just chilling
That's
with
fine,
you,
that's
man.
fine,
What
that's
the hell?
fine.
What the hell, bro? No, I'm just kidding. Bro, imagine.
Wait a second. Ah, yes, nice.
The bees. Oh, the homing, bro. It's so good. Oh, I love this. I love weapons like this, bro.
Homing is
I need these two for that,
love,
bro.
brother. I love homing. I remember I did a playthrough with magic and also used that.
Wait, are you using the like bees sneeze or what or not?
Who?
You.
I am.
Oh, do you have the hive pack as well?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
Wait, let me try
You got
this.
them powerful bees.
This is powerful as fuck. Wait, one
Let me
second.
unsummon. I'm gonna hide my bee so you can test your.
1 second.
bows.
Oh wait, let me.
Yeah, de-summon your Abigail and this is.
How much damage? 45. 18. Okay, some burn effect. What about
79,
this?
that was a crit.
Ooh, the bee. I mean, yeah, the bee also.
Like you spawn in multiple bees and then they start homing. Super nice.
Ah, it's like same good at least. Very cool.
That's gonna melt Skeletron, bro. Also, quickly, it's soon gonna be nighttime. Quickly, boys.
What do you mean?
Quickly, let's get ready.
Bro, I'm making potions.
Right now. Right now. Like 2 of each potion. 1 for you, 1 for us, right? Or do you want me more? Who else doesn't eat potions? Ice. Billy Willy. Emma,
I mean-
where's Emma? Emma gonna join the Skeletron fire or what?
Okay, I'm good with potions. Does everybody have potions?
I have potions. I'm good on potions. I do not need any more potions. Thank you very much.
Liars, hello?
Yeah, I still have some potions.
Okay, then let's go.
Wait, hold on.
3, 2, 1.
Grabbing this, grabbing this, grabbing this, grabbing this, grabbing that.
Let's
grabbing
calm
this,
down.
grabbing that, grabbing
Yeah,
that.
wait, it's daytime, Danas. What do you mean? It's not nighttime.
No, but nighttime is soon approaching. 3 more hours and it's nighttime.
Let's go then, let's go. Where's the arena?
Left of Isis place.
Really, we need better.
I only see a snow pylon.
A snow pile and then go left.
Really
I'm
are
going there right
potions.
now.
You go left, you
Hey,
go left. You
you
keep
can have
going
the-
left until you don't see my base.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, chat. Skeletron, Deerclops. Some events upcoming.
Huge.
Huge news.
Stuff incoming. Oh, there's a sunflower.
Incoming.
Yellow marigold.
Nothing gets past my bow. Look at this. Really cool, no?
Oh yeah. Okay, here's the arena. It's quite massive since we can also use this in the future for like lunatic cultists and whatever.
Okay, where's the
They
buff
always do this.
stations? We need honey. Honey.
Honey, something I usually never do.
Mhm.
Wait, actually, I could add honey. Hold on, I actually have. Yeah, I have this. I can actually add honey. Hold on, pause.
Oh, nice. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, this is maybe something I need to start incorporating in my arenas, because I usually never do honey. Especially in vanilla, because in vanilla it's kind of overkill, but yeah, but maybe just gotta start doing it. Just do a little dip of the toes into the honey. Yeah. Let me slightly zoom out to like 150, there we go. It's a nice boss battle soon. PM, 6 PM, and then 7:30 PM, that's when the night starts. Are you guys? We
Lars?
have Billy, we have Max,
Ja?
we have Billy, we have Ice.
Wir müssen morgen kurz die Jacke abholen von der Packstation.
Kann ich dann nicht zurück machen?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Geil.
Well, I'm plugging my charger too.
It's still 1 hour and 30 in-game time before we can do the fight. So there's so many like final preparations that you need.
My B bro is ready to rock and roll. Meow.
Unleash the bees! Rock!
Guys,
Well, this is OP, right? The bees. The like AM shotgun missile.
B gang!
I would like, if you want to use the big gun, if you want it.
Yo, I want the imp staff. And how do you have 2 of them? Your buddy has 3?
Yep.
That's you can make the because we killed the brain, we can make the nightmare pickaxe to get hellstone.
Wait, really has 3 imps? I never had 3, never.
I think that's
Yo,
from
imps
the
are not
bee
as good as
armor,
the
and then you can
I
from
think
the
from the B armor.
and from
Yo,
the
really get the frogs. They're better than the bees.
from the what do you call it? The lizard guy. The lizard guy also sells like a necklace that you can buy to.
Bro, look
increase
what
your
I have
defense.
done us. 8 damage. Look at me, Danas, where are you?
It's
Are you
better
ready?
DPS.
Wait, Maxi, do you want to do the honors?
Yes,
Come down to
but
me.
look at me. I have this shit. 8 damage.
I just have the fucking like a hornet.
Chat,
Like
we have the old man in front of us. We are like 6 or 7 people right now on Terraria 2.0. Skeletron. Stranger, do you possess the strength to defeat my master? Guys, press B when I say go! Ow.
unleash the bees. Try focusing on the hands first. Then he becomes weaker if you kill the hands first.
Oh my god, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I should have went for defense. Fuck off, bro.
Nah, bro, the best enchantment to go for surely is movement speed. Why worry about the damage or movement speed? You can just run away from all the attacks from the enemy. Just run, bro. The amount of bees.
Okay, but what does he want from me, bro?
He barely
it's
takes
just me.
damage.
He can't catch me, bro. I'm too maneuverable for this guy.
Ah, yeah, focus sense, focus sense, focus sense.
This guy. He thinks he can smack me around, bro.
Ow!
Doesn't he know who I am?
Oh yeah, honey, 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 honey. Yes.
Yeah, there's a honey on top of the dungeon. Dip your like toes in it every like now and then, like a 30-second buff.
Oh my god, his health. We are not ready, bro. What the fuck? It's not going anywhere.
His health is not going down because that's the health of his head. We are doing a lot of damage to his hands, but like those are not represented.
Ah. Alright, that's good for motivation. Come on.
Both of his hands are almost dead, so like that's when his skull starts losing defense and goes down very quickly.
Let me try this ball a bit.
I haven't even been hit once, but this is so easy.
Oh, this
Oh,
bow
shit,
has
shit.
better
Oh,
speed.
shit, I'm fucked.
Don't get stuck on his skull when he starts spinning. That's like one way to get killed very quickly. Avoid the skull at all costs. That's his most powerful part.
One hand down.
What did I just say? Avoid the skull, and he's jumping. He's literally
Oh,
bouncing on his bone. That's crazy. That's
One hand
bouncing on
down. Focus hand.
I need better.
Focus hand. 200 health.
Okay, now he's
Second
out.
hand down. Focus head.
Well, now he starts shooting like tiny skulls. Like right now he has a ranger
Oh,
attack.
shit.
Be careful. Oh,
What the frick? Oh my god.
Come back, guys. Come back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the things he's shooting is actually dangerous.
Yeah, 19 seconds. Yeah, that's why I got killed. I was wondering why I got killed.
When both of his hands die, he gets a ranger attack, which can be very dangerous because he can spam that kinda. Oh, yep. He just hit me. Those can be slightly tricky to spot, especially in multiplayer when there's like so many lights going on. Yeah, chase me, chase me. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You think I'm scared of you, bitch? Think I'm scared of you, bitch? You scared of you, bitch. I'm just running a circle around you, boy. Come here, boy. Oh shit, he shit me. Hit me with his fucking shots. Bro was giving you back shots, that's crazy. Well, this is nothing. This is nothing. Nothing, I tell you. I can just circle him, and you guys can just attack him from a distance, bro. Lol.
We're done here, probably. Carrying around. We're like the noobs.
Focus on me, boy. Focus on me. Focus on me, nasty boy. Bro, just look at how easy this is, boy. Just run in circles. He can't hit you. Nah. Except the like shots. The shots can be, yeah, if you don't see them properly, they can be annoying. Especially when there's like jesters arrows flying around as well that have the same color. Oh my goodness.
Fuck, I have no healing potions. That sucks. Back to honey.
He's only focused on me. How are you taking damage? That's crazy. Oh yeah, the range attack. Yeah, the range attack. It is usually the most tricky one.
Oh no.
Come on.
I freaking died before
You were
the
on.
boss
It's the
died.
only part you're not supposed to go close to, and you went to
GG's.
battle.
Is
That's
that his?
insane.
Yeah. My
GG,
bad.
boys.
That good game.
Wait, Maxi, where are you?
Oh,
Where, Maxi, where is Maxi?
Yeah.
Maxi, I will let you do the honors. Boom.
Ah, yes.
I got a whole lot of nothing because this enemy drops fucking nothing from loot, but skeleton is in the loot. It's
Oh,
all
that's good.
together.
This is...
I'm going in. I'm going in already. I'm gonna loot all of it, and I'm gonna leave nothing behind. No, I'm just kidding. Imagine. Imagine. It is time, gentlemen. It is time. It is time. I'm so excited. Get me that Harley counter. Please.
Yo, send your ranger
Oh, yeah,
items
I
in the
need to
dungeon.
Get the nightshade. I
The
forgot about
dungeon,
that.
the dungeon is where you want to be. This is where you have everyone get super OP stuff. Speaking of, do you want a ranger item? That's the first thing I find.
Nah, bro. Give me.
Where are you? That's you?
Also,
Take
if
this.
anybody
Boom.
find the
I got a
sword
gun.
that I need for the nightshade, please tell me.
Damn, this
Let's
is
go,
already
boys.
better, bro.
Let's go, boys! I'm so excited.
Look at this, Dennis. Holy shit.
Wait, what is this? Jump while holding down to slam downwards. Slamming the ground will deal damage to near. What? Huh? Wait, do I have... Pause, what? Jump while holding down. What? Wait, Maxi, look at this.
What? What is that? Ah.
We have some like super like slam dash. What? That's some like new item I've never seen before. I'm probably never gonna use in my life.
I think they added it.
Yeah, yeah, it's a brand new Terraria 1.4.5 edition. What is that? Librarian, what is that? Oh, that's a new enemy I've never seen. What does he drop is the question.
Bro, give me some gold keys, please.
There you go. Where does this guy go? I saw some new fancy enemy, I wanna see what it drops. But he's gone. Oh, I don't have a key.
You customer, my brother.
Ugh. Yeah.
Give me some gold keys.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Where are them keys at? I got what I wanted, yippee! Wait, what was the jump? This book. I'm done with you. Where are you? Where's my beloved? Ow! I'm dying, dying. Yeah! Got the magic missile! Favorite type of weapon in the entire game, bro. Oh. Also, that pistol I gave you, it can be upgraded with Hellstone later as well, Maxi.
Mir geht's super duper, Betty. Und dir?
What did you just call me?
I mean,
Bro is losing, is it? Oh, bone, guys, by the way, bone is super important. You can make
Kassler meine ich natürlich. Ja, klar. What are you doing here, Willy? You wanna die, bro?
Oh, there's someone. Oh my god, fucking darts. Billy, take this table, by the way. It can give you like right click the table and it will give you extra minion slots while you're alive.
Bro,
Oh, he died.
How did I die?
I think you got shot by a dart trap and the poison killed you from it.
Bro,
Rip.
I am so bad.
I don't have a key. Why do I not?
Oh, be careful, fireball!
Ball.
Yo, what's that special ass chest down here?
Biome
Bro.
chests. There's one in the entire game.
Oh.
There's like multiple biome chests and they all have like unique. Is that? Ooh. Oh, Layla.
Huh? Oh my god.
Poison darts are getting people.
Yeah, be careful with the poison darts. That's where I died as well.
Find these darts just so it won't get us again.
Chat, we got a new weapon. The handgun. It also shoots some other stuff. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Oh no, it's not
Can it
the
even-
handgun, it's the bone glove, yeah. Very cool. Alright. Now
Damage.
it is time to place the skeleton relic. For that we go here. And place that right in the house. Billy!
Abkoshalter, nice.
Billy! Look. Come here, Billy. I placed this inside the house.
I'll find the hollow chest as well.
We beaten Skeletron. Boom.
Ist der Aquascepter gut?
What good?
Der Aquascepter?
I personally never use it. It could be good.
Kassler, I
don't have
really hope you're
much
doing good. And
experience with
I
it.
will see you next time.
Okay.
So I can't say. Don't destroy. So I'm just marking this for like the future, so it's easier. Yeah, if you find those chests, by the way, the ones that are not golden chests, ideally mark them so you can easily find them in the future on the map. Me.
Oh my
It's
god, how
too
many
awkward.
enemies are here?
Yep, the dungeon. If you want to reduce the enemies, if you see a water candle, destroy it and keep it for later. We can use it for farming.
Oh, you got the hell key. Nice, nice, nice.
Why are there a million? Oh god, okay. Yeah, I'm so dead. And you got a chest? Bro, I was about to open the Dunners. Come on, bro, leave me a chest.
Okay, you can have the loot. There's nothing in there. I won't check it.
Brother.
There was zero stuff interesting.
Yeah,
for
carry
me.
me, please. I'm like one hit. Defend me.
I'll try. I'm spawning in all the bees.
Ah!
Just hide in the bees. The bees will hopefully protect you.
Can I get down there?
Stand next to me if you can. And
I can't. Ah! Oh yeah, the free falling, of course, yes. Oh, that's absolutely
oh
mad.
my goodness. Oh, here's a candle. I'll destroy it.
Cool gun, Liars. Cool gun.
Ja, just found it. Hier.
By the way, I did not loot the chest. It's full.
I got it.
Where's my mana regen so low? Do I not
Bro, many
need to eat food, right?
fireballs are there. Mad. Is that normal that there are so many fireball?
What is that?
Dennis.
Librarian
What's
skeleton,
meaning
what
here?
are you? Did he drop nothing? It's just a new enemy, I guess. Bro, he looks so cool. It's like a new magician zombie, like skeleton.
Here's a jumping chest.
That's just like if you put a key inside it, it will turn into a like a slime pet for the town NPC
Okay.
basically. Nothing special. I guess it could be nice to have just for like more town NPCs so we can set up more pylons.
Leave me the chest, Dennis. Leave me the chest.
Don't even have a key.
Is it opened already?
No. Where would I die?
Yes, sir! The shield. I need that.
W. There he is again! Oh my, he dropped nothing! Oh, he looks so cool though! Maybe I'll drop something in the future, and we're in hard mode. Bones are very important as well. Finally we can get bones, and we can make like increased inventory items. The void bag. Void bag is so clutch.
Water boiled. What is that? Oh.
I found an extra magic missile if you want, Lars, if you still
Oh,
haven't found
yeah.
it.
I will take that, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Not a gold key, Dennis. Let me know if you find a chest.
Blue?
Did we farm the whole thing already?
Nah, should not. Nah, surely not. Maybe? No. These are usually so huge. Where have I not been?
I think it is fully looted.
That's crazy. Well, I guess for the rest of the stuff we got a fish.
Bone wand? What's that? Okay, it's
Fucking
just places bones.
Fire silver. So annoying.
Cannot use any items. Okay, bro.
That's a cringe curse. You get immunity to that ASAP. I think Billy's having some connection issues. He's like always reconnecting and disconnecting. I think. Ow.
Got 3 shadow keys. Only need 1, right?
Yeah, you just need one and it works permanently. Oh my god, this fucking fireball!
Will you just send in the chat? Did his character get reset or something?
Yo-yo. I want a yo-yo. It was very nice early game.
Where are you at, Dennis?
Don't John.
Wait, this,
running.
this
to
is
find
still
stuff.
unlooted, this side, yeah. Dungeon very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's a.
So many
I mean,
traps.
it's a current point. Ooh, there's a jungle thingy.
I mean, it's mainly the traps, nothing else really. Oh my god.
And the water candle that increases the spawns of enemies.
Ah! Okay, that's cool. Got something for Billy.
Good. Oh! Didn't realize how low I was.
Ah.
Where did I die? I died up there somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna eat that skeleton head. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think I'm done with the dungeon. Was fun, was fun. Got some juicy stuff. What is that? Consumer's bones,
gosh.
places bones. Billy, oh damn. Got some good stuff, bro. Got shadow keys for 2 people.
The Aquasceptor is pretty good against large groups of enemies.
That's my Discord. Thank you.
Yeah, Aquasceptor, yeah. AoE type thing. What is that?
Mm-hmm.
The hell was that enemy? I've never seen that before.
Is there anything I could get in a dungeon useful?
For magic users would be the magic missile, the Aquasceptor, and for everybody I guess would be something called the Cobalt Shield. It's just a nice accessory for like defensive. So it's not necessary.
I mean, Elias, you got access to console, right? Check the console. Like,
Console?
yeah, Billy has some problems. Like, I didn't even realize. Let me see. Okay. Retry, Billy. There's nothing special in the console. You just left, that's it. Ah, shit. Eh. I'm gonna drop some stuff in the... Actually, no, I'm gonna keep it.
Oh my god, I was so close to dying again. Not even realize. Eventful day, wouldn't you say? What would be next on the agenda, I guess? Deer clubs? Fuck that guy though. I don't know why, but I just dislike that boss.
Bro, I swear to God, I hate this skeleton so much, bro.
Yeah. Going into the dungeon, once you just unlock it, it can be a bit overwhelming. Another pool of water.
I literally need to get the sword. Oh my God. For me to craft it for Nightshade. That's why I'm still searching for the dungeon.
I'm just trying to find the, what do you call it, cobalt shield right now myself. I think that's the last thing I want out of it.
Why would there be why would there be such a random file in the recyclable, Nias?
I don't know. It's just something someone on Reddit said. I have no idea how that's.
Okay.
I have no idea about that stuff.
Ice?
Yeah.
Are you melee?
Yeah.
Do you need blue moon melee? Watch my stream.
Blue moon.
Open my stream.
Give me a moment. Let me check.
Imaged blue moon. Holy gravestone on here.
Ice?
The blue moon. Yeah. I think I already have it.
You
blue
already
moon?
have it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you need a shadow key?
I already have the shadow key, yeah.
I don't have a shadow key.
Okay, Lias, then come. I can give you one shadow key. And do you have Aqua Scepter? I have that.
Yeah, I have that already.
Here, and also water bolt. I mean, that's worse. Do you want water bolt? Watch my stream.
Moment. Moment, you're still loading for me. One moment. Okay, now I see it. Yeah, I'm gonna take it, I guess.
Okay, does anyone else need a shadow key, Willy? Okay, begin. I put the rest in the spawn area. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, where's the tutorial guy? Oh, here. Ah. Never mind, I don't need the cobalt shield.
You don't want it? I would.
No, I'm saving it.
Wait, is there a cobalt shield left over or something?
What is left over?
A cobalt shield? Or
No, I need it.
So just. Okay.
For future, yeah. Wait, why is he so strong? What happened?
I mean, it is scaling with like everyone online. How many people are online?
Oh, this pistol is lit.
Or you can upgrade it as well, by the way, almost immediately.
Nah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bro, please let me open those chests. I swear to God.
I'm coming, Ice. I'm coming. What's up, bro?
What's up?
I help you.
Thank you, thank you.
What are you doing here?
Mostly I'm gonna build a base
Ooh.
here.
Alright, hell, it's hell time, baby. It's hell time.
I'm way too weak for the dungeon. I'm just dying at the entrance all the time.
Well, bro, why are you weak? Wait, let me show me your equipment.
I checked my I think I have very little health still. 280 only.
Ah, yeah, definitely. You need 400 health.
Yeah, I need to
And,
mine.
maybe also skill in defense.
Yeah.
Elevator.
I found it. Damn. Took so long to find the fucking shield.
Okay, since everybody wants that shield, let me dig into
Yeah,
it.
shield is super valuable.
Let me dig into it. Ankh Charm. Where do you get that from?
You craft it.
With?
You craft it from 10 billion items that like block, like there's like singular items that give you immunity to this one thing. You combine all of them to get immunity to everything.
Hmm.
The
Like,
ultimate immunity
what's like one item I need for that?
one you can get from the jungle called the Biozor. It's like it grants immunity to poison. From the dungeon, there's actually something called Nazar, which gives you immunity to curse, so you can't like not cast anything. Quite handy.
It's probably Lars, can you look in the server character file?
No, I don't think
I'm not sure if they are like stored locally or like on the server side.
I'm pretty sure they are stored locally because you can go to different worlds with it.
Ah, yes, right.
Yeah, characters are stored client. Wait, is it something? Is Billy having issues or what? What's going on?
Yeah, his character's gone.
Hey, wait. Say what now?
Yeah, files got corrupted apparently.
Fucking way, what?
That's fucked up, bro. Very annoying.
Wait, Billy uses like what's it called, like Nvidia or some shit. Like he plays, yeah, like he doesn't play Terraria through his own computer, right? I think.
I
don't know
guess
if he still
so.
does that or not. Maybe some issue with that. I have no idea.
Danas,
Yo,
let's go together for the Anksham, bro.
Ink Charm is like hard mode stuff. You're not getting that.
Okay, what are we doing then with this obsidian shit?
Nothing.
What do you mean nothing?
That's just it.
This is it, bro. Immunity knockback, immunity fire blocks.
Yeah.
It doesn't even give you immunity to lava.
Nope.
Alright.
Ice. Behold, brother man. Ow. I got attacked by slime. Take this. You will need it in your journeys.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god.
Okay, Danas, let's do something.
Let's do something. Okay, okay.
Let's like
okay.
farm some shit. I wanna go to hell. I got the shadow key.
Wait, hold on. I need to
set
go
that-
to Laios for a second. And I
Uh.
must Laios. I must give you this.
Let's go to hell. I'm waiting at spawn.
Boom.
Thank
I'm
you.
just distributing my loot to the people who need it.
Billy's back. Yo, Billy, you look naked. What happened?
Oh, wait, no. No. What did I do to my boy?
100 health? I think he made a new character.
No, that's cooked. That is.
Well, it's
actually
probably
cooked.
then because of the Nvidia shit, Billy. There's like nothing we can do.
That's just. I have no idea if that's related or not. It could just been just. Yeah, I have no idea.
Danas,
Yo,
where are you? I'm waiting.
wait, I'm at the forest pylon. Wait.
Yeah, hello.
Wait, I need to go. I'm still sorting my inventory. My inventory is so quick right now. Like I still have all the fucking loot for me. Does anyone need a shadow key? Well, like Isabella needs everything. He needs literally everything. That's.
I gave one to
I would lose my
Laios.
Wait, yeah, does Laios?
is
Do you
it?
have a shadow key?
I have one, yeah.
You have one, okay. Well, I have a spare one if anyone ends up needing one. If need be.
There's also one in the spawn chest. Next to our crazy melee item. And anything. Stop, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Come, my brother,
I
come,
just
my
got
brother.
done looting the dungeon. Now I gotta clean up everything. Let's see. Like what my loot is. I have this, I have this. Wait, Elias, did you get the water bolt?
Oh my god, there's a setting
Lexi
yet.
gave me one.
There's auto fire. Oh my god. No more left click spamming. Oh,
Need this.
no more left click spamming. Lars, ich habe das Gefühl, ich bin Amy Shadowband auf Twitch.
Okay.
Da habe ich wirklich das Gefühl, ne? Und du auch.
Keine Ahnung, ich glaube, ich gucke einfach niemand Terraria.
Ja.
Like a shadow band on Twitch or what?
feels like it.
Feels like it, yeah.
Danas, come, bro!
Wait, I'm crafting stuff.
Then craft something for me
I'm
too.
overwhelmed. Wait, right. I need to grab this, to grab that, to grab this. Oh, and then there was this. Okay, is my inventory clear? It's yeah, I'm so excited about the obsidian shield and I can't even use it myself. Look. No inventory.
Yeah, like.
It's for later. It's exciting for later. Magic. Put this in here. I guess. Okay. I'm coming to spawn. I am at spawn. I forgot to take all of this. Too much stuff. Take this off, take this off, take this off.
Let's farm some health chests, bro. Is there some good stuff?
Does anybody
I
have
honestly don't
stinger and spores?
Not really. Okay.
What, IS?
Stinger, spores, and vine. I need it for the grass sword.
Check spawn. Check spawn.
I'm gonna go do something.
Check spawn chest. Alright, Danas, let's go.
Let us go on.
Elevator.
I just came.
Wait, Elias, you came?
Like, I just arrived here
That's kinda
from the jungle.
sexual.
Got bored of fishing.
I mean, fishing is you have to be like in the setting for that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
It's done. Damn.
Good ship,
And
bro.
it
Good
matches
ship.
my outfit. Just look at my character swing the sword, bro.
Bro, it looks epic. The purple.
Oh. Are you ready to go to the shimmer for me to recreate? Oh wait, I can't. Nah, imagine. Nah, I ain't doing it.
Let's go, hell, bro.
Okay, let's meet that spawn. I apparently still have stuff on me that I don't need to have. What is this? Chicken charm, bro. Get out of here. Nobody wants you. Let me make sure I have a key on me.
Also, Ice, if you want anything from this,
Yeah.
I will drop some item. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if you need anything, but just check it. Where are you, Danos?
I'm reforging. My God,
Great
shit, my
idea.
body. Oh my god, and I did not even get. That's so cringe. I'm at 0 money now. Yay! Hooray! Hooray!
One
So far,
second,
so
one
far, so far.
second. I'm gonna do the same.
I totally do not feel like killing this guy right now.
Let's see, what do I get? Let's do this thing. Badass. Any weapon I can do. Handgun.
I would not reforge that. I would craft that into something else.
Good.
Maxi,
What?
you're gonna upgrade that gun. It's a material. You can upgrade it like almost immediately.
Yes.
My minion look like with black dye?
Okay, let's see. What can I do with that? Let me have a look. Come on. Ooh, Hellstone. Let's go.
Sure, I'm ready.
Yo, I get 1 more damage. And very... I mean, there's no difference, bro.
Which is way cooler, bro. What do you mean?
I mean, yeah, okay. Let's go.
I just go back to the mushroom pylon. It's just a short, quick.
Anything else I
short,
can
quick plane,
reforge?
simply.
Obsidian shield. Should I reforge obsidian shield?
I don't plan on using it. No need. No.
I mean, I'm using it.
Oh, if you are using it, then if you plan on using it, then maybe. Or you could, you know.
Bullshit.
don't
Okay.
have money.
Yeah, I'm poor. I'm
The-
done.
Shimmer strategy.
Too late, bro. I'm poor. I'm coming.
Two chests immediately. I will open one of them. And then I left one. Ooh. Okay, this one does not have anything for me. Actually, I'll take this potion, I guess.
Ooh,
Kinda
nice.
wanna-
Flame lash.
I do wonder what's inside these
Come
chests.
check this chest, Maxi. I'll leave this chest for you.
Would
'cause
be
I
cool to...
don't need anything.
Hellwing bow. That's cool.
Oh yeah.
Into
Yeah, that's
flaming
very-
bats. That's cool as fuck. We saved it for later. Alright. Ooh.
Oh, nice tracking spells da drüben.
Alright, then we just explore hell, I guess.
Oh, I want wings, bro. Give me
Fish.
some. Fish, yes.
I'm pretty sure zero chests had the wings. The wings are like super fucking rare from chests. You gotta fish from them in the sky chest specifically. Another bow, that's crazy. There's a meteorite in there if you want as well. Just
Ooh, dark lens.
la la. It's a cool melee. It's like a subclass melee weapon. Obsidian waistcoat. Get out of here, I don't want this. Dark lance is actually very cool. It used to be my favorite melee. But then they upgraded the Night's Edge and it looks way cooler now.
Wait, are you Metalias?
No, I'm mage.
He's a magic man. I don't think there is actually anything I really looking for in the chests unless they added something new. Like, nothing that I can think of at the top of my head. Also, where's Error, by the way? He's missing out on some crazy stuff.
I think he's sleeping, bro.
Right, he's in the Philippines, right?
Yeah. He has the worst time difference from all of us.
And I got a Dark Lance. Cool. There's some fancy arrows in there as well. Stone as well.
Can I mine it with a gold pickaxe?
No, you need a Demonite at least. Or not Demonite, a Crimtane.
Wait, the Flame Lash is just a worse magic missile.
Yeah, like low-key, I don't feel like there's anything too cool from hell. Like technically the Flame Lash, it can go through an enemy twice. Like it can go like... Oh, no way. It can go like inside, like it pierces once. That's like the main difference, but like...
That's good, but yeah.
I just prefer like the more spammable magic missile.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, destroy all the pots. Very cool stuff inside.
Oh yeah, hell pots, they're pretty goated with the sauce.
Gold coin, easy. Baumholz.
Oh, potions of return as well. Oh, those are so good. Those are so good.
Let's keep going, brother. Any juices here? Doesn't look like it.
Hell forges.
Oh my, so many pots. Yo, bro, Danas, can you get me a hell forge, please? Here, this one.
Do you have one at home?
I don't know, get me one. Thank you.
Fire blossom. You're just gonna give me like fire blossoms just like that. Goddamn. Goddamn. Is that even used for anything? I don't know.
I see 2 voodoo doos, by the way.
Oh god.
Ow. Ow.
And this. Aye. Is this any good? Not really. Gideon Rose. It's alright. The coolest thing is if you go far enough, you can get some wood. Because the best treasure from hell is wood. Can you believe that?
Nah. Wood is shit, bro.
What? Nah, bro, wood is so cool for building.
What?
Yeah, we gotta
Yeah.
go to hell to get some wood, you feel me?
Yeah, brother, get me some hailstone bars. Or like, what do I need to like farm them?
You need a pickaxe from the material made from the brain of Cthulhu. And you need obsidian as well. Obsidian and the rock to make one hellstone bar.
A guy with a bulldozer was attacking me, so I couldn't really fight back, right? Because I was in lava.
Yes. Oh, goodness gracious me. No, but for real though, I do want some wood from this hell. I'm gonna take wood and then plant it upstairs. Probably. Eventually, maybe. If I'm not too lazy.
Ah, okay, GG's. Oh, 22 gold. Fuck it.
Do you have a verbal potion? I can wait here.
Oh yeah, yeah. Please wait.
God, my scroll wheel is so cooked.
Let me drop some stuff off real quick. Ornate Shadow Key, what is that? Oh, okay.
That's a pet, I think.
Yo, Ice, Dark Lens in spawn chest.
Darklands?
Yeah.
I'll check it later.
41 damage, melee. Let me heal up and then I'll come back now. Hello.
Guten Tag.
Bro, who's in my gold? My gold is gone.
Check. I think I saw a bat die in their lava there. If you go right there, I think there's gold.
Yeah, bro, I can't go into like... It's gone. Fuck it.
Let me see if I can. Maybe I can save it somehow. Hold on. I have an idea. Can you mine this? I think it was under like where I'm pouring it right now. Over there. Right side, yeah. Does this? I actually have. I have no idea. Does do coins get deleted by lava?
I feel like it, bro.
Ow.
It's gone.
Oh shit.
Okay, let's go. Oh, 2 chests. Oh my god, 78 damage. Sun Fury. Ice, you want that?
Oh, yeah.
Holy crap arena, bro.
Just put it in the chest.
Yeah.
I'm currently like looking for the spores right now.
Maxi, we found wood.
Where?
Aren't you excited? We found wood, Maxi. We found wood.
Hey,
We found wood.
let me get one.
Yeah. Take a tree.
Hey, help!
Trees. I'd also really like not fire blossom seeds, like this fire grass seeds. If you get that, that would be super handy. So we can replant this grass and grow these trees at home, like upstairs. I mean.
I try to get some. What's that? No, Archon. Oh, tree. Bro, I'm only getting normal Archons.
You get the seeds from the grass. Like I'm talking about the grass, like not the trees themselves,
that,
but like the actual grass.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Ash block.
have a lava seed. Or fire... I don't know what it's even called. Fire... I got one! Yeah. Cool. They can spread it. Ash grass seeds is what it's called. Cool. I don't think there's much in terms of loot here. I don't think this just goes like this until the edge of the world. But you know, you might just say fuck it and see what's there. Because, I don't know, maybe something's new. Yeah, we can never, like, just assume something, like, from the past, because, you know, 1.4.5.
Yeah.
It may have added a bunch of secrets.
Oh, bro, that fucking random ass bat got me.
Yeah, the bats are really
Jeez, oh, I'm done with hell.
I think I might be as well. I'm just gonna check all the way to the edge of this thing. I doubt it, but... No.
Ice, I'm dropping it in the chest at spawn.
Okay, noted.
And there is nothing at the edge of the world. Lovely. Kind of what I expected. But I was maybe hopeful for something secret and hidden. Oh well. Time to go home.
What pickaxe do we need for Hellstone?
Forgot what the crimson...
Meteorite?
Out of like crimtane. Crimtane, there is no meteorite pickaxe.
Crimtane.
Stuff you get from
What is
crimtane.
Crimtane, bro? Crimson Torch, no.
Make a crimson torch pickaxe.
Yeah, there's no Crimtane, bro. Crimson Heart.
Didn't you kill the Eye of Cthulhu? You got crimtane from that.
I probably dropped it somewhere.
There's still some of it lying in my chest around. Maybe you can look there.
Should have dropped it somewhere. Where is that? Tissue sample, what is that?
Yeah, you need that as well. That's the other part you need. That's from Brain of Cthulhu. You need that to get access to the crimtane equipment.
Crimtane ore.
Yes, sir. Turn that into bars.
Oh, it's like none that I have here. Let's see. Okay, there's some. There's some. Wait. Yes. Deathbringer pickaxe.
That's what it's called. Freaky ass name. Deathbringer pickaxe. That's why I couldn't remember it. Like, who calls a pickaxe that, bro? What?
Let's go. Yo, Era, Ice, you need that maybe? Like a gold pickaxe?
I already have a pickaxe.
Or maybe
I can do
this?
this. I already have the molten pickaxe.
Oh, okay. Do you want this?
The tissue, yeah.
Alright. Okay. Brother.
One thing I completely forgot. Bones. Take a look at what we can craft out of bones. Very important.
Wow, bones. Let me see.
Should have gotten a bunch from the dungeon. We were killing enemies. Oh my, look at this crafting recipe list. Wait, can you make...
Dude, what's this song called? This is such a nice song. 6 feet deep. Very good song.
You can upgrade your equipment. You're a ranger.
What? No, it's not material.
The bone.
Oh, let me see.
Fossil is not the best pre-hard mode.
Lie. Let me see my bones real quick. I can't find them, bro. Give me one.
Take this.
Where are my damn
I
bones?
dropped the bone. Dropped your bone.
Let me see.
So much fucking furniture as well, though. And oh my god, I don't know what.
Oh my god.
Without the texture pack, but bro, with the texture pack, that armor looks so cool. I'm looking tempted to just.
You have
Use it as
built
well
a
as my
bunch of pianos. Look how many pianos there are. What the crap? What the
Yeah, you're right.
fuck?
What the hell, bro? Office piano, pine piano. What is pine?
But where's the armor? Am I blind? Ah, here, Neko helmet. Oh, the set bonus is nice. I like that. Ooh.
Yup.
How much? Okay, cobweb easy, bone easy. Let's grind.
Oh, one thing which I am very after, void bag. That is increased inventory space, brother, man. Super good. It's like a top priority.
Increase inventory space. I never heard of that.
It's like
Yeah, that must be new, bro.
Kind of. It's like a piggy bank.
Yeah.
So if you have the money thorough, it's basically very similar to that.
Did somebody take the bones from spawn?
I did not.
I found them. I found them. I found them. Cobweb. Need way more cobweb. I remember having hundreds of that shit. Here's more. Yeah, the cobweb is definitely gone.
Wait the back, you need to craft it at a crimson altar, which means the corruption.
Don't know, let's farm some cobweb.
Okay, we gotta find the spider. I think there is one a spider biome connected to the elevator. So if you just go down the elevator, you should eventually find a spider cave. Hold on. Let me just craft a void bag and then I'll come to you into the caves. Come with you into the caves. Just need me that void bag.
Do that, buddy. Do that. Like I'm not really sure what you're talking about, but sounds good. Sorry, Dennis. What?
I was just crafting a void bag and now I'm ready to come to you. I think.
Why do I get lots of cobweb?
Right, in the elevator. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I think there's a like spider cave biome connected to the elevator.
Let me check one thing. Okay, I need to go to the crimson workbench.
No. Well, wait for what?
Where's that? To make the best armor?
No. I don't think so. No, that's to craft the void bag.
Ah. I got cobweb. Okay, where do I go? Oh my god, I can do it right there. Brother. I'm officially best armor, look. Let me see the difference. Damn, that is so much better.
Yes, sir. The dungeon is massive. Huge for the progress department.
Ooh. The bonus. Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. The purple saw blade.
Yeah.
What is your progress, Ice? Let me know.
Mm.
Are you like up to date or are you in wood age?
I'm up to date right now. I have the molten armor.
Ah, perfect. All right. Best armor, let's go.
Wait, did we get the NPC?
Let me see. We probably need more NPC houses, to be honest.
He has arrived.
Where?
Where is he? You want to visit him? He is in Billy's house. That place, you guys' house. The castle.
Let's go.
The vampire castle. There's something very cool you and I might want to get. Maybe even more of us. And there he is. There he is.
Henry. Life's like a box of clothes. You never know what you're gonna wear. What do you have? Jungle Pylon. Wait, what up?
Me. There's something. I am wearing my full armor.
Ah. I want this. Let me get to piggy bank quick. Bro, I can't even afford that. Yo, give me one gold up. I just need.
I
I
have
just.
60 copper. Bro, I got scammed by the goblin tinkerer trying to enchant my weapon and I did not even get the enchantment I wanted, bro. I have 0 gold.
Uh,
I got actually scammed, bro.
Decor.
I'm not gonna lie though, I kind of like this King Slime purple mode that I've got going on. I'll be real honest with you. I think I might continue using it.
Yes. Yes. Kind of wanna get this as well. And this. Oh yeah, I like that. Oh yeah, bro. Oh my god, look at me up. I look fresh. I look like the boss, bro. I'm the boss.
Sir. You got some fashion going on.
Here for you.
Yes, sir.
Meow.
Top hat. See what I look like with it. It's okay.
Bro, it suits you, bro. Wear it.
Make it black, make it purple. But I prefer this. Oh, make it purple. Yeah. Or blue, maybe. Do you want me to be blue?
Brother,
No, only
I think we did huge progress today.
massive even.
What's up for tomorrow? Wall of Flash, I guess? Wall of
Yes, bro.
Deer Clubs,
Wait,
Wall of Flash.
I kind of just want to build now. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean,
Look
you
at
can
the
build
mouse,
as well.
bro.
Yeah. Let's do some days chill, and then I mean, we can do Deer Clubs. That's fine.
Yes, sir.
But we will progress into hard mode, like a week or so.
Yeah, we don't have to wait for too long.
Yeah.
This building does not have to
I
take
think I should
forever.
also get full health before that.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for
that
other
is very
people.
recommended. Master mode, hard mode, with not full health.
Let me
is
announce. We will proceed into a hard mode in about.
like 3 days, 4 days maybe.
Yeah.
Full week is maybe kind of crazy. It's like, a few days of just like chilling in like this is end game pre-hard mode. Like we're not gonna get any more powerful. We're only gonna go downhill in hard mode. That's gonna be bad.
Let me update the boss list. I have Cthulhu, King Slime, which I haven't fought yet, by the way. Does somebody have a spawn item from that? Brain, Crimson Brain, whatever he's called. Queen Bee, and Skeletron. Any fun event we can do, Dennis, right now? Like right now?
Right. I mean, it would require setting up an arena. There's the what do you call it? The Old One's Army. I mean,
Yeah,
is
we
it
can do
really
that.
Fun though. Is it?
I mean, we
fun,
need
or is
the
it just
trophy, right?
annoying?
Trophy.
Do we get a trophy from it?
I don't think so, actually. Skeletron.
Wait, there are a few trophies. I don't know if you get them in pre-hard mode though.
Second Ancients 20 items I had. Yeah, I have no idea what items you had, Billy. I
This is why it's very
really don't
important
know.
to never throw stuff away. Actually, just keep chests of everything so you never know. Oh yeah, that. Yeah, you can also do that. And go into like servers.
Wait, what is Billy
Save
doing?
stuff. He's going into another world, like a server that has every item in the game. That has like hacked items, infinite items.
Uh-huh.
So you can just.
You just do like roughly your character, like you should be, I mean you should be like remember your weapons, right? Like main stuff. Danas, this game is super addicting. And I wanna continue with some event right now. Let's put an arena together.
Okay.
Just let me know what materials we need. I wanna like platform, right? Platform. Let's do Old One's Army.
Let's see, where would be a good place for the arena? Maybe near spawn.
Why spawn, bro? Like, I wanna like use the full map. Like,
Maybe
let's
make it a new place,
let's
maybe, like,
do
the
it.
Desert.
Come with me.
Imagine a crazy
Desert sounds cool. Desert sounds cool for real. I mean, we can do desert. What do we need?
I don't know. It just needs to be a flat area. Flat, long. Bro, I kind of want to go into my old world and just show you what I built, so you can.
Is
see what
platforms
thing
gonna
is.
work, or do they jump through like this?
I've never tried it on platforms. I have no idea.
Yeah, okay, let's just make easy, like, what blocks are there, like?
Use any block in the entire game. Depending on what kind of aesthetic you want to go for.
Right, actually, show me the one that we had. Like, in the other world.
Okay, let me see.
Guys, we're gonna make the old one's army base. Ice, Liars, Willy,
Wait, I need to open game.
me and Danas, it's our project.
Okay.
I don't know if I have motivation for it because I kind of need to finish my own base first.
Yeah, we have time for
just
that.
like flatten an arena, just like make some place completely flat. But
Yeah,
I can show
yeah.
you what I had in mind once upon a time. I made something I'm pretty proud of one time. Let's show you. Show you with a screen share. Yeah, updated. Oh, hopefully my world is not corrupt. I don't know if my modded world is corrupted or not.
Chat, we making a check, chat check. Every alive person, type in the number 33. 34, I mean. I'm brain dead already. 34.
Terraria's.
Terraria.
To your mind.
Yeah. Every alive person, type in 34. Chat check. Appreciate everybody who's chilling here, watching us goofy asses play Terraria. It's my event, Dayrraria. I invited a bunch of random ass people, mostly noobs, and we are playing Terraria Vanilla. 1.4.5. I like how only the streamers are typing 34. Ja, Digga. Ah, Willy, there you go. My man. Here, Willy,
bro.
I have something for you, Willy. Look. Mwah. Yep. Boys love, bro. Boys also have love. Pretty romantic, yeah? So. Danas, cook it up, bro. I'm waiting. Oh, wait, you're live.
I'm live on Discord. I can share with you because I can't really fit it into one screenshot because I kind of made it huge. And there's just like been a lot of updates. So I'm just making sure everything's working and not corrupted for myself as well.
Billy,
But
I
what happened to
understand, my
Billy,
friend.
bro, I would not want to play anymore. I would actually quit after that because that is actually cooked.
praying you get all your items, Billy. Praying you get all your items. Get the endgame items as well. I mean, since you're already in that world, get me some endgame ranger items, please. Don't tell anybody.
Wait. I think it was North. Was this world? I'm trying to remember what world it was. Jesus Christ, what the hell, the music? Okay, yeah, it was this world. This is what I had.
Damn, we're not gonna build that, I guess.
This is a mixture of wood and like
Yeah.
nature, and it's just
Wait, let me show this on stream. That looks epic as fuck. 1 second. Show, zoom out, bro. Oh, that arena, bro. That looks cool as fuck.
This is what I was thinking about for like old ones army type stuff.
Yeah, but
Fuck, bro, I can't be playing on this, bro. I'm gonna get addicted to being this powerful.
What happened? Oh my god, what is the emptiness sprayer? What is that?
This insta kills everything.
Yeah, Digga.
Like, see that slime there? It's gone. It doesn't kill them, it deletes everything. It deletes everything that is alive.
Sorry, is that Ranger?
It's anything. This is
modded, right? This is modded.
Yeah, you're not getting this in
That
vanilla.
looks modded, that looks modded, my brother. That looks modded.
That is very much so. Oh yeah. Oh, the trees, bro. I need to rebuild something like this, but for the jungle. That's my idea. Making jungle custom trees, bro. This house looks kind of mid though. I'm not gonna lie.
House looks
Bro,
like garbage.
We need to do a playthrough of this, bro. I swear. This is so much more fun than vanilla.
I mean, it truly is, but we have to wait like months for this.
Well, yeah, for this to be updated, because this is like outdated now. This is like the old version of Terraria. Look at my world, bro. Look at
Wait,
this.
let me show this.
This is crazy. I think some glitch actually happened here. I did not actually.
What is
explore
that
this.
animation hole in the bottom left? What is that shit? Mysterious rift.
That's a spoiler. I will not spoil that. You will have to play this in the future with me.
What the fuck, bro? It's like end game. You finish again.
Bro.
What?
Bro, wait. You see this NPC?
Yeah. Nah, bro. Nah, it's wrong too much, bro.
You can do it. You can do this to Moonlord as well, probably.
That's crazy.
You can just.
Wait, to Moonlord?
Yeah, just anything. Oh, NPC, I'm gone.
Nah. Alright, get on, bro, get on.
Oh, yeah, I'm having too much fun fucking modded, bro.
Get on.
Get out of here.
Don't make me depressed, bro. I want magic storage.
Fucking Terraria, fucking vanilla so boring. Fucking modded and come up to shame.
The more I look, the more depressed I get.
Yeah, it looks too much fun, bro. Like, bro, it's just making me want to delete the world immediately, hop on the modded, bro. Like, why are we playing vanilla? Nah, man, vanilla has its charm too, surely.
I honestly wonder the same, Willy. I asked myself the same question.
Oh yeah, bro, this is the hardest difficulty, by the way. Legendary. We are never doing a playthrough of that, by the way. Just so you know, never ever. Because it is just so not fun.
You probably should do that. Sounds fun.
Yeah, a legendary mode.
Dallas, come here now. I want to do the Wild Old Ones army together.
Build the arena then, damn, bro.
Yeah, like, let's just get some stone blocks and do it together.
Let's just mine a flat-ass area underground or something. I will join you. Wait, let me just find the password. What's the password for the server?
They should probably leak the password as well.
A good idea. I'm sure your 30 viewers will join you.
Yeah.
bully our world. Okay, man. Let's go. You and me, boy.
This is already an arena. We should use this. Just place this spawn item and boom.
This might be too small. I mean, actually, it might work.
I'm
Wait, I think a better. Wait, let's see. What is larger? It might be a better idea to do the what do you call it? The dungeon arena.
Wow, bro, I look so cool, bro. Like some. Oh.
Yeah, I think the dungeon arena is better. Yeah. Where's the guy? Do you have any of the stuff for the old ones? I mean, I have none of it. I have like not touched the. I don't even know where that NPC is, bro. The old one's army.
I mean, do we have the spawn item for that? Like,
Don't.
we don't.
I don't know. Does someone else have it?
I mean, I don't. Where do we have to go for that?
Post file recording. Oh my god, bro. Crashed his whole laptop. That's crazy. Yeah, that's fucked up, man. I would actually be just like I would just quit. I would just be like, nah, there's no way.
Yeah, we can't do it on us.
Oh, we can't even do it, but that's crazy. Do we not have the Tavern Keep?
No.
Surprising.
Oh, is that the guy who was stuck in down here? Is this the Tavern Keep? We have him.
Oh, we do have him. Okay, it's him. Him is the man.
Okay, what do I need to buy from him?
The thing that you put down the crystal themselves, and that's it.
Boom. Boom. This is it?
That is all.
How do I get defender medal?
By completing the event.
Alright, boys, it is time to do action. One last action for today. One last action for the stream. Let's go. Where's the what arena is good? This is bad.
And technically, Ice's house is the best arena right now. 'cause
Let's
it's
use
just
this
a flat
Ice's house.
box.
Let's use Ice's
Yeah.
house.
Yeah,
Ice.
here's mine for now.
We have to border here for a second. We're gonna do the. Yeah, this is perfect.
Yeah.
Good job,
This is
Ice.
Like, this
For
is
now.
how you want the arena. It's just a long, flat nothingness. Is what you want for all the ones on me.
Alright, so, boom.
Is this equal from the center? I think so. Yeah. I mean, don't really need any potions for this. We can just like add some food.
Let's wait for everybody and then we do the Old Ones army.
Yes,
Cool.
sir.
And just back. Is the winner ready?
We are ready. Yes, come.
You don't have to worry about potions, but it's just not a boss fight. This is like an event, like like a blood moon or something like that.
Billy's coming as well. Pog Champ. I love to read that. Do we have King Slime spawner, Danas?
I do not know. Every time he spawned has just been whenever like slime rain happens naturally, and then we just kill him and he
Alright.
spawns. And I have not crafted any spawners for him. The only boss spawner I crafted was for Queen Bee, because I really wanted the big gun. Which I now have! Yippee! Bro, why didn't you upgrade your gun? Get some hellstone. What are you doing? What are you doing, brother man? Rah!
I should, right? Wait, how much is it?
I think it's just the hound gun plus 10 hellstone bars. Super cheap.
Billy, are you ready? Do we have 10 hailstone bars up? Let me make it real quick.
Let's see. How much hellstone did I get? I mined for a bit. Should have some. Yeah, I can spare 10. What is a maxi?
Did you get health crystals, Billy? Yeah. Where are you, Dub?
I'm here.
Huh? Okay.
Boom.
Alright, be right back, guys. 1 second.
Oh, what just happened? Oh, the radio, lol.
Phoenix Blaster.
Yeah.
It's a gun.
Boom. Yes!
Boom, shakalaka.
I mean, it's fine. I accept that. I accept it. Alright. Looks good up, look. Oh, and also auto fire. Oh my god.
Alright.
Everybody turn on auto fire in the settings. Okay. Is everybody ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm
You can, like, split the people. Like
ready.
some people take a right side, some people take.
Are you ready, Donas?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready, Ice?
Look what I'm reading.
Yes.
Are you ready, Lias?
Yes.
Are you ready, Billy?
Yes.
Are you ready,
Oh, I have
Billy?
bunny power, goddamn.
Already had this hat.
Everybody's ready. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Booyah! It doesn't work.
Does it tell you why?
Oh, wait. I'm stupid. It works! Let's go! Press B and go.
Yo, why can I hear a growl shooting sound?
Oh, this is actually fun with like 6 people.
Elias is just pissing over them.
Die.
Interact with the crystal to rush the wave. Oh,
Wait, what?
it's not letting. Oh, there we go. I did it.
Oh.
You have to right click the bottom, like the actual
Billy, how
stamp,
do you
not the
have
crystal.
4 summons?
I can actually put a cloud above this. Yeah, just rain blood on them. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I gotta find my.
Oh, look at that damage. Oh my god. Ooh, full damage. Whew. I wanna see my damage stats. That'd be so cool.
You can get a dummy. And you also need something called a DPS meter, actually, from the Wandering Merchant.
You have 4 imps, Billy. What the fuck? Summoner's cool as fuck, NGL. Yeah, probably my like number 1 favorite class with like Ranger, yeah. Like every game I play, it's either Summoner or Ranger. They both share the number 1 spot. You're not even a Summoner? Damn, bro. This ghost sucks. This is way too easy, Dub.
Yeah.
This is way too
Like,
easy.
that's why I didn't really want to bother building a fancy arena for it, because like, vanilla, this mod is, bro, this is like, this is just an AFK farm. We get nothing. We get nothing from this, by the way. Okay, actually that's not true. Defender medals, we can actually buy some really cool items with it.
Oh, ice.
Features.
I mean, this is your home ice, right? You should
Oh.
spawn right here.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't put a bed there. That's the thing.
Yeah, you can just like remove
I
the
mean, I can
stadium.
teleport. I can teleport anyways there.
Is headshot a thing?
I don't think so. I'm just serious, I don't actually have a AoE type of weapon. I'm gonna need to get the water bolt or the alchemy scepter. Probably help with the guy. He did. My eyes. Yippee! Wait, did you get a fucking what's it called trophy from the mage? I know the mage drops a trophy, just like I think it might be hard mode only. I'm not sure if it's in pre-hard mode.
I didn't. Who dropped the Sun Fury? Probably
I
ice.
have no Sun Fury.
Oh, that's not mine, I think.
Wow, that was it?
Yeah, that was it. I mean, this.
Is there
event
like
changes,
anything to the old one's army, or is it just the 5 defender medals you get?
as you progress, like
As
through
you
the game,
progress.
this event gets harder and harder, and there's more enemies and more support from the shop. Like with the defender medals, you can buy items from the tavern keep. He's just like sells nothing right now, but in the future he will have like a lot more cool items, like more unique items.
Old one's
you can also
army
get, like-
event has been added to the list. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go get my items.
You can now farm that shit if you really want that.
Oh my god, no one's gonna be farming this thing, dog.
I might sneak a cool vanity item in as compensation for my sadness. Let's see what I
Bro,
can get.
get yourself some endgame like final best item,
No,
like
no, no,
that
no,
combines
no,
everything. The Zenith.
It's gonna ruin the whole game.
I think it's called Zenith.
They already
Get
had
your...
the Zenith by from like their friend or something, like borrowed. Crazy stuff.
Let me get a cool armor vanity set.
What is this? White Vault, cool.
Yeah, that's the thing you can make from bones. It's the extended inventory. Like if your inventory is full and you walk over items, it will automatically go inside the void bag. So it's basically just extra inventory space. Very good. Very good.
Wait, I'm like 99% sure I had a King Slime spawner. Where's the... If anyone has King Slime spawner, let me know.
I do not.
Nope.
I'm super mad I haven't fought that. When do we get to fight Queen Slime?
That's in hard mode.
Ooh.
Hard mode shenanigans.
Ooh, made the outfit. I'm getting that shit. I'm getting that shit, bro. It's a vanity item anyway, so. Alright, no more vanity items. I have been compensated. I will now grab my OG items.
What's with alright, what else can you do pre-hard mode, Danas?
Build. That's my main goal.
Yeah, Loki, right now focus on building because once it's hard mode, building.
Yeah, because like as soon as we enter hard mode, like you will not have any time to build. You will just get tortured all the time.
Yeah, that is why I need to build my house first.
No, like I'm talking like in terms of bosses and like events.
Deer clubs, and that's it.
Dear clubs.
Nothing else.
Yeah, I have the
Deer clubs is
website
the only
open right now.
one.
I have the website open right now. Yeah.
Really?
Wait, Eater of Worlds.
You chose Crimson instead.
No, okay. I mean, I
do
kind of
think
like.
Eater is a more fun boss, honestly. But
Yeah. Skelet.
Should-
Do you,
And when we play modded, we will make it so we have both, because that's the coolest. That's always the most fun.
yeah, definitely.
Everything.
Okay, Deer Clubs.
Deer clubs.
Ice, do you have spawner item for Deer Clubs?
Sadly, no.
Alright. Why do you get Flinksfuhr?
Underground, not desert, the frozen caves.
Alright, let's
In the
go.
frozen caves.
I have a main mission to get a deer thing.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah, I lost my.
Okay, let's do a quick interview with everybody. What's everybody's main goal right now? Danas, you start.
Me, I think it is just building. I do have another secondary objective, which is fishing quests. I'm trying to get the golden bugnet and stuff like that. Just like all the fishing quest rewards, but like, that's not super important. Yeah, main thing is I want to actually start building my house, because like I just have a skeleton of a house. Like I have like a shape in mind, and I want to actually start building stuff. Because right now it's just kind of a nothing burger.
Sounds like a great thing.
More than a nothing burger.
Next up is me. I'm gonna try to craft the Deer Club spawn item, so we can fight Deer Clubs.
Will you?
Ice, what about you?
I think for me so far, of course, I need to build my house first. That's my main objective.
So you don't wanna
Then
stay
second-
homeless?
Yeah, I don't want to stay homeless.
Okay,
I
okay.
do not want to stay homeless.
You
And I
don't
think
want to
the
be
second
me.
objective- No.
Okay, what next?
And my next objective will be probably upgrading my my weapons, like the melees and the armor. And that's it, to be honest.
Bro, where's my shield too, bro?
Okay, Liars.
One is getting hearts, and then there's also molten pickaxe. That's also something I need, and fishing on some stuff.
What do you want to fish for, bro?
Like one thing is the last thing I need for the best boots there, lightning boots.
Oh, dude, I need that as well.
I'm doing that right now.
Smart. Good goals. What about you, Billy?
Once I get my items sorted out, I'll.
Billy is just recovering from depression right now.
Okay.
I'm just like in a builder's world, has all the items, and then I'll do some building. I'll probably make a.
I mean, building sounds good, bro. Building is like a vital part of Terraria, right?
Yeah, I'll make it like a town.
Yeah.
When you build something very cool and you get to look at it like at the end, like your final.
I mean, you have to like kind of get into the whole topic building. I can kind of like understand why it's so fun and stuff like. I probably should like try it. I never really tried building.
Just
What I usually build in Minecraft, Terraria, Valheim is like some wooden house, fucking cube. That's it.
Oh yeah, my magic card.
I'm the masters of rectangle houses. The master of rectangle houses. But yeah, sounds good, bro. Building is always a nice thing to do, of course.
adds atmosphere to a world, you know.
Yeah. Where do you get the flings from? What enemy? The snowball enemy?
Yeah, it basically looks exactly like the item, but it drops.
Let me get some. Okay, who's next with their goals? Willy. Hello, Willy? You have to use voice chat.
Bro, oh my days.
Hello?
The
My
presentation speech about yourself and Terraria.
Okay, so you have no goals in mind.
Hello. I do. Hold on. I have a lot actually. Can you guys hear me? Am I audible or
I
something?
can hear you.
We can all hear you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So first things first, I want a void bag, bro. I need a lot of inventory.
So yeah, void back
Next,
super
ma-
clutch.
Wait, elaborate a
clutch,
second. What is the void bag?
It's like an inventory. It's like you get more.
It's like a
inventory.
piggy bank, basically.
Yeah, like a piggy
With
bank. Yeah.
one key difference though is if your inventory is full and you walk over an item, those items will automatically go in the void bag.
Yep.
Ooh,
It's
that's cool as
basically an
fuck.
extra
Yeah,
inventory slot.
it's just
That's
a
like
full
super
extra
life of
inventory.
quality as well.
Yep.
Really nice.
Like life of
And then I'm gonna
Quality of
continue
life, I think you
the
mean.
quality of life. Yeah,
the building. I'm gonna continue the castle.
I hear you, bro.
Castle
I hear you.
because it's not done. It's still under construction, and I have a lot of plans for it. Next would be my main goal right now is the phone. Actually, I really want the phone. I don't know why, but it's just such a handy like equipment to have. And then
Looks
what
cool.
else? Fishing. Yeah, that's one too, bro. You can get like a lot of good stuff in fishing. I've been
True
fishing a
and
lot.
I hear fishing a lot.
I think it's just that
Yeah,
good.
'cause
It's
it's just that good.
We should do
bro.
some
It's
fishing
just
all
that
together.
good.
Like that's actually fun. It's just that
Oh,
fish in
Whole
the
group
in the
fishing
clouds, like me and Danas in the past. I remember
Hell yeah.
in the clouds.
Okay. We can do that.
Let's
can
do
I
that.
think I need right now
Let's
in the-
actually do that sometime. Yeah.
We should probably fish in like places that are also beneficial to fish. Like for example, the Crimson. You can get good fish. Or
Yeah,
the
we like keep switching places. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like all together, that's actually wipe as fuck.
Yeah, one daily quest a day, everyone together.
Yeah.
Oh hell, oh yeah, that too.
Nah,
daily
like I'm
quest.
I'm
gonna complete that.
I'm real, bro. Like fish all together, that's a vibe.
Oh yeah.
Let's definitely do that. Sorry, I was like interrupting your speech, Willy. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
That's basically it for me.
Now, bro, W speech, bro. His speech started a lot of like discussions and like off-topic stuff.
Yeah.
Bro, that's just like my teacher in like
Yep.
my class as well. Like when someone has like a good presentation, he starts like talking about it and like learning from it and shit like that. Yeah. And speaking of, I'm gonna have to make some homework for that for before Monday. Another audio project that I'm gonna send Maxi.
Nah, I don't want to listen to those
Alright.
shitty ass audios anymore, bro. Keep them to yourself.
Yeah.
Looking boom. Fucking goofy ass audio, like a fucking scratch. Like that's what I did in kindergarten, bro. Like that actually sounds like shit, bro. Like honestly, that sounds like some Terraria sound effects. Fucking flinks thing dying.
Oh, now it's time for part 3. I just started it like today earlier, like slightly, and I'm supposed to be done for Monday. I mean, to be honest, a lot of people are like stalling it and they only do it on like the last day. This one, though. You should,
You know what
bro.
up, Jungle Spores? Let me buy it for you, please.
You should hear what it sounds like from other people on Monday, bro. The whole class. I remember, like, dude, like last Monday, bro. There was a fucking jump. Like, teacher accidentally had it on like max volume, bro. Everyone's ear got blown out, bro. Everyone like jumped in the chairs at the same time because of how fucking loud it was. Oh my god, it was beautiful.
Wait, how much is the thing? 5. Wait, only 3. Easy.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Wait, do we beat Skeletron?
Yes, sir. Oh, that's
We
when
did,
you were
yeah.
having all the fucking issues, bro.
Yeah.
That's so sad. That is actually so the
We actually beat him, yeah. First try.
I did beat him too.
I feel like master mode is kind of easy, to be honest. Like we are like first trying and everything. Like I expected to like super difficult. But that's fun.
Super difficult.
It's fun. We
bro.
should
You
do
don't play
legendary probably.
Legendary, man.
Yeah, no, we should probably do that.
It's so not fun, bro. Nah. I mean, maybe as a group. Like I played it solo. I fully completed legendary mode solo, and I never want to touch it ever again. Like damn, it was just yeah, nah. Maybe with people it could be fun, but solo no. Never.
Free.
Never.
I mean, screenshot this so I don't have to keep this open. So. You good, Lias?
Yeah, I'm good.
You're staring into the camera, bro.
I'm just looking at something on my second monitor.
Why are you calling out, bro, like that? What the hell? You're just staring at me.
Like Terraria. I mean, I am sometimes lost in Terraria, bro. If you're lost, let me know.
Mhm.
Even though I kind of got the hook of it right now. I was lost in the first 2 hours or so, but I was going good. No, it's good.
Be like that.
Yeah, some games need some warm up.
It's too rich, bro. I'm poor as hell, I'm not gonna lie. I lost all my money to the goblin thinker, enchanting shit, not even getting what I wanted.
Okay, why are flinks so rare?
Question. It's like whenever you need something specifically, then it's like impossible to find. When you don't need it, it's abundant.
Is that a flinks over there or is that a slime? Wait, Ice?
Yes.
Can you explain me the whole Deer Club situation again?
The deer clubs spawn usually if there is a blizzard. That's what happened to me like last time, and that's it. I'm not sure about the spawner. I think you can create one if I remember, or no.
And what happened to you? You spawned it?
No. The deer spawn itself to me.
And you beat it
last
solo?
Yes, I have to beat it solo, but I died multiple times.
Ah. Alright, yeah,
But the good thing about the deer though, and the bad thing, it doesn't despawn.
That's good, yeah.
Kind of impossible to fail it. Very interesting. Like, I don't think any other boss works like that besides Deer Clubs.
Okay, quick question to everybody again. What's your current health? What's your current max mana? I start health and then mana. 440. Ice?
I start health and then
Yeah.
then after mana.
Everybody say
I
health
currently
and then
have,
mana.
Like I currently have like 400, but I only have like 100 mana as of now since I don't focus on magic.
Yeah, makes sense. Danas?
400, 300.
Pogos? Liars?
280, 300.
You focus on life curses right now.
Mhm.
Billy?
380 and 200.
Oh, that's good. What about you, Billy?
340 health.
Yeah, that's good. Liars, you should definitely focus on getting hard curses right now. Should be main priority.
That gives you one more summon from the trader, whatever he's called when you're a house.
Sorry, what, Billy?
Ooh.
I had like a special item that gave me one more summon, bro.
Yes, some item gives you one more summon, I don't know.
Yeah, fuck it, I'll just buy it.
Oh,
Yeah.
gentlemen, by the way, a new day has arrived. Do you know what this means?
No.
Wait. This means there's a new fishing quest available.
I haven't done a single one. Elaborate, bro.
You gotta go
Really,
to
how
the
do you get
Ocean
strong
Pylon. There's a guy here called Timmy. Tarkov Timmy. He gives you quests. And you need to fish where he tells you for a fish. And then you hand that fish to him. And he will give you rewards. And
Is it
current
fun?
quest- I mean, do you like fishing?
I mean, yeah, it's okay.
I like fishing. I enjoy it. So I'm gonna go to the caverns if anyone wants to tag along. for
Like,
some
does it
fish.
still make sense for me to start the quest right now? The quest line?
It's technically active for you right now, even if you don't check them. Like, even if you just start fishing in a quest, then yeah, you can get rewards. And
Alright.
yeah, this fishing is always good. Especially in caverns. In caverns, you can get armored cavefish, which is super good.
Bro, where are the flinks? I can't. No, they're not down here. Let me go up again. There is some despawned. Respawned. Jay, how's the audio? Is it still everything perfect? And what about the music?
So,
Chat?
a bit more. I'll get some enduring fish.
Is it good? Great. Great. Bro. Does anyone have Flinksfuhr?
Might actually have some. Let me go check. After this fishing session, I'm gonna fish for a few more fish. Get like 10 armored fish, and I'm gonna check. I might actually have. I'm not sure.
Those things are like rare as fuck.
Yeah, whenever you want them, it's impossible to find them. Stinkfish. Wooden Krate. Golden Krate. Armored fish. I don't know, this word is so amazing. Fish.
Alright, I'm
I don't know
almost
why.
to return. See my fishing. See my fishing. Right.
Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Let's have a look at Dana's base. Wait, I can't look in the chest. Maybe I'm lucky right now.
Some flanks for you. Just need 4 more fish. For some future potions. Also, it needs to be like underground. Like, it's not the upper layers, it has to be the lower levels of snow.
Yeah,
You know, there's
nah, fuck
underground
it.
and then there's caverns. Caverns is where they spawn, not underground. Golden carp. Oh my god, it looks so fancy with the texture pack. My oh my. 1 more armored cavefish. Then I will check if I have Flink's fur. Okay, let's go. Ocean. Where's this little child quest? Whole boatload of nothing. Cool.
Oh, there it is. Bro, what the hell?
One
I
lens.
have 18 Flinks fur. I can totally give you some.
I need. Yeah, give me like. Do you need it for something?
I don't know actually. I
Check.
can give you plenty.
Yeah, give me plenty.
Let's see, just sort my inventory. Put this away.
Like, no.
This away. These away.
8 would be good. 8. 8. Wait. Yeah, 8. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Just cook these frogs.
I wanna farm it like 3 times. Oh, I need 3 lenses then. Boom. Oh wait, shrimp turn or I'm cooked.
Oi, oi, oi. I dropped some furry snowballs for you.
Thanks, bro. But we are cooked, bro.
Cooked.
We need crimson ore.
Cookhead. Bro, kill Eye of Cthulhu, bro. Easy. Easy money. Speaking of money, do I have
I mean,
money?
I've got
Can I
two,
chat?
easy. Do
Bro,
it really
it's so,
quick.
I had so much money, now I'm so poor. Fucking guy.
Bro, I lost all my money at the enchanter.
Same. Same.
Alright, let's wait for the next night, chat, and then we spawn Eye of Cthulhu. Get that shit. And then we are ready for the next, side boss, useless boss. But I still wanna try it. Well, honestly, I don't know if it has any good items. We're gonna see what it brings. We're gonna see what it cooks up for us. Only some unique items.
Is Billy still online? Oh, he's not. Hmm. Okay.
Okay, the shit is apparently good for water flash. Oh yeah. Wooden arrows, okay. So we're gonna keep that. This can go. Let's check this out. Why do I have that? I forgot. Ah yes, the lightning ball boots. Anklet of the Wind. Okay, Anklet of the Wind time. Where do I go for the Dunners?
Fishing in the jungle. Or finding it in the jungle.
Alright. Kinda wanna find it. Do we have any baits? We probably don't. Let me find it. I'm lucky. I'm a steamer. What are you doing, Dub?
I finally just decided to just say fuck it and just start building instead of just stalling it. Keep
Yes.
stalling, I'm like too lazy to build, but you know what, fuck it.
Let's fucking go.
I have so many ideas, I need to unleash them.
I'm gonna go right in here.
But have you ever found... Is there a single living wood tree in this world? Oh my god, there fucking isn't. There actually Terraria isn't? Wow, okay. That's crazy.
Wait, any normal chest, right?
Not any, no. There's like 3 types of chests you can find in the jungle. Only 2
What
of them.
damn. Alright, I'm gonna see and then I'll tell you. What is that? What about this one?
No, those are specifically the types of like if it's in a house like that looks like the regular underground house, but in the jungle, those do not have jungle loot. Those have regular items loot. Like any houses like that. You need to find giant trees or like these little stone
remember.
structures. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody let me know if it's when it's nighttime, please. I can't look. I appreciate it.
I'll give you like a 30 in-game minutes heads up if you want.
Yeah.
Alright, so the only thing I could retrieve is my fishing rod. Big L. It is what it is.
Blue Fairy, what do you want? Ah.
Let's join back. Let's see, choose.
Staff of Regrowth. Should I grab that?
Yes, that's you combine it with your copper axe, you make the best axe in the game.
Ho-ho! Let's go.
That is very good. You can then use that to harvest like plants from my farm if you want, whenever they're ready. Because the actual lot. Oh yeah, that's also that kind of structure. See that structure on your stream right now? That kind of little small house. Those are the types of things that can have.
That down there where my mouse is?
Yeah. It's like such a weird. That's the third type of chest. There's the houses, there's the trees, and there's that. I don't even know
What the fuck happened? Yeah. Get down the sap. Oh my god, I'm so dead. Gravity! Whoa! Whoa!
Just Loki's so fucked. We don't have access to living wood. That's not fun.
No wood.
Wait, I have to look it up. Is it possible to find the Gelatos 3? Terraria, living. How do you get this thing? Oh, you can! Oh, the shimmer! The shimmer is the answer to all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness. He's going ham. This is a day to celebrate, bro.
Yeah.
Can make building fucking blocks, bro. So happy.
Whoa! Gravity. Gravity.
Do you believe in gravity?
No.
Bang.
Oh shit. Yeah, Blue Fairy, what do you want? I just went there.
Those fucking fairies are so fucking retarded sometimes, bro, I swear.
Yo, but how'd you get the sun from you, bro? This thing is like crazy, bro.
Sun Fury is from the purple chests in the hell.
Oh,
Yeah, from the dungeon you can get something called the Shadow Key. Shadow
I
Key
bet
open those
that.
chests.
Oh, sure. Give me a rod. I need a rod, bro, because I lost my fiberglass. So that shit was a gift to Serva. That's such an hell, bro.
Why is that explored? How? Ooh. Wait.
by the way, guys, I recommend frog webbing. It's crazy.
Your mic is low-key kind of robotic. What
Blood
did you say?
Moon.
Wait, let me see. Let me see.
This is looted. This is 100% looted.
Wait.
What is that over there? Yeah, this is looted.
Is it better?
Maybe. Just like if you continue talking.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Not really.
Fuck.
I mean, we can still hear you. It's just like slightly like, weird sounding.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
Dang, man.
Not the end of the world.
Bro, genuinely, losing my character was the end of the world. Like,
I would agree, bro. I would be so mad.
Bro,
I would be so mad.
for a
bro.
second, I was like, I'm probably gonna quit this game. Bro, because I put like. Because we have been playing for like 5 days, right? 4 or 5 days. 8 hours for 4 or 5 days. That's what, 30, 40 hours? To grinding items, then losing them all.
It's just,
No,
that's
it's-
just fucking good. Also, yeah.
it's
The
fucking
safe
nuts.
in vanilla though is looking kind of useless. I love that item in modded for a specific reason, but like in vanilla, I don't really have a use for it. I'll be
Yeah.
honest. The safe. It's cool.
Oh.
It's cool.
Das ist a hell elevator.
You're really very at. I'll come to you. Wait, this is the only fish. Yeah, except I'm on fishing rod, bro. Well, let me see. Let me see. We should have a fishing rod. Nope.
Oh my god, so many dust traps. Whoo! Oh my god, bro.
Final tap? Yo, we can make that. Actually, clutch though. Can't play. I got a
Holy
terrible
crap, Perino. Yo.
Bro, I just made an item. We got a terrible debuff. Bro.
I don't know if you were here around when we were doing it. We found something called a shimmer. You can use that water to uncraft items, and you can recraft them to try to get a better enchantment.
Yo,
If it's
error.
like an item you crafted.
Oh, really? Okay, let me do that. Let me do that.
We were doing that with like shoes and stuff. Like if you wanna get like the best enchantment on your shoes and stuff, even works on swords.
Yeah, let me do that. Let me do that. Because I
Yes.
found in these items, they have like no. Like, I used to have like max defense, everything, bro. Like, spawning them in, they come in like, just plain. So I gotta fix that.
Oh, I got a live crystal for you, Elias.
Okay, nice.
Wait, did it even return my items? The fuck? Oh yeah, it did. It did.
Ow.
Superior spinal tap. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Let me try Volcano too.
Oopsie daisy. Trying to get the book. Trying to get a book to enhance our NPCs.
I've checked out a bunch of stuff today, Error.
Was Error on? Is Error finally coming on?
He in chat, bro?
Hell yeah.
Oh, it's in chat? Your error, I lost my character by the way.
You get on in a bit? Ah, okay, nice.
I lost the Roger game, bro. Big
Lost
L, bro.
everything.
Big L.
He's crazy.
Bro, I'm such an idiot, bro.
I mean, you got the stuff back now, Billy? Like,
Yeah, but I had to like kind of cheat it in, bro.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fine.
I mean, it's better than quitting the game, bro. So. Whoop. Bro, why am I dying to zombies? Are it like? Did I miss something?
What is this? Okay.
Bro, dying to zombies is crazy. How did I wait? Did I miss something?
Is your armor in the correct slot? Kind of a silly question, but gotta make sure.
Yeah.
It's your armor, Thanos, come on,
Hey, you
bro.
know,
That's
some people, when they play
illegal,
for
bro.
The first time they put the armor in like the vanity, and then they wonder why it doesn't protect.
No, I have the maid set in the vanity. Bro, oh, the kid is blood moon, that's why.
There's a bloodman actor right now. That is true.
Yeah, these
Nice, I found another life crystal.
Nice. I going through the caves here and find none at all.
Bro, really, Sun is so OP, bro. Holy shit. We gotta open more of these chests.
Good luck, Glass.
Thank you.
Find some, bro.
Really,
I
let's go
hope
to
I'm
hell
doing
and open
good.
more of these chests. They go hard, bro.
I know I've got to spawn. Okay.
Oh, really, by the way, did you take the frog? The summon?
Oh, I found a heart finally.
W.
Oh yeah, 5 summons.
Okay, who looted all this? Ah, Thanos. Ah,
Yo,
you. Thanos looted. You looted the whole jungle here.
I think it was me and Error actually. I think Error was like on day one trying to find Anklet of. I remember he was like Loki spamming in chat like, anyone who can find this item, please, I will buy it. Because yeah, it is usually one of the items people struggle to find the most. I think I even had the fish for mine.
Wait,
Yo,
which item?
Arrow, do you have an anklet of wine for me?
Oh, wait.
I also need that English still.
Oh, I take it, Arrow.
Yeah, really, how'd you get all those summons, bro? I only have 3.
Also getting some jungle spores. You need it for some shit.
Finally, bro.
Jesus, holy imp! Fucking.
Nah,
I come
Error,
to my
I-
house and it's a party of imps.
I said, do you have
Check
The,
out this tree I made, bro. I made a tree. Working on a tree. It's a
anklet
smaller
of
one. I'm
wine?
gonna make a more
I need anklet of
giant one
wine
in the center.
for this.
It's gonna have the pylon.
I'll probably make like an evil tree looking. Like black roots.
You got one left over for me? Like, for
Oh,
real?
what is that? Give it to me, bro. You don't need that shit. Got this whip, bro. Spinal tap. What the fuck is that?
Also, Billy, you should probably have a spare. Yeah, have one of the. Oops, I did not mean to dash that one. Boom. Can
Shadow.
loot the underground like
Ooh.
demon chests.
Okay. Hey, yo, appreciate it, bro. Because I was going to, but I literally like fucked up once. We entered the shadow cave, whatever it's called. Much appreciated.
User.
I saw
Bro, this thing
someone
hits hard.
has one in the chest too. I don't remember who else. I
Oh, yeah,
could
but-
ask, I guess, but I'm pretty sure they used it. They probably
But
have used it. It's like
again,
it's like some item
oh,
you
he's not in the VC. Okay, I'll just gotta chat to him.
you're always gonna use it. Wait, join VC who? Brother, somebody give me Enkel of Weint. Bet? Thank you, Willy. Where are we
For
meeting,
that.
Willy? Where are we meeting, Willy? Where are we meeting?
Bro, we joined the VC.
I have mud. Should have mud. I do have mud. Yes. Wood.
Era, you should come online, bro. We like
Bro, I
beaten
can't
many
wait
bosses
to get,
today.
like, flying
You can check the Discord server.
So hard.
We beat like a bunch of bosses, bro. I got another heart crystal.
Yo,
Nice.
Oh, finally.
Can you kill me?
Yeah, I can.
I got a
How many
shot.
do you have?
Let's go, bro.
3.
You got a what?
Then one more is missing and I'm full health, I think. Actually, wait a moment. No, 2. I was, yeah.
So I need the tally counter,
What?
bro. Yo,
Yeah.
let's go grind at the dungeon.
got another one.
Really.
I bet. Oh, by the way, how did you get the like hell key?
Cooking food right now. Ah, alright.
You get it on from chest.
Yo,
I
Era,
can
do
make,
you need
only
life
fire
crystals,
with
Era?
Here, take
Okay.
this. I don't need it for now, anyway.
Wait, is it like infinite opening?
I found another one. That's
it's
crazy.
permanent, yeah.
What? Really?
You can open multiple chests with that. Yeah.
Okay, because Danas gave me one too.
I want that. Let's go.
Oh, Danas gave you one. You don't need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done with this.
I give it to me. Give it to me.
I ain't gonna find that.
Oh, let's go.
I need the tally counter, bro. I only need the tally counter and then one more of the quest thing from the angler.
Do you see my outfit?
I ain't gonna find the anklet. Fuck the anklet. I'm done with
Yeah,
that.
I'm just fishing.
I got 4 life crystals, Liars, if you want.
Okay. Oh yeah, then I'm done, I
Wait,
think.
What happened to your account, by the way? How'd you
Coming
lose
to you.
it?
Come here to spawn. This is for you.
We're in the,
Thank you very much.
And now I'm gonna combine my axe
by the way,
and this thing
It's
and
so
get the
choppy, bro.
best axe in the game.
What happened to your
Axe
mic?
of regrowth.
I don't know what he's tripping, bro.
Can I get it? Yeah.
Maybe you're using your laptop? Your laptop's mic
Yeah.
instead of your
Boom!
headset? Oh, no wonder. It's so bad.
I'll fix it like later today.
Wait, what on earth is this item? See through the eyes of
Does
other
anybody
players.
have
Yeah, I
5
noticed this,
gold
but I haven't
real
tried this
quick?
myself.
Because I need
Yeah,
to
sounds interesting.
get something.
What do you need?
What
are you getting?
I'm getting the actuator. I'm making an actuator tool for
give you,
the
like,
house.
four
Because I'm
gold.
gonna
I got
design.
Here, I got you.
Like, can I actually, like,
Yeah.
spectate people, like, without dying then?
4 gold. You can give him like more.
Yo, why there's so many fucking imps here? What is happening?
That could be like a very fun item for streamers. You
Wait,
know,
I
what
took
is
a
this
platinum
person doing
point.
in the side of the world?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
he has 5 gold, maximum.
How many
The
do you
content
need?
Item.
5 gold.
You need
Wait,
Is
there's a
it-
mechanic in the world.
Error, is it good content item? Does anyone has a spare magic mirror?
Thank you.
No.
what?
Spare magic mirror.
Nope, we had
Magic
Check out the.
That one.
We used to have many. Check out the castle. Maybe we have at the castle. I don't know though.
I will.
Wait, have you found the mechanic in the dungeon, anybody?
Yeah, I did.
You found the mechanic?
I did
okay.
find them.
We need more
Yeah,
NPC
I did.
houses.
Yeah, is she anywhere? Like, where is she? If she is here, I would low-key like to buy some wires. I'm not gonna lie.
Just make a
Oh, yeah,
move
she's
in
at
your
spawn.
house. Like, that should be good.
Bro, I need the flipper sword, man.
What was I looking for? Magic mirror.
It grants the ability to swim. Oh my god, that's gonna be so OP.
You got the Declops relic.
I just
Putting
spent
down
all
the
my
pressure.
money.
Wait, what's the next lightning boots? Frost spark boots. Extra mobility on ice. I don't really care for ice. I mean, the
Nah,
ice.
we are cooked.
Billy, what are you talking about, bro?
I'm just checking something. Wait, I have an extra slot for accessory.
God damn, you're.
Wait, somebody
Your mic
said
is
I
so
told
bad.
somebody to remind me when it's nighttime. Why is it totally bright again?
It's still daytime.
Bro, I'm autistic.
Bro.
Wait, no. What do you mean? It's totally the exact same day as you asked.
Yeah, of course, bro. It'd be like 2 hours, shit.
It's totally the exact same day. What do you
Yes,
mean?
we are stuck at time. Yo, guys, can you please move from the NPC? I see nothing.
Maxi. Yo, Ice, what's that? What's the sword, by the way?
The sword is like Nightshade. You can get the sword from the dungeon.
It's like a
Wait,
combination of multiple swords. Like if you
Yeah, multiple
take the blade of
swords.
grass, volcano,
They-
Muramasa, and night.
Yeah, I
what's the
have
final one?
volcano. I
Yeah,
should
you need to
have
get the
the nightshade.
Muramasa first, and then get the
Yeah.
other 3.
Okay, let me make the nightshade soon.
Did you get the Muramasa from the chest?
Yo, Billy, let's grind the
Yeah,
nightshade.
yeah. And then it can be up after like we are at hard mode. We can upgrade it to edge sword, right?
Wait, is it nightshade or night edge?
I think that's Night Edge.
Night edge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I need a volcano, blade of grass, light spade. Yo, Billy, do you have the blade of grass?
You can make
And
it,
then
bro. It's
after
pretty easy.
and then after like once we're at hard mode, we can upgrade it to True Knight's Edge, which we need Soul of Fright, Soul of Might, and Soul of Sight if you want to upgrade it more potential.
Like 100 of each, please.
Bro, Maxi.
It's 1:40 p.m. We are not stuck in time. The time is turning. Danas. I have it proof on stream. Look. I have proof. We have a clock. The time is going.
It's the same. It's still the same day where you asked me to remind you. It's just.
Yes.
Time has passed.
Oh yeah.
Wait, is it like hours savings to whatever it's called?
Billy, you know what?
Oh, I got the Clothier Voodoo doll. What do you do with that?
You can use that to resummon Skeletron.
Oh. Okay. How do you use it?
Equip it like as an accessory, and then you murder the old man.
Does anyone have
okay.
crimson ore?
We should have some at our base.
Gonna check.
You mean Crimtane?
Crimtane ore, yeah.
I
Yeah,
think might have some.
I think we
plasma.
have a
I need
lot,
15
look at this.
because we're gonna. 1 second. Let me go get some crimson ore. We're gonna do 3 times deer clubs in some minutes. In about 10 minutes.
This cute little tree. Oh my god, it's so aesthetically pleasing.
We're gonna farm deer clubs 3 times. Crimson ore.
Ah, damn, bro.
Oh my god, we have so much crimson ore. Holy shit. Perfect.
You guys have extra Muramasa or something?
Mike.
I had 2 more masters. I gave one to Ice.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
you need to get the Muramasa.
Yeah, I was trying to make the thing.
Oh yeah, Danas, I wanted to check your base. Show me. Do you have by chance a crimson table?
Look at how proud I am of this.
Wow.
It's so like this small. It's such a small, simple bird, but bro, the atmosphere it adds is so powerful. So
Yes,
good.
sir.
This is the kind
The
of
atmosphere is so powerful, I can't handle myself. Watch my stream.
Bro, you gotta zoom in as well.
Watch my stream, bro.
Bro, nah.
No.
You gotta zoom in, bro. I'm gonna make this place so nice.
How did I die?
This looks very,
Oh,
very
This is
beautiful.
Just the beginning. This is
Oh,
just the beginning.
You guys, check out Dana's house, guys. Very, very beautiful. Look at
I'm
this.
gonna make a giant one in the middle. It's gonna have roots that's gonna cut through the entire like cave. So like there will be a giant one in the middle that goes up, and it'll have roots that go into my base as well. Oof. Yeah. Why is lives on fire, bro?
I fell in the lava pit again.
Nah.
Damn, W3.
Then it's just the beginning.
Yo, Willie, let's go to the dungeon, bro. What are you doing?
Okay,
Yeah,
everybody, we
I
have
Bro, I
when
was there. I literally died.
Ice.
Yes, what is it?
What? I have a question for you. What time can I spawn deer clubs?
I think
Deer
7:50.
clubs is anytime, but
All right.
I think 7:30 because it doesn't despawn even if it's on night or day.
Yeah,
So
I
it
think
doesn't
if you
matter.
spawn it in daytime, it becomes enraged, and you have like a more difficult.
Yeah.
Okay,
spawn it in the
everybody.
morning.
When it's what time is nighttime, Donas? 5 p.m.
7:30. 7:30.
7:30.
7:30.
Everybody,
7:30 PM.
we meet. Everybody meet at spawn in the spawn arena where I'm at right now. Watch my stream. Everybody meet here at 7:30. No
In
questions.
the ice. Has to be in the ice to spawn.
No questions. I know.
It has
No
to
questions.
be in the ice. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm not that noobish, okay? No questions. 7:30. We meet here.
Kappa.
Copy that.
Spawn
Yes,
arena.
sir.
No questions asked. Magic mirror is material.
Sir.
Oh yeah, want to check that out. Scrying orb.
Flying orb is brand new. I was low-key considering it, but like, I'm not the government.
Ooh. No, I liked it for content. I'm making it right now.
So yeah, for content, it's probably amazing. I was like thinking about it.
But I
was like,
think I'm getting
I
rid of my. I mean, this is fine. I got recap potions.
What's my None.
This is very good for content. Let me make that really quick.
I need clear grass.
Sorry, what do I need?
Or stingers.
Where's my magic mirror? Guys, I found it. 2 lenses for wormhole. Fucking lenses.
Oh, you need lenses. Here you go. Here's a gift for you. Getting a lens.
So,
bro.
thank you. Can I still use it? No. That's crazy cool. Okay, chat. While we wait, we do this.
Do we have
Is there
like?
any more gold chests in the dungeon?
I want to make Knight's Edge, bro.
Yeah, I want to make Knight's Edge too, bro, to be honest.
By the way,
Let's work on
you can get dungeon crates by fishing in a dungeon if all the chests are taken. If you cannot find any more.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you
Oh,
can get
okay.
all of the dungeon loot from just fishing. Like yeah, Fishing saves the day yet again. Just everything you can get from fishing.
Wait, do you have a spare otherwise I can just make a new rod.
Spare what?
Fishing rod.
Not really. You can just make one. I have one made of printing.
Wait, it's 8 p.m.
Oh,
What the fuck? The time flies. Hey, wait, what is happening? Why is the time flying so much? Wait, why is it 8 p.m. over here and 9 p.m. over here? What the fuck is this world? Now it's
something
9
over there has
p.m.
like less accuracy. It's probably because I have something more accurate on me, and the graph on the clock only shows like time.
Guys, come spawn, everybody.
Come to my base.
No questions asked. Get everything you need. Potions, whatever. Spawn arena. We are missing Billy, Ice, Error.
You can only spawn it at the ice biome, by the way.
I know. No questions asked. Come spawn arena
Wait,
right
well,
now.
Okay. It said spawn.
Where's
Okay,
the arena?
got you. We're coming.
Spawn arena, Ice. Spawn arena.
Yes, sir, we're coming.
Small ass.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, let's farm this guy first.
Oh, gang.
I wanna see how strong we are. Okay. Did Eye of Cthulhu get stronger?
It scales with amount of people online. Maybe there's just more people online, but no,
Ah.
we should not have gained any strength.
Oh, we're literally annihilated.
I feel like my B-bow is my best weapon.
Bees are crazy. Combine bees with the high flag, bro. They go nuts.
Okay, number 1, number 2. Wanna try my weapons a bit.
Eye of Cthulhu, bro.
Can I spawn multiple?
Bro, he does
No.
no damage to me. I can just stand still, he will do nothing.
Yo, who's flying up? Yo,
I think it's fly so high up.
how do you fly so high?
Bro,
up,
he is going out of this world.
Wait, how you guys fly so high up? What the fuck?
Ah!
I think we have like
Oh,
Oh.
the slow falling.
Ah yes, the slime has fall damage. Yes, I forgot.
Oh, I think the gravity potion.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, too easy.
10 seconds, guys. Wait for me, please.
I love using the slime.
Yeah, the slime sucks, bro. It has fall damage.
True.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm running out of ammo.
Can you stay down, please?
Yo, what are you guys doing up here?
You're really just going
Rip Ice. Rip, my friend. Rip. Does he, like, do boss target the weakest or the strongest?
I think it's whoever hit him the last, but like we're all spamming him at the same time, so.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
There are also items that do decrease or increase aggro later on in the game.
Yo, isn't there an item that gives me infinite ammo?
Of the weakest ammo, yes. And for arrows as well, actually. But
Is
yeah,
it like hard mode for the bullet?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, now let's go to the winter arena at Ice House. Time to do deer clubs 3 times. And now I'm actually gonna press
yes,
B
sir.
because this is gonna be something.
Come here.
I always run in that house.
69 blocks away.
Wait, is Eric?
Okay.
Eric is
Oh yeah, right click this table so you can spawn more imps. I have no summoner, sadly. Of course, I don't have anything. Okay. 3. Who spawned away? What happened?
I pressed the wrong button. I had the wrong thing equipped.
Okay, 3,
Accidental magic mirror.
2, 1. Press B and we get started. Deer clubs, first time.
Do that bit? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, holy shit.
God damn.
Yo, what are those
Jeez,
attacks?
oh my
Crazy shit. Isn't that guy from some other game?
Yes, from Don't Starve Together or something like
Yo,
that.
fly above him. Fly above him. He can't see me, I think. Look, I'm just right here.
I wonder why he's stuck.
But why am I getting slowed down?
Wait, no.
Ooh, what am I? I'm gonna die.
I'm getting like slowed down, but I dropped 30 gold.
Oh yeah, speaking of gold, I gotta put my gold away.
Oh, you know what potion would have been useful against him? The anti-frozen potion. He keeps like slowing me down with frost. That's so annoying.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Think about that.
Oh, that's fine.
I got him stuck. I got him stuck. I got him. Never mind. Never mind.
Wait, I was dead. God damn.
Yo, he is actually quite hard.
This bow is cool as fuck. It shoots fire bats.
Wait, I wanna be there for the death.
Look shit. Ow. Not even noticing he's like hitting me, bro. One of those hands.
Oh my god, bro.
Okay, I want to open this bag first before we do it again. Oh my god, how many hands? Okay, 1 second, chat.
Finally.
1, 2, 3. 1. Lucy the Axe summons shadow hands to attack your foes. Oh, this is cool. Why do I have the obsidian shield?
Why do you have it?
I'm
Give it
gonna
to me, Maxi.
I'm gonna do this. And summons a living chest. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's definitely cool. Wait, isn't that? Oh, yeah, that's cool as fuck.
Wait, someone's shadow has to take your.
Does somebody want Lucy the Axe? I mean, yeah, it's shit. Is there any?
He just drops of shit. I'm not gonna lie.
Is there?
He drops nothing.
I mean, the bone helm, I like that. Using that. And I'm also using the eye bone. This shit. Look.
Okay. Yeah, that's like basically a piggy bank that follows you around.
So I'm not fully hating on him.
Yeah, just crazy. Is he in Rita actually? I'm not sure if daytime has an effect. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's only not being in the snow biome which is bad.
Remember to press H and B, guys. Oh shit. Yeah, the freezing effect sucks.
Yep. There is a potion against that. I just completely forgot that it exists.
I'm not even seeing the boss, I just snipe him with magic missile.
Bro, I'm cool, bro.
Retreat, buddy, retreat.
I'm around.
I think the nurse is right here. Heal.
Yeah, we're gonna get free healing. Well, not free, to pay for healing. Pay to get full health.
Oh, she's actually here. Let me see.
Yeah.
One gold to heal? Bro, she's a Jew.
Dude, the beats are so epic, bro.
Yeah.
One of the coolest weapons, bro, I'm telling you. Oh, what's happening? Oh my god, I have to retreat a bit. I'm healing up. Oh my god. Haha. Let's go. Easy heal up.
Of course.
Let's go! Okay, we're not gonna do it again. I'm gonna save the thread for some other time.
Yo, Billy, what is that chest you have? What's that chest, bro?
Even though, what is this?
I opened the
what?
gate and I got like a portable chest. So it's like a physical
Radio thing. Wearable. I'll also use it to see the world differently. Sounds interesting, but I'm not into electrician.
I got a summon item. I don't know if I was summon, I think.
Yeah, GG's. Dear clubs,
Can I
finish.
check your... Billy, where are you? Let me check your...
So chat, this is the time where we slow down a bit, enjoy the game, enjoy Terraria of its beauty, enjoy the beauty of Terraria, building, chilling, everything, fishing. That's it for bosses for now, for like
basically just the,
2 to 4
PvP
days.
thing.
And in 2 to 4 days we do water flash and progress into hard mode.
Hell yeah.
So now we get to enjoy the beauty of the game. Like everything except bosses. We do have some tryhard builders, especially Danas. I know you like to build, right?
Bro, look at the house on the right, bro. What do you mean? I mean, I'm
And
doing
I
good.
see Liars loves to build. Really nice stuff
Yeah.
over here.
So, Melody is Deutsch.
Also, you can use the eye thing to inspect people now, can't you?
Oh yeah, right. I'm probably gonna do that for the rest of the 2 days, right?
That's like your new favorite item, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That's
right?
awesome, though. That's actually awesome. I'm gonna go fucking gamble. Fuck it. It's what I want to gamble.
I'm gonna watch you waste all your money, bro.
Pray for me, please. Give me that good luck over the red cardinal. Deranged. Oh! Oh, that sounded so good. Oh my god, I'm gonna come. How much money did I spend? Okay, 50 gold. Okay, half a platinum just gone. Ooh, that's good. That sound they added is so good. Oh my god. I built this tiny tree and it makes me so happy. Why am I wearing this? What the hell?
Yo, Billy, let's open the or maybe they don't have the chest now. Yeah, it's probably all taken.
What?
The,
What are we doing, bro?
The chest. It's probably
What chest?
Wait, I can actually. Do I not have the item that Makes me not to destroy nature.
Anklet of the Wind.
What do you want to say?
I guess that's what I'm gonna do now.
Jo, then let's fish together in the jungle.
You also need that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go together. Why not?
Billy, where are you?
Let's meet up somewhere, bro.
I'm in Dana's plan thing. Yes. What's here?
Yeah, the greenhouse is perfect for fishing in the surface jungle. Just go to the jungle pile and go take a left and boom.
I
Fishing
got
luxury.
crazy ass axe for it.
What are we doing, Billy?
Ooh,
Oh,
the
let's go
hands
to
are cool as fuck. Doesn't matter where they are.
Find what?
I'm coming, lawyers.
I can't hear you.
Let's grind the night edge. Night edge.
Oh, okay. You wanna make like a pond of the... I can make a pond because I have the infinite water.
Okay.
Danas, farm your Daybloom.
Wait, but we need the
Wait, you wanna fish?
blade of grass.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Already have
You,
a
Yeah,
the
that's
loot
gonna
game
be
is completely looted.
That's gonna be easy.
Yeah,
don't worry.
that's right. I noticed that. Like,
You sure?
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, that's gonna be easy. Let's just find the
every
beacon.
single chest has been looted.
Teleport.
Mhm.
we're gonna make a pond.
Give me some bait, bro.
I can hook you up, Max. Yeah, I have quite a few. I have
Yeah.
like an.
Yeah,
I
Danas.
basically, I'm an infinite bait generator if I lock
Here.
on fishing because. Why are you like invisible? I never see you somehow. Like I'm like so many times I'm like, where is Maxi? And he's like,
Huh?
"I'm next to me, I don't see you. I don't know what it is.
You wanna fight,
Like
bro?
somehow camouflage.
Wait, do PvP for a second. You're a tank, right?
I'm not. No.
Huh?
I'm a mage. I'm a magic user. You need to be. You need to enable people. Oh, we need to be a separate team.
1 damage. Are you kidding me? Yo!
How much did I do to you?
Yeah, a
Okay,
lot,
I'm
a
not
lot,
bad,
a
but
lot.
You're pretty tanky. You're pretty tanky as well.
Yeah, right. Disable, bro. Was fun.
You need to be like
Billy, I'm at
gladiator
the...
arena.
Somebody
What
make
a
a
dungeon,
PvP
where are
arena,
you, bro?
please, for fun.
Which dungeon?
If somebody has nothing to do and needs a mission, do
Okay.
build a PvP arena.
It's only one dungeon, bro. What do you mean? Come on, we're gonna make a pond. Yo, Danas, where's the pond should be?
I said what?
The pond. We're gonna make a pond for fishing.
What biome?
The dungeon.
Oh, you don't need to make one. There are like traps in the dungeon where you can just fish in the dungeon. Like Willy is at the water area. You can just fish there.
Oh yeah, I see it. I'm here.
Yeah, there's like it's super overkill amount where you can just fish there. Yeah. In any of those
Yep.
water traps.
Wait, what am I doing? I don't have a rod.
I highly recommend use a fucking crate potion if you have any of those, and a fishing potion as well to just increase the frequency.
Yeah,
of
I
it.
do. I have a lot actually.
Billy,
I've
what's
been
the-
saving.
That shit is super clutch for fishing.
Wait, so this is jungle water, right?
Yes, this is surface jungle. There's a difference between surface jungle and underground. For chests, I'm pretty sure it's equal. But if you do fish in the underground jungle, you can get a specific kind of fish that's useful for summoners. To make a summoner potion.
Mm. Ah, the slimes get in. That's annoying. Let me fix this real quick. There you go.
Don't you have royal gel?
I fixed.
I do not recommend doing that though. That is actually like because the block is touching the water, it cuts off the water, so it like decreases the fishing level.
Wait, really?
Oh, we got a bone one.
Yeah. Like because like the way water like area is calculated, it will only calculate what's on the right side because of that one block. I think that's still deep enough though, but yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna go make myself some food because I am low key starving.
I bet. I'll probably do the same, dude.
I just
Really,
clean
what's
my
your-
inventory first, and then yeah.
Billy, what's your fishing rod
What?
called?
Wait, did I give you the bait? Oh yeah, I did give you the bait, right?
The crimson
Yeah, I
one,
got it.
I'm using the crimson one.
Oh, really? You're using the bee headgear to increase the minion, right?
The what?
The bee hit.
The big gear, yeah.
Should I do it?
Right, do you actually just farm, like, get the anchor of the wind from, like, normal fishing, or do you need to fish the crate?
I think you need to get a crate.
Alright. Okay.
Also, Billy, get some building blocks.
Yeah, I will. I just gotta find my frog.
Also feels good to, like, kinda slow down. Not, like, burst this all the time. I'm also up to, like, fish all together. We're gonna do this some other time.
Oh.
Like, just for fun, you know?
Mhm.
Bro, really, I lost my frog
You lost your
summon.
what?
Do you have it? The frog summon?
Nope.
Bro. Dang it.
Oh, it's not random. It's not random. It's not random.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. But you gotta restart my game. I don't hear any sounds, bro.
Mm-hmm. That usually happens in VC. Like once I enter VC, the
Yeah.
game like in-game sounds kind of fucks up.
Yeah.
I lost my summon.
This one, like, this one.
Give me some better chest, please. Wait, fishing power probably also contributes to getting better chests. I got
Yeah.
a random ass fishing rod right there. 25 fishing power. What about you, Lars?
I have 22 only.
25. We should get better fishing rods.
Really, what
Yeah.
chest? Really, what fishing rod are you using right now?
Bro, I've told you a lot of times, it's the Crimtane.
I do feel like our fishing rod is holding us back.
Probably, yeah.
It's the Crimtane, bro. We have a lot of Crimtane in the chest. The flesh catcher. It's made from Crimtane.
Yeah, funny.
Iron crate. Never mind. Never mind, bro.
Nice.
It's not the fishing rod.
Do we have any bait?
I can give you some. I have a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Also, you can check at the chest. I think there's a lot of bait at the chest.
Yeah, we have a lot of bait. It's kind of ass, but
Yeah, I only have the journeyman.
Ooh, heavy Falcon blade. 29 melee damage. Rapid attacks deal more damage. Melee, okay. I'll be dropping that at spawn.
I got 2 times already the sailfish boots.
What do they do?
Das ist das Hermes Boots in a different skin, I think.
You can probably sell that for like some gold.
I forgot.
I mean, we also get many fishes, which are going to be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Hasty ram ruin. What the hell? Get slammed to the ground.
Oh, 23 gold. Yeah. Where did I get that from? Let me drop
Benny,
that.
do you have wormhole potions? Oh, I
I'm
gave
rich again.
What?
a wormhole potion.
Wormhole? Only have 11. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna give you some. Okay, let me go back.
Okay. Wait, what bottle water was specular fish?
Where are you? Alright, there you go. Oh, wait. Here.
Shit, thank you.
You can teleport to me if you want.
Yeah, we should have specular fish.
It's killing me
No, we don't have any
again.
specular fish. Fuck.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Bro.
Wait, Vinny, we
You
have
teleport
two
to me.
NPCs in our house.
What?
Who is Henry? Oh, he sells bullshit.
That's some new NPC, bro.
Forgot about the ocean.
This is.
Bro, I wish we could use the pilot, but we can't.
Wait, what can we not do?
Yeah. Get some building blocks. I forgot some building blocks. Really.
Okay.
Billy,
Well,
get some building blocks.
just any block?
By the way, unless you can,
Billy, what did you say?
We cannot place a pylon here because we already have one.
You can build multiple.
No. In one biome, you can only have one. Yep.
Ja, dann, Ripperino.
Alright, I'm coming to you, Vinny.
don't teleport yet. Hold on. Alright, you can teleport now.
Do you have some bait?
There you go.
Oh, never mind. I have 5
Yeah, I do.
jellyfish. But let me do the crypto rod.
You have what?
Let me place the
There you go. Just take this.
Bro, why these guys
Place some blocks, bro, so we don't get place some blocks. Oh god, bro, what is that?
I have the small feeling this is going to take ages.
Yeah,
Bro, he
feels
can
like
shoot
it.
through the wall.
Yeah, those guys can shoot through the walls.
So
Got the other item.
You might wanna make
Jungle crate, pause.
fight 'em.
Oh my god, I got a staff of
Right.
regrowth.
No.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you need jungle crates.
Yeah.
Staff of regrowth is pretty good actually. Yo, if anybody needs Staff of Regrowth, you can make the best axe in the game with that. You need a copper axe and Staff of Regrowth. I have the Staff of Regrowth. If anyone wants that, let me know.
Willie, do you have a bow?
If you want the best axe in the game, let me know.
A what?
Do you have a bow? Like a bow.
I can barely. A bow. Oh, a bow.
Yeah.
Check the chest. I think I have some on my personal chest.
A bow right now too.
I have like an extra one.
I can just...
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
Yo, Billy, what's your axe? Show me your axe. Billy.
My axe. I have the
Equip it. I can watch you.
Murderous Lucy the axe. 150% axe power.
What? 150? I
Ooh,
thought
budget
this is the
grade.
best one.
Yeah, 150 axe power.
The fuck? What axe do you have, Liars?
I didn't got it.
X of regrowth.
Okay. Yeah, never
Is
mind
that good?
then.
How much power is it?
It's 125.
Yeah, I have 150.
I mean, yours is better, right? 150?
Yep.
Damn.
Terraria has this instant replant for everything. That's what makes
Mm.
good, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Billy, you know what? Fuck it.
Ice, which axe do you have?
I have the molten axe.
How much axe power?
Okay, I have the molten knife.
Billy, fuck it.
150% axe power, 70% hammer power.
Alright, alright.
See?
Are you good, Billy?
Bro, it's so dark in here. What the fuck? Okay.
Hey, come here. Here, get the here. Get this for now. Give it back, okay? That's like the only one I have.
Paralyzed. Okay, brother, give me a jungle crate, please. I'm still at 50 bait. This bait is absolutely insane. No, never mind.
Yo,
47.
this is OP, bro.
Still insane. Come on. This is not gonna give me anything right now. Nah. It's the jungle crates. We need jungle crates. Come on. No. Jungle crates.
We're in the dungeon fishing.
Spectator fish, yo, that's good for the potions. Oh, by the way, let me.
Uh-huh.
What about F4 summons?
Nice.
Oh my god, let me check Clash of
Yeah.
Clans real quick.
I can't use any of my summons because I'm using my maybe I can use one. Yeah, I can only use one.
Wait, do you have a fishing.
Yeah, I have a fishing set.
Jay, can you update roster day 7, please? Jay, please update
Bro.
roster day 7 Clash of Clans. Oh my god, wait. Why does it say 0 seconds? Is it bugged? You can't edit it anymore. What happened? I think it's bugged.
You also see it, that's very weird.
Bro, my fishing level was so good, but because my character got reset, it's like ass now. Used to be so OP.
Yeah, looks bugged. Wait, I can do my attack, I guess. Is the mirror rule on? Yeah. Alright, let me just attack this guy real quick here. Let me finish that already. Good. Oh my god, we need 4 spells to destroy this. Easy. Okay.
Gentlemen, I have arrived.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Alright, I got 1 star. Okay. Danas, does fishing power contribute to the loot you get from fishing?
Absolutely.
Oh my god, then I need a better fishing rod. This is ass, right?
Probably molten then. next one.
Chumcaster is actually one of the better ones.
Alright, that's good.
It's
Got
not like
one-
the best, but it's definitely up there.
I did get 1 jungle crate so far. Need more. Yeah, I'm getting 3 star slayers.
That's good.
Let's fucking go. I mean, we probably won't win the Clan War League, but whatever. At least we don't degrade.
Mhm.
Oh, hop on bait heroes while you're fishing. What are you doing? No, I'm just kidding.
Good suggestion,
Am I?
actually. Good suggestion.
Bro, W bait heroes. I love better rock. Okay, wait, actually.
Should probably get my Clash of Clans on PC again. Yeah, easy 3 stars. Let's go. I'm probably logging after I get the anklet of the wind. That item sucks. It sucks. It takes ages to get.
Must admit, finding it for
There's
me
like,
was,
it feels like there's only 1 jungle in this whole world, and that whole jungle is looted. So you're forced to do fishing, especially when you do like 9-player playthrough.
yeah, especially with 9 players on a board like this.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks.
What's up there? Nah, I'm good. I don't think I ever used that weapon really. I'm not a big fan of it.
Yeah,
But,
we are never gonna get 2nd place. It's whatever. So,
Missile. That one's my favorite.
the. Yo, if anyone wants some Staff of Regrowth, let me know. I found one.
Dang.
Who entered the voice channel?
Your mother. Does your mom actually play Terraria, actually?
Nah, I don't think so.
I would low-key not even be surprised because, like, surprisingly, your mom actually had like a fucking Mario Kart or like whatever, like full setup. That's actually crazy. Back in the time when I was there in Germany,
Yeah.
like hella
Please
surprised me,
stop.
bro. My mom has like no interest in video games whatsoever, like at all. That was super cool.
Chat, I didn't announce it yet, but end of March, ERS teams chat. Promise. 1 daytime ERS team, 1 nighttime ERS team in another country, not Germany. With Liars. Liars is gonna be cameraman. And we do ERS team banger. We might visit strip club on kick, of course. And some other juicy stuff.
Hell yeah, that's what I want to see. That's the kind of stuff I want to see.
Still got to convert some euros to that currency. I'm not gonna leak it yet. And yeah. It's gonna be some banger EIS teams upcoming end of March.
Marching.
Gonna fly to another country, baby. First time flying alone. With my boy Liars.
Flying alone for the first time is a scary experience.
Yeah.
Exciting almost even. But fun.
Probably gonna visit some restaurants and like walk through the city and shit like that.
Do I not have... Oh, there's mud. Wait, how the fuck do I make mud walls? Am I stupid? Am I blind? Can you not make mud walls? Surely you can.
I probably will, Billy. Like NGL, I will definitely visit some exotic stuff. I wanna do some banger live stream. I show speed style. Kappa. But nah, I'm definitely gonna visit some cool places.
Is there a graveyard biome somewhere?
Are people naked as Duplo? I don't think they're naked, right? Like, if they're not naked, then I'm gonna check it out on your stream, I guess, but yeah, I have to like ask for permission and shit like that. Half naked, yeah. We see how Twitch toss if it's allowed or not. We see, bro, we see. I'm definitely not against it.
You get hella recipes from Ectomist.
Bro, where are the jungle crates?
Where are they?
I didn't even get a single one.
Error, give me an anklet of the wine, please. So I can skip this. I don't have one, yeah. How did you get yours? Fishing! It probably took like 1 hour at least, right? 5. Holy shit, my brother.
That is low-key kind of crazy. I'm not even gonna lie. I need blocks. How am I out of mud blocks? That's crazy. I live in the fucking jungle.
Talking about biomes, how do you open the dungeon chest? There's like at least one special chest. I saw it.
Hard mode.
Hard mode. Alright.
Oh, hard
That's
mode,
something I
yeah.
have never done in my whole Terraria lifetime, I think. Open some special biome chest. I wanna know what's inside. I really wanna open that shit. It was some ice chest, I think. Looked very icy.
I think there's a like chest for every single like biome, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it difficult to get? The key for that?
Is technically not difficult, it's just rare. Like difficulty, super easy. Rarity though.
Okay, yeah. Damn. Like, how do you get it? Beat the boss or?
Kill any enemy in that biome for that key. So if you
Ah.
desert key, kill anything in the desert. Literally anything.
Damn.
Super easy, you know, just kill anything.
Wait, I can get it right now,
Right.
basically.
Well, you're not in hard mode.
Hard mode, yeah, of course.
But yeah, in theory, like any biome, hard mode. That's how you do it.
1 of 500. Damn. No error. We're gonna. I'm not sure if you were here, but we basically done everything you can do pre-hard mode, and right now we're gonna do 3 to 4 days break, so we get to enjoy the actual game beside all the bosses. And we're also gonna. We already all agreed on Yeah, building. Many people want to build. And we all agreed on doing fishing all together sometime. I think that's a hella of a vibe. I want to do like many locations. Definitely the cloud fishes. Definitely want to do that
Yeah, so you can get the wings as well.
all together. So we already agreed on that sometime.
Speaking of building, Error, do you have a house in this world? Like do you have a place that you would call a main base?
Are you homeless?
Yeah, you Error. Like I've seen you build some stuff, but like, do you have like an actual base of operations? Go to spawn. Let's see. Okay, let me see. I'm curious.
Let me guess. The spawn is your base. I mean, I just moved into Willy's base.
Sky?
They welcomed me with a warm welcome.
Damn, okay. I had no idea. Bro got some crazy shit going on. Hell yeah. That's what I love to see. God damn.
Oh yeah, does anybody have the ice machine? I need
Yeah,
one.
matey, bro. Ice machine. I think I probably saw it multiple times. I just never picked it up because I was looking for ice skates.
Jungle crate.
Oh my god.
If you just probably gotta explore the jungle, even the already looted
Let me
chests.
watch the stream. What did you get?
A better fishing pole.
Oh, wait, 70?
30%.
Ah, 30. Okay.
And master bait.
I love this.
Oh,
I love
nice.
this. I put skyship, bro. Yeah, this is beautiful. The mechanic. Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, we did.
Elias, can I get your power bank really quick?
Okay.
Don't have my phone cable in reach. Danke. Do you wanna say hello to my live stream?
Okay.
I mean, we live in one apartment, right? Say hello. It's very dark.
Hello.
Say in the microphone.
Hello, Laios
Spooky
here.
shadow in the background.
How's your playthrough going, bro?
Going good.
Very nice. Good to hear, bro. Good to hear. To all the boys out there, I highly recommend Shared Apartment. Very, very cool experience. I have way more joy than living alone. I lived alone for like 2 years. Back in the old setup. The hardcore viewers remember. But yeah, Shared Apartment is definitely nice.
Mhm.
It helps you from going insane. Being alone would be tough on the mind.
Yeah, I guess
I
so.
imagine.
Ja.
Yo, can you autofish in this game?
Not that I know of.
Scam. Scammerino. And let me skip this song and remove it. Remove, skip. This one as well. Remove, skip. This is good. What? Agral fishing? Unless you make like agral fishing macro. To be honest, Error, fishing is like one thing I never got into Gal era. Generally jobbing. I got shit gifted for being famous and I mean, I'm being honest, bro. And yeah, I did some digging. That's it. And of course, iTunes.
The luxurious life.
And iTunes. iTunes for life, brother. Probably spent a couple $1,000s in this fucking game.
One time I calculated, and yeah, I had like around exactly 2,000 USD spent on Graal.
Yes.
And I just think about that whole amount, like in retrospect, just like now, like I'm like, fuck, bro, I could buy a good GPU with that money. Like if I had
That's
it
like
now.
the.
That's better on fucking Graal.
Should I place the Cardinal Cage here for luck? Let's try.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Come on, Cardinal, look me in the eyes.
Golden crate?
Yeah.
Money.
Got a life crystal.
Arrow, can you type something in the in-game chat? I wanna move my camera.
Oh, what is it? Error? Why did you teleport it to me?
Thank you.
No, I'm not in the dungeon. I'm mining like ice blocks right now for the build.
I feel like I'm getting addicted to fishing.
Surely.
It's not like really pain, to be honest. I don't know.
So if you got the
It's
anchor
like-
when you would still continue?
Good question, actually. Yeah. Good question, brother. Do you fishing, Cress? Brother, I haven't even talked to this guy yet. I don't even know his name.
Actually, that's a good reminder. I should do mine.
When it takes a minute, do it? Yeah. Okay, tell me why.
If you can become super OP at fishing.
Good loot? Alright.
Oh, I already finished mine today. I thought it was on your day. Stupid.
What
Hey,
do you
that's-
That's,
Stupido.
get for quests?
what?
What do you get for fishing quests?
More fishing gear that just makes it easier to fish. in-
50% fishing power!
Oh, I already have that master bait.
Give me that!
Got it from fishing.
Give me 50% fishing power. I take it every day.
Well, I have it and I also don't get jungle quests.
You do 30 quests to get it. Yeah, that's the fishing rod I have.
Oh,
It's
oh,
crazy
the
good.
water-
I
the water
recommend
would be
it.
insane.
Plus, there's the fishing armor, which has a like set bonus of decreasing enemy spawn rate. So if you want to build, you can just put on fishing armor, and like less enemies will be around. Pretty cool.
The journeyman bait really holds on, bro. It's, yeah. Only used 9 so far and it'd been like 30 minutes. That's respectable. Respectable bait right there. Golden crate?
Well, I got the
Master bait. Yo, where's Pog? I take that. Let's use this. Yo, Era, what's up, bro? You doing good, bro? Take this away from me. Okay, but Crashen, why do you give it to the most goofy person on the SMP? Error. I'm so gonna drop it in the lava right now. I think Lias is the safest person to give that item.
I would just drop it in some sessions and forgot it.
Yeah, that's why. Error, I have severe ADHD, bro. I'm so gonna drop it in the lava in the next 5 minutes. Let me save that, actually.
Add that to the notepad. Like, throw guide would it.
Nah, bro, trust me, I'm the most person in this playthrough. Willy incompetence. Was talking about display papirania. Yeah. GG's. GG's, Willy. Okay, let's see what the other people are doing. We got Liars right there. We got Danas. Oh yeah, let me zoom out a bit. Show me the tree tunnels you built.
Small one?
Oh,
And
look at that.
This is tiny though.
Tunnels
There's gonna
doing
be a-
art.
In the middle, I plan on making like a grand.
We
big
got
tree
Willy.
That is gonna have the.
Willy's in a jungle right now.
They have a lot of mahogany wood.
Error.
I do have
Yo,
quite a bit,
what
but,
the
like,
hell?
I actually need all of it.
Is this on PUI?
Yeah, I plan on making a lot of
Is this PUI? Point of interest? Like,
cool stuff.
I hang up a poster here.
that's your base, brother. Are you serious? That's the latest stuff I've seen so far in this SMP.
Bro is not homeless, bro. I thought he was homeless. Bro is not homeless.
He's definitely not homeless.
He is very much so not homeless at all.
Good shit, bro. Ice is in
Yeah.
ice.
Yes.
Ice is mining ice.
Yes.
And what holds up to his name? What can I say?
Ah. I got 60 bears, 161 double cots if anyone wants.
I got a falcon blade if anyone wants that. 29 melee damage.
I got a fallen star if anyone wants that. I'm even gonna
People
sign
like-
that shit.
I got this poster that I hang up a second time.
Catfish, what is
There's not a
that?
master, but I guess
Catfish,
it's
quest item. Catfish, quest item. Pause.
Oh yeah, new quest. Let me go do some fishing.
Okay, since I got it right now, let me go. Where's the guy?
Ocean, I'm pretty sure.
Catfish, let's go. Convenient. Since I'm already in the jungle.
Okay, I got a hardy saddle.
Ocean. Hello. Here you go.
Got a turtle.
Yeah, man's got a mount.
Timmy. Oh yeah, fishing potion. Perfect. Exactly what I need right now.
Got a cashews as well.
Boom. We do this. And now we should get the jungle crate. First try. Yo, thanks, brother.
Also, Maxi, do you want to see why you should do fishing quests?
Yes. Please.
Actually, before.
Please show me the endgame item you got. Detects hooked fish. What is that? I don't get it.
Increases fishing power by 10. Nice.
What is this, chat? I don't get it. Like, I can see it, like... Oh yes, I take the fishing rod, please, Dennis. Can we trade?
The speed of
What?
how I'm
What do you want?
Yeah,
getting fish.
it's absolutely crazy.
Oh, er eigenlijk te zonder.
Error, explain me this potion. Watch stream.
We're all just fishing here together.
This. Ah, interesting.
Oh yeah, you can like basically not use your bait until you get a crate potion, or a crate, yeah, jungle crate.
Mm.
What did I just get? Is that a painting? What does that? Bro, the void bag, not the pig.
Is cracking time is
Cracking
in the
time.
background there if it's that.
Ah. That's a fucking Morbius reference, that's crazy. Also, boy, what the hell are you putting randomized painting on my fucking greenhouse? Hell nah. That's crazy. It's supposed to be nature in here, and some randomized paintings, bro.
Good luck for fishing.
That's what I was thinking, bro. Who put this on my walls, bro? I get it. The walls
Yeah, yo,
are
don't
kinda
touch my
unconnected.
cardinal.
I will put some cool decorations up there eventually, like nature, like plants and stuff. Because yeah, there's supposed to be a garden overgrown garden is the kind of vibe I want this place to have. Bro, I got so distracted. What the hell I was? Oh yeah, I was building this.
I need some chat feedback real quick. Can you hear the music? Or is it way too quiet?
Writing grass seeds.
Can't hear it? Okay, thank you. What about now? Should be fixed. Should be perfect in the background. Nice, thank you.
Jungle crit again.
Blue?
I got it.
Even more of a W.
GG's, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, how much fishing power does your rod have, Lars?
30.
Can I land it?
Okay. Moment, ein Craft Maintainer, I'm coming over. There's no Drinker's Workshop, that's one I have to go to jungle anyway.
I really, really hope all these fishes have some type of use. Otherwise, this is all for nothing, bro.
Yeah, I want the stuff later back. Here's the fishing rod.
Yeah, let's trade for now so we remember. Thank you.
And I also have an equipment for that. 10%, 10 more fishing power.
Huh?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's the
I want that
quest
back as well.
rewards. For
Yeah,
all
of
doing the
course.
fishing quests.
Bro, it's a gamble. If you give me something, it's actually a gamble if you get it back or not.
No, I'm gonna take it back. Otherwise, I'm gonna take everything. And I'm gonna get it somehow.
What the fuck did I get? Yo, you got something! Give me that!
It's cracking time. Here you can have 2 of that.
What is this? Did I get some random ass
The
poster?
Yeah.
Let me place it right here. Yes, this is all for luck. Thanks, buddy. All the fun. Wait, what did you get, Willy? Knight's Edge? Isn't that the sword Danas uses?
Yeah.
Wow,
Smells
wow,
like a
wow.
sublight.
GG's, mate. GG's.
I think Willy and Billy, they were also fishing. Like the whole server is just fishing today.
Let me
They are
check,
fishing
what's
in the
everybody
dungeon.
doing? Good call, bro. Okay. I was crafting something. Ice is still icing.
Okay, and now I need to recraft the jackbirds forever to get something good.
Are you sure you don't want to upgrade them even further?
I
Because
can.
if you
Wait,
check the boots, they
It's
have the material
material.
tag.
what do I need now?
Yep. welcome to
Everything is
Terraria
material, brother.
boots.
It never ends.
There is no journey's end.
Ice skates? Where do I get that?
Fishing again. Let you
In the ice biome,
in
I
the ice
guess.
biome. Yep.
Okay, for that I need to put my stuff then later back. Not gonna do it with this bad fishing rod. I'm putting a life crystal at spawn if someone needs that.
Wooden crate. Ah, I'm full, bro. Yeah, let me empty myself real quick. Be right back. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna use the Rika potion because we have pillars.
Wait, which I think is better? What is better? Which of which?
Should I favorite something here?
What is that? Let me see.
Probably not.
You're asking a mage about summoner items. Is that a diabolical choice? Or Starcrest? Starcrest is brand new. Wait, let me see what does it do. Immediate from primed. Strike enemy with primed energy.
I'm very tempted. Oh my god, fuck.
I'm a real error. I can't answer that. I have like no knowledge on the summoner class.
Shit, I'm already.
Yeah, I'm like the wrong person. I have like no
I'm
info
already
on
for
the
this.
summoner.
I'm ready for this.
Not just that,
Up
but
my
also
items real quick.
summoner in 1.45, like 0.45, like the newest update, got like a massive rework. So like, there's like many mechanics I have like no idea about that even exist. So like, yeah.
I feel like I'm ready for that,
Maybe I
but
don't know.
as we said, 3 days. I might do it in a minute. Who knows?
3 days.
La 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 la. Okay, back to fishing.
This guy.
So, what do you mean? What do you mean, Danas? I'm just singing. So, let's get this back in the water. So.
Does this look like a jungle? I guess this kind of looks like a jungle tree, right?
Yola, NGI, do I have any weapon that's viable against Wall of Flash? I googled Hellwing versus the other bow, and they say Hellwing is good.
I also have heard in the past that the star cannon is like exceptionally good at destroying the wall, but I always play mage, so what do I know?
Error, what would you say? Which weapon is the best against wall? Star cannon, okay, but what about the bows? Which bow? Hellwing, right? Reddit said Hellwing. Because of some bats. Yeah. Hell one, yeah. Alright, alright. I have to enchant
Look at
this.
our space, and this looks awesome.
Error has the very cool house.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even out, it's a fucking chip, bro. Really, really, really advanced stuff.
Hmm. And I have. some
But
little
I actually do
storage.
believe, like, if you really lock in building, get experience, get to know all the blocks, bro. Because all the blocks I know are fucking dirt blocks right there and stone blocks. But if you actually dig in, I'm pretty sure it's fun.
Come on, Maxi, my boy.
It's like
Billy
Minecraft.
and Willy have less than 20 hours in Terraria. Look at their house.
Yeah, I know.
What are you talking about?
I have 600 hours and I'm doing something wrong.
Don't need the. It's just like I don't know how to explain it. I guess it's just, bro. I don't even know.
It's like Minecraft, basically.
You just use whatever and see what works. I guess. Experiment with the blocks, yeah.
Experiment, yeah.
Inspiration also helps a lot. So much. Just like look.
Basically, you have to get started. You have to get started. I never got started.
That's so true. And you can start right now and get insane experience in just like a day.
Okay,
'Cause,
sure.
like, bro,
Let me start.
They did that castle. They did a castle in like the early parts of it in like a day, bro. It's crazy. I was like, damn. Like they barely played any Terraria. They already making stuff like that, bro. That's insane.
Oh my god.
Just look at this thing.
I'm done.
Got this thing or what?
Thank you, Lars. Didn't you say beautiful house?
Ah, you built a house. That's what. you
Brother,
call
what do you mean you built a house? You didn't even notice it? Oh my
just
god,
built it
that's
as
the
in.
most disrespectful sentence I ever heard. Oh my god, you fucking troll, bro. Yeah, can you please go away, bro? I know, I saw your weapon, bro. I'm still grinding, bro.
I'm just killing a slime.
Yeah, okay. Leave me alone, please. Don't start beef, please.
I just killed a slime.
No. Don't start a streamer fight between us, please.
Bro, I was hungry. I ate 2 hot dogs and I'm getting hungry again, bro. What is this? I just ate.
You can flex your weapons at some other guy, but not me. I'm not the right person.
Blood Moon is
Oh, Blood
rising.
Moon.
Oh, good heavens. How am I supposed to build in this darkness, hmm?
Oh!
Oh, Jesus.
Oh Mann, ich kann das nicht mehr, Digga. What the fuck? Ja, okay. Does someone have a training doll?
I actually don't.
You done with fishing?
Bruh. Who are you asking, Lars?
You. Because
Brother,
I want my fishing rod back because I
I'm
want to
not
fish as
done
well.
with fishing! I quit because of the
Okay.
Bloodmon.
Okay,
I
then-
fished some random ass boss fish. Just wanted me. Do you think I'm gonna continue doing that shit?
You're not
Brother,
fishing-
fuck off, bro.
Like, if you're not fishing for now anymore, then I want it back for now because I want.
What
to
do you
fish.
mean? I'm gonna continue in 2 minutes.
Okay, then it's fine.
Yeah. Do you wanna start some type of fight, Lars?
Oh, holy.
I'm just kind
Terraria
waiting
is
for-
bringing out some special emotions.
Again!
Yes,
I spawned some end boss. I spawned some end boss. Who did I spawn?
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
And Danas, you know, you're just AFK.
Bro, I can't build in this condition, bro. It's so dark.
Fuck off,
already.
Tia. Bro.
Scraggling time.
It came that far, I press B. That's when you know it's getting real, bro.
Okay, the Blood Moon fish enemies, they don't fuck around.
Yep.
They do not fuck around.
I found a nice spot over here.
However, that is quite a nice spot, but I must warn you, you're not gonna be getting any anklets of the wind in that location. You can get bass statues from fishing in there, though. Actually, for that least a reason, actually, desert might be one of the best places to fish, because you can get bass statues.
Fucking flounder.
Collectible.
Let me show you, I'm coming back then. Why does everybody want to fish in Blood Moon? What's special about
Those
it?
enemies that you kill, they actually do give a lot of good loot. Well, they can give
Wow.
a lot of good loot, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure like the blood rain bow you had earlier is from that.
Where's that guy? He just jumped down here? Oh my god, this...
So I personally don't really fish that much. Wait, there is one thing I do kind of want. One thing about it, which is a book that can give. It's a very rare item, but there's a book that can make our NPCs stronger so they die less often. I need a sonar potion for that though. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Inventory is so fucking full. Where's my mirror? Oh. Probably just gonna fish in the forest when I'm lucky, because I want to minimize the chance of getting anything other than the book.
The zombie mammon loot is mine, by the way. I spawned it.
I don't even know where the zombie man is. So
Yeah, I don't know. If you got anything special, that's fine.
this one was spawned by me. That's mine.
Sure. Bro, we share, bro. We share the cookie.
You say that's mine, and then when I saw something it's not. Chum bucket, what's that?
We...
Not.
Oh, that's cool.
Wait, what?
Am I
Got
crazy?
chum bucket.
Am I fucking stupid?
What's sun bucket like?
It's to increase fishing power.
Ah, okay. Give it.
Pick up the devil, and the devil shall appear.
Why am I slowed?
Help! Oh my god, what is this thing? Absolutely mad. My loot. Got it.
There wasn't even loot.
I don't know, like, that's for safety. Oh my god, that's insane, bro.
I fish.
Being a full damage ranger, oh, you're so squishy.
Really, I might have something that might slightly increase performance for you through Task Manager, and don't worry, you don't have to end the task anything like last time. But is Billy here in the voice chat? Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, rip. And it is gone.
Huh? I found a money trove.
Ooh, huge! That's your first one?
Yep.
If that's your first one, then yeah, that's massive. Massive news. Caught in the jungle. Hell yeah.
You finally did it. I found a jungle crate. Another staff of regrowth. I already have that error. Already have that Charmcaster.
Okay, quest for today is jungle fishing.
Wait, again?
Traveling merchant.
Yep.
It's crazy. Where's the traveling merchant?
Mudfish again. Easy first try.
Let's see what he's selling.
Yeah, let me get that real quick. You done us. You should probably farm your Daybloom, bro.
A whole lot of nothing. A daybloom?
Yeah, it's like
That
done.
as well.
Okay.
Ooh! He's giving good stuff, bro.
What did you get?
Angler earring, another fishing power by 10 equipment.
Oh, which is the one I gave you? Which one did I give you?
No, it's not that same one, it's
No,
another one.
Yeah, which one is? I also got one. I want to know which one I gave you because.
You
I
gave
got
me
same
the fishing bobber.
one. Okay, you can keep that. I have that as well again.
Nice, thank you, bro. I should make a whole loader just for fishing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I have. I have it hotkeyed. I just press a button and then.
That's like the whole purpose why it's there.
Just look at it. Constantly switching like. Also, maybe, just maybe, this might boost your motivation.
Wait, don't I already have that?
You have something called a Crimson Cape. You know, you can choose. Which one do you prefer?
Wow, this is a tough question.
You can also paint them, because like the one I have on right now is technically green, and you can paint them to make them a different color as well. So you like get a different vibe, you know? Yeah, they both do look quite nice, I must say.
Yo, Dennis, what's your mission, bro?
Build.
Join me fish.
Okay. Sonar potion is still active, lol.
I gave you my heart. Ooh. Weak boomstick. Fuck you, dude. What is that shit?
Oh my goodness.
That's bullshit. But crazy how fast you got one.
I didn't even use a potion for it as well. There's a potion called Crate Potion, which increases your chances of specifically crates. I didn't even need one.
Elias, do you want your fishing rod still?
Yeah,
Alright. I think about it.
like, I'm getting it back after you're done with fishing.
I'm probably gonna go to Wall of Flash after this, bro, to be honest. Meet me there.
Fishing rod after this.
Yeah, you have to, like, meet me at Water Flash. Nah, Error. Nah. Just joking. Wall of Flash is like next week, yeah.
Maybe slightly sooner than that. We don't have to spend a full week just building. Unless people
Yeah. In like 3 days, Error. 2 or 3 days.
Oh wait, Billy, I actually fished up during the Blood Moon frog staff. I can give you mine. Oh, wait, he can't. He can't hear us. He's not here, is he?
Billy, are you in my
Billy?
live stream? Say hello in in-game chat when you hear me in my live stream.
So I have a wait. I might just give it to him, like without saying anything. I can just appear in front of Billy. Where is Billy?
Nah, he's not watching my stream.
Is this pond here even big enough to get anything I need? The one I
It looks
found?
very small, bro.
Yeah, but I didn't see any other pond here.
Let me check your. Yeah, maybe. Could be, yeah. I mean, if it works, then probably.
I don't know, I just started. Don't want to waste my bait on something that doesn't work.
Why is everybody in a dungeon?
I think they are fishing for loot. Like dungeon crates. And like the whole server is fishing.
Ah, okay.
You can get all the dungeon loot by fishing crates.
Yo, nice
Billy, am I
sword, Error, Ice. Nice sword, bro.
What is happening to Billy? Why is he teleporting up and down? Am I the only one that sees this? Wait, Maxi, can you look at Billy with your like magic eye, or what is he doing on your screen?
Nothing.
It's just you? Let me do this. Do that. I do this, Billy. Well, I guess hopefully it worked. Error's voice, lol. Does he have like a super deep voice? That's funny. Ooh. That's awesome. Ooh. Voice. Bro, yeah, I don't know if you experimented much with it, Maxi, but bro, there's like new voices. You can
Yeah.
adjust the
You can be a
tone,
slime.
bro. Dude, yeah, I saw that, bro. I was like, what the hell? What the hell?
Brother, I'm dying inside. Get me the fucking jungle crate already. I wanna go to the dungeon. Hey, that's an actual cool idea, bro. Get some dungeon items.
How do I check this?
Zephyrfish, equipable.
A pet, that's actually one of the cooler ones in my opinion. Zephyr fish. Do I not have stone? Am I fucking losing my shit? Oh, I have stone. Why can't I craft a great
Oh.
axe?
Light pad.
What? Oh, there it is.
Bro, I wanna join the boys in a dungeon.
Bro is not becoming a fisherman anytime soon.
Did get the balloon pufferfish though. That's something, yeah. Yeah, who can I pay to fish Echo, what are you doing? Are you farming something? Wait, for what are you farming keys? There is no chest left.
When you fish in the dungeon, the crates you get, you need to also unlock them technically.
Ah. Alright. That new item is so cool, Danas. It's so content.
But yeah, for real, like I was like looking at it earlier, I was like, huh, that's interesting, but like I had no use for it, but yeah. I like content item.
It's dragging time. I'm not a poster. I'm stacking up. Yeah.
I'm not getting any crates again.
I like how he just plays random ass stuff in Danas house. Fucking random ass wooden crate, torch. This is turning into
The
something.
wooden crates, I do find them quite aesthetically pleasing.
Uh.
Fucking posters. Like, also, why are they perfect fit for the fucking windows I made as well, bro?
Right.
Nah, that's crazy. Like, they have a perfect frame around them. Insane. Absolutely.
You help me get a jungle crate, Danas.
Wait, actually, let me. Bro, my inventory is so.
Frog leg. Frog leg. Ooh, increases fire. Oh, I saved that.
4 platinum. Holy moly, that is a big chunk of cha-ching.
I finally jumped right. I got a different poster powered by birds.
Place it in a
And
dungeon.
now I need. Now I also need golden keys. Place it above the fishing spot.
1 second, I got mentioned.
I got another aqua scepter. But
Yeah, error. I see.
Anything crazy happen? With this private stuff that is not shareable.
I like how you have your inventory set up. I like to like use like horizontal lines, and you like to use vertical lines. Very interesting. I think in Minecraft I would do it like you do, like vertical. Yeah, that's how I do in Minecraft. Yeah. I think in Minecraft I do vertical. What is the other game? I forgot. Also vertical. Yo, Billy, what is that one world called that you got your items from? Let me check something out really quick. I found an egglet!
Wait, do you still need that?
I don't need that.
I got a keen veil of a melee weapon from the dungeon if anyone wants that.
What weapon?
A keen veiler.
Oh, Valor. Oh, Valor. Yeah, that's the
Valor.
yo-yo.
Okay.
What do you mean my legs? I have frog leg. Ice, what are you doing, bro? Okay. For what are you doing that?
Fish.
For the ice castle. Cool stuff, bro. Cool stuff. I'm not getting it, Dennis. It's over.
No way.
It's over, bro.
4 more minutes.
And never begun.
4 more minutes of this fishing pain.
Why do I have that feeling that I have a telecounter? No, Arrow has one. I feel like I also got one. Probably in spawn chest. Wooden crate! Well, that's some actually good stuff. It's over, Danas. It's over. It's over.
Aren't you having so much fun and like the time of your life doing this?
It's actually not really bothering me that much, as you might think.
No?
Nah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, like for real.
I also started kind of enjoying fishing.
I do have a question though, Maxi, for you.
What?
Fishing or building?
Fishing, bro.
Fishing, really?
I think so.
That's interesting. Fishing it's a lot simpler. It's like you can just turn your brain off.
Yeah.
Simple. Sometimes it can be very stressful to start building, especially for me.
What about you, Danas? Fishing or building?
I would say building.
What about you, Liars? Fishing or building?
Fishing.
Ice?
Building right now.
Willy? Do you like fishing more or building more?
It gives you more fulfillment in life. Fishing, okay. Damn, I'm surprised, honestly.
Error?
Enjoying fishing more than building with like that castle. Damn. It's like he's just built. He's so bored and angry that he just built a
You
massive
have to
castle.
answer the question. Fishing. Okay, interesting. Like everybody does fishing. Did anybody say building? Donners.
Nice.
Ah, ice. Okay, yeah.
Bunch of fishermen in the server. Goddamn.
Yeah.
I mean, I do enjoy fishing as well. I'm not gonna lie. Like I already have the fishing rod. I got the full fishing armor.
It's actually quite surprising that the majority says fishing. Like, I think building is a more vital part of the game. Like, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I do agree with that exactly. It's like there is no barrier to entry. It's like very simple to get into, and it's just like, and it just gets better and better and better. Kind of like mining in Graal. It starts slow and then gets faster and faster.
Yeah.
The more your fishing level is. And then finally getting that super rare item from a crate you like been trying to get, yeah, it's a good feeling. Whereas building is more like disciplinary. They have a key, like a golden key or shadow key. I think I have a few golden keys that I don't need on. I have like 30 seconds left of my crate potion. Now I'm just finished that.
Fucking iron crate. Look at me.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna empty myself real quick. Like, not what you think, but I'm going to the spawn for a second.
Why did you say? I
that's-
did not even think of that.
Yeah,
because
that
you said
sounded
I
a
thought
bit
of
weird
it.
actually. I noticed for myself. Just had to quickly mention that. Let me do this.
My potions are over. Yeah, I think I have them on me right now in my piggy.
We are having a chat check number
4
2.
keys.
Chat check number 2. Everybody type in 400 if you are alive and a human being, or else the server gets deleted. In my Twitch chat, by the way, not in game. In my Twitch chat, not in game. There we have it. Some alive people. There's a.
Awesome, no way.
Does anyone need a life crystal?
How many did I get? Crates.
Okay, there's a life crystal in spawn chest. Willy, come to spawn. Here. Okay, I emptied myself. And now I'm coming back to Danas. Why does it sound so wrong, Danas? I don't know.
Coming back to them, bro. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong about that.
So. No, I said I emptied myself. Like, it sounds so wrong. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't.
My brain didn't even register that.
Why should it come underwater? What is that? That's kind of weird.
I hope.
What? Error, I'm here.
Actually,
What?
stop what you're doing, and start gambling.
8!
At
What?
the same amount of time we were fishing.
What? Bro. Okay.
Bro, that's the difference.
First
That's the
try.
fishing quests.
First try.
No way. How can I have that? I can't need it, buddy.
Shit.
You are welcome.
Wait, what?
Give me
What?
the crates, please.
Why the
I want to go to
crates?
crate. Because they do give me money, and I'm kind of poor because of the
They give you.
goblins.
Okay. Here. Thank you, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, I got you.
Funny done with this shit. Za.
Now get ready for the material tag.
Wait, what do you mean?
I want my thing back.
I wasn't aware of that, Danas. What happened?
Nothing. No. You're totally done, and you never have to
Okay.
fish again. Totally.
Nice. Okay, let's combine this shit. Finally. Let's go to spawn because I'm too noobish to remember what I need. Not you. Who are you? Okay. Where is the cool guy? Where's the cool guy? Yo, has anyone seen the cool guy? Where the fuck is he? Wait, who stole him?
Here. He is here.
Ah, he's dating with Tia. Oh yeah.
Fishing one back.
No. I
Give it
need
back to me.
the Spectre
Oh,
boots.
this guy.
So. Let me actually go to the Tinkerer workshop. Meow.
You said nope.
Hmm?
That's so fucked up. Oh my god.
So. Nada is come, you can get it, come.
Yo, I'm on my way.
Meet me at my mansion that I built. Wait, what was it again?
Building skills.
The fishing rod.
Thank you, bro. Can I have mine?
Yeah, gave it to you.
Oh yeah. Wait, you can stack? Cool. Look at that! No. It's still material. Fuck me.
Yeah, we need to fish in the ice biome.
I'm done with... No, don't tell me I have to fish again.
You could actually, maybe the ice biome is not explored. Could try, you know,
Ice
finding it the
skates.
normal way.
Wait, how do I get ice skates?
Ice biome, either finding it in chests or fishing. What's Max making? He was trying to go for frost spark boots.
Yo, shit, do I need this? Chacroon balloon?
So same as Hermes. You just never upgrade your shoes at all. You know what? Honestly, that is just the Giga Chad way. Just stay on the like default forever. I got the phone W. Speaking of actually, where's the merchant? There's some things I need from him. Do we have the traveling merchant? I swear to God I saw his name. We've seen the fucking shimmer biome.
If anyone wants a piggy bank, I dropped it in spawn chest. I'm not using that. Yo, brother.
Can I also craft the phone? Am I at that point? Can I make goblin tech? Oh my god. Wait, pause. Wait, pause. Oh, wait, pause. Oh, I got it as well.
Ice. It's at spawn. Spawn chest.
Fishing rod per person. I'm pretty sure there's one guaranteed, and I actually have no idea if you can get another one. It might be possible to get one more. I can't promise that. I think the amount of times I have done fishing, I've only ever had one, so it might be just one per account. Because like now that I'm thinking about it, I've never in my life had two on the same person.
Wait, got a fishing rod. Are you the only one on the SMP? Wait, you guys were talking about something. Give me that. Yeah, I take it.
Next fishing quest is Faust at night.
Where's the quest? Let me see. Did you say forest?
Faust at night.
Garden Service. Oh no, it does not have to be nighttime. It's just
Ah, okay.
surface.
Wait, Dennis, what exactly happened? Others account fishing rod? Why? Why other account? Why other account error? What is this? Ah, wait. That's the one you get for finishing all the fisherman quest. Thank you, bro. Yeah. I mean, that account was on this SMP, right? Yeah.
No, that's kind of.
Wait.
Account hopping. That's kind of weird. I'm not
Wait,
gonna
did you
lie.
did you
He
just
went into
account
it.
hop?
He went into an pro account with a rod to give him his. That's kind of weird, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Error, that's weird, bro. Why you did that, Error?
Okay, struggling is like it's a struggle, but like fully on cheating, bro. It's not like come on.
It's already in my trash. Yeah, take it back, bro. You gotta tell me that next time, bro. No, just bring it back. Like it's okay. Let me get that shit back then. That's weird, Error, bro. Don't do shit like that. That's very noobish. Yeah, good.
The only exception was like Billy like hopping into like a special server because like his stuff literally got corrupted.
Yeah,
It's very unfair to lose stuff that way.
yeah. Yeah, his PC crashed and then
Like his literal character just got
didn't.
like, deleted.
saved.
Get the character? Nope, it was just like straight up gone, cooked. It's just like yeah, losing your account. Like bro, I would permanently quit the game if I lost my accounts, bro. Holy shit.
So,
And I'm pretty sure Billy was on the verge of absolutely quitting. Cause like yeah, that's just like nah. Save it to the cloud. I don't think so, no. Like the way Billy has his setup, I am like 90% sure he like plays it on like a like he doesn't play on his own computer. He plays through like a cloud streaming service or something like that. At least last time I checked. So like, I have no idea how the fuck saving and files work through all of that. So it's just cooked setup, bro. I'm gonna be
Chat,
honest.
it was a
So,
pleasure.
yeah, like some of those Nvidia or whatever it's called.
We did huge progress today. Huge. Like actual huge progress. Was a pleasure. Everybody join the raid. We're raiding another live stream.
Are you pleasuring yourself?
Nah, bro.
Really? You're not gonna log off and pleasure yourself after this?
Nah.
That's what I would do.
Probably gonna eat
No way.
something.
Just a question mark.
Sure. That's nothing. Okay, boys. Was fun. Tomorrow, grind day 2. About
Electric Boogaloo.
there is a chance we do Wall of Flash if I can't control myself. But yeah. Other than that,
Building in done right now.
was fun. I'm gonna log off and see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Okay, see you, Max.
See you all. Thank you.
Bye.
Guys, stay in the raid. Say hello to Liar's Light. He's my shared apartment roommate. And yeah, he's also live streaming on this SMP. Would be cool if you can say hello to his live stream and drop a follow on his channel. Alright, guys. See ya. Peace out. See you tomorrow. See ya tomorrow.